Skinwalker Pack from Nellie. This story happened to my older sister's boyfriend. His name is Emmett. Emmett is a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and just returned from his mission after serving 4 months in Farmington, New Mexico. But he spent most of his days in Arizona. For a young man who wants to serve a mission, he has to serve for 2 years before they can return home. But Emmett came home after 4 months. Now, over in other religious parts of the United States, he couldn't explain this story while he was out in the field. But now that he was back in Utah, which is where we live, he was able to share it with me when he was visiting family. Since my memory is not so great, I'll explain this story to the best of my ability. Emmett was in Farmington, New Mexico, and was staying in a trailer surrounded by desert, playing games with his companion and 2 other missionaries. They weren't staying in the middle of nowhere, if you were wondering. Anyway, they were laughing and having a good time when they suddenly had a bad feeling come over them. It wasn't anything expected. It just washed over them like a tidal wave all at once. Then one of the missionaries spoke. "They're here." Emmett was confused, but that dark presence he felt that night was too strong to ignore. So with some sort of natural instinct, they grabbed items to use as weapons before opening up the back door. Emmett had chosen a baseball bat, and he wasn't as scared. But when they stepped outside into the wild desert, all 4 missionaries were met by 4 dogs, standing side by side in a neat row. Emmett described them as bigger than any dogs or wolves or coyotes he's seen, but he knew they weren't dogs. The animals' eyes glowed yellow, and their teeth were sharp. It seemed like they could tear through anything, even some 19-year-old guys. What stood out to him the most was that one of them was the biggest out of all 3, and was hunched over like it was about to pounce. They didn't have tails either, but what made this terrifying to me was when Emmett described how unnatural their eyes looked. Not dog eyes, more human-like. As intimidating as these dogs looked, Emmett's companion was stern and directive as he gave out a warning, saying, "Go, now. You have no power here." These creatures didn't like that. They let out a low growl in response, but 3 of them reluctantly turned and ran away. But the biggest one did not. It crouched lower, as if it was preparing to strike. "This is your last chance. Leave, now," Emmett's companion warned. The creature didn't listen, so the authoritative missionary raised his hand in the air and began to say, "By the power of God, I cast out any evil spirits that walk among this area. I strip away your power." After speaking that powerful prayer, the thing began whimpering like an actual dog, as if it was injured. It let out a screech like no creature should in this world, and began to walk away. However, it fell down like it was hurt, then got up again, only to fall once more, but this time it stood up. Its paws were replaced with hands, human hands. The man-beast fell again, and the next time it got up, it, or he, stood up on 2 legs. The creature was a man, and the only thing he was wearing was a wolf's skin. This vile man knew he was powerless. He didn't go back. He just ran away, dropping the wolf's skin in the dirt. Emmett and his companions stayed in their trailer the rest of the night and did not come out until morning. They went to go check out the wolf's skin that was left behind, and it smelled horrible, like it had been dead for a very long time. It was dirty, rotten, and obviously full of evil. They did not touch or pick it up, because, like they said, They feared there was some sort of evil in it. They told their bishop everything, but that was pretty much it. Nothing else like that happened to them, or to Emmett, for the rest of the mission. I've heard of people possessing that kind of power to transform themselves into animals. Skinwalkers, they're called. But I just can't believe this stuff can be real. I'm a true believer of God, and I'll do anything to keep whatever sinister things lurk out there away from me and my family. Over in Ballard, Utah, there's a place called Skinwalker Ranch, where it's known for UFO sightings and, of course, skinwalkers. I bring that up because it's frightening to know that these things, if they do exist, might just live in my state, and may even walk among the place where Emmett lives, where I live, just waiting to bring harm upon those who least expect it. I believe the devil's power is strong in this world, and it makes me terrified that people who are sick in the head would do anything to carry this type of dark magic. Cryptid Stalker from Crayana. I want to start off by saying that this story is from a female's perspective. With that being said, I guess I'll start with the beginning of my day. My alarm clock went off, jarring me from a dreamless sleep. I grumbled and rubbed my face. It was 2:45 a.m. and I already hated myself for accepting a super early shift. My daily rush of getting ready for work included a quick pat for my cat, coffee, a hot shower, and more coffee. Clumsily, I walked out of my house and to my car. The air was cold and crisp. I shrugged deeper into my sweater and ran for my car. After bobbing to some bad rap songs, I was feeling more awake, and before too long I was pulling into the parking lot at work. At this point, I wish I would have stayed home. I missed my bed and was definitely not a morning person. But I have a conscience and knew if I backed down, someone would have to cover this extra long shift. Pulling my keys from the ignition, I sighed, letting my eyes glance up and out the windshield. That's when I first noticed something was weird. Glancing at the clock, it was now 3:40 a.m., and I was due to punch in 20 minutes. I had a few minutes to play detective. Hopping out of my car, I slowly and quietly shut my door. It was still dark outside. My work had a creepy alley right next to the parking lot, and from the alley I heard a scuffling sound, like footsteps and garbage being tossed through. As I live in the city, I figured it was a homeless person. I grabbed an extra granola bar from my purse and walked toward the noise. I could see in front of me due to the streetlights. However, when I looked to where the noise was generating from, all I saw was a big green dumpster and a black mass. Was it a shadow? No, it was definitely moving on its own. My heart slowed, and my fight or flight took a hold of me. I didn't understand what I was seeing. My brain couldn't make sense of it. I turned on my heel, heading towards my work building, or hell, even at this point, back to my car. Was it smelling for me? I literally made no noise as I turned. How did it hear me? Half turned towards my car and half still pointing towards this thing, I saw ears atop its head. They perked up and twitched. The coldest chill ran through my body. My hand let go of the extra granola bar that I was holding on to. The unknown beast growled and started to slowly hunker down, hidden by the dumpster. All I could see was dark hair sticking up. That was all I needed to see. I ran down the alley past my car and into my work building, where I slammed the door. I didn't feel safe, though. I work alone, especially this early in the morning. Nobody was here and the doors were made of glass. I stepped towards the doors, knowing I needed a code to open it, and I looked out. I saw nothing. My heart was still trying to beat out of my chest, my breath fogging up the glass as I peered out. Something growled. Goosebumps instantly rose on my skin. Who was calling my name?
Let me in. I'm cold.
The voice whined. I'm not stupid. I didn't know exactly what was going on, but I was not about to open the door for anyone. I put my head down and fast-walked to my office. I shut the door and swiped closed the blinds. My office is situated on the first floor with big bay windows overlooking the street that was usually packed with cars, but now it was empty. I logged onto my computer and it slowly started up. With it, I informed my boss I was there and clocked in. Great, 5 minutes early. My breathing slowed at this point. I wasn't feeling normal, but I was feeling better. Trying to forget the incident, I dived into my work. 45 minutes passed, no voices, just the fan blowing softly from behind me. I heard from the window. My heartbeat slowed even more. A small whistle escaped my lips as I blew out hot air. I couldn't believe my ears. Were those nails tapping against the glass? I very slowly got up from my chair and walked over to the window. My hand grasped the window blind, and for some reason I had crouched down, trying to make myself look smaller. I used one finger to pull up and peek out of the side of the blinds. Much to my satisfaction, nothing was there. At that time, I figured if I didn't see anything, maybe I was still kind of tired. Maybe I imagined hearing the tapping noise. Making my way back to my seat, I sat down, brushing more sleep crusties out of my eyes and looking at my work again. I needed to get these files filled out if I ever had a dream of getting my weekend off. So on I went, passing roughly another 20 minutes without a noise. And then a whop sound made me fly out of my chair. Again, it was coming from the window. It sounded like a solid thud, like something heavy was hurled at it. My God, was someone trying to break in? Were they trying to break through the windows? Most people would respond to this with fear. People that don't believe in the paranormal would pass it off as something logical. But me, I got mad. I was angry and sleep-deprived. So what does one do when this happens? I stormed to the window and snatched the blinds up, letting out a loud breath of air through my nose. There it was again, looking at me, and I could see it clearly now. The dark brown hair, the muscled body. It looked like an oversized dog. However, it stood on its back legs. I knew then I had made a mistake. I knew I was in over my head. My breath caught in my throat as this thing eyed me up and down, drool hanging from its oversized teeth. My granola bar from earlier was clenched in its oversized paw. I shut the blinds so quickly it left tiny rope burns on my hand. I didn't care about work. I didn't care about anything. I crawled under my desk, pulling my knees to my chest, and cried. I don't know how long I sat there for. Hours? Minutes? No noise ever came from the window again. Gradually, the sky lightened up. Once I noticed this, I crawled out from my hiding spot. Still, no one was there. It was just barely 6 a.m. at the time. I figured the earliest I would see anyone was at 8 a.m. That was usually when I got to work. Now, I'm a smoker. Call me what you will. Call it wasteful, whatever word suits you best. But I stepped out the front door for a quick nicotine fix. I peered left, and then I peered right. Nothing but empty roads and an empty parking lot minus my car. I gave myself a couple of minutes to stop shaking. I inhaled my cigarette desperately. That's when the noise came again, a low growling sound. I looked up, cigarette already out of my hand, and my other was on the door. I saw the beast for the last time, standing on top of the dumpster on the other side of the road. He, or it, was looking at me, peering down, and then he raised his paw and flung. There was a sickening sting in my leg. I looked down, ready to drop down to the ground, but my adrenaline had kicked in again. There lay the granola bar, now smashed to pieces, and the package was ripped open, lying limply at my feet. I rubbed my leg where the granola bar hit me. I looked up, knowing I had bigger things to fear, but yet it was gone. The city had awakened. By the time I got back into my office and looked out the window, there were cars trickling up and down the roads. The sun was coming up and the darkness fled. I stood there looking out. Across the grass, over the roads, even to the buildings across the street. I took it in with new eyes. I would never forget this day, especially because I could see long, thin scratches etched in the glass. If that beast wanted to get in and devour me whole, it could have. And that's enough to not make me feel safe anymore. The Beast of Lori Ann Forest, from Lupex Cinema. Back in my senior year of high school, I was a part of my school's SCA, which is a student organization where students at the school come up with fun things to do at the school. I planned to do a field trip to Lori Ann Forest Campground for spring break. I've never gone camping before, so I thought that it would be the perfect thing to do. After getting it all planned out, I gave it to Mr. Thornberry, who was in charge of SCA at the time. He was all down for it. We got it promoted in the school, and to my surprise, it was a massive success. A total of 200 students had signed up for the trip. Typically, not a lot of students would even consider something like this, and it would get cancelled as a result. When it was time to get ready for the trip, I packed up the things that I needed, like a flashlight and some camping gear and a change of clothes. The next school day, everyone who was going on the trip went to one of the 5 buses that were needed for it, and we went over to the actual forest. Once we arrived, we got our things and went into our assigned cabins. We unpacked, and then we met up with a camp counselor. He explained the rules. It was the usual don't do this and don't do that, and he even explained the history of the forest, back when it was controlled by the Cayuga tribe. Then the camp counselor asked us if we liked scary stories, which pretty much everyone excitedly said yes. The counselor went on to explain the many monsters that the Cayuga tribe believed in, like the Wendigo and the Skinwalkers, and some other ones that I didn't know about at the time. I wasn't much of a folklore type of person. He did eventually mention a monster that we all recognized, the Wolfman, and as much as I wanted the whole monster thing to be done, some of the other kids wanted to hear the full story. I don't remember all the details to the story. It was about a man from the Cayuga tribe who disrespected one of the gods that the Cayuga people worshipped, and as a result, he was thrown out of the tribe, but met a shaman that turned him into a werewolf that supposedly still roams the forest that we were camping in. I laughed at the story once it was done. There's no way a werewolf could exist. They're fairy tales. I figured no religious person these days would believe it. The counselor stared at me and said,
"Well, I hope you don't meet one yourself."
But I continued to laugh. That night, after we all got done with our campfire and s'mores, we all chose to go back to the cabin so we could get ready for the canoeing we were going to do in the lake tomorrow. Some of the guys in the cabin had brought their 3DSs and other portable handhelds. I didn't bring any of mine because I wanted to enjoy the trip without any sort of technology. I went to my bed. It took some time to get it adjusted to how I like it. These beds were not very comfortable. About half an hour later, I woke up to a loud howl. Startled, I immediately got up, and some of the other guys got up as well. I looked around the room to find out what the noise was. "I think it came from outside," said Brandon. I got out of my bed and looked out the window. There, right behind a tree, was a 7-foot-tall figure that looked to be bulky and hairy. Whatever it was standing on 2 legs. It had a bend in its back, but somehow it resembled a canine. Then I heard Andrew make a loud noise when he accidentally knocked over a lantern. I turned to him for a moment and told him to be quiet, that there was something outside. I turned back around to see the thing now facing me, and my heart sank as I saw its bright yellow eyes and razor-sharp teeth. Looking at its eyes, I could sense a feeling of anger, and it began to growl, which caused my chest to vibrate. The word that came to my mind was werewolf. I never thought they'd be real, as I said before, but there was something just like one standing there, staring at me. Before this werewolf could do anything, the lights came on, and the creature, with an irritated look, turned over to the lights and looked back at me, before proceeding to run back into the woods. I slowly went back to my bed, and everyone asked me what I saw. I didn't think they would believe me if I said a werewolf, given what I'd said earlier that day. So I told them it was a bear. The following day, the canoes were ready, but then we came across some big scratch marks on the side of one of them. One of the girls asked what could have done that. I got shivers thinking about the thing from last night. While we were canoeing, I was with Brandon catching fish, talking about what we planned to do after graduation. But before we could finish, I smelled a bad odor. Everybody gagged because of it. We were going back to shore when we saw an elk that looked to have been torn into 1,000 pieces. The camp counselor told us to go back to the cabins so they could clean it up. On our way back to the cabin, I told Brandon and the others what I saw last night, and they were not skeptic, given the scratch marks we'd seen, and the many remnants of an elk. That night, in response to all the weirdness, we all barricaded the doors and moved furniture in front of them. We closed the blinds for good measure. One of us, though, Alfie, actually didn't know what was going on. So we told him that we'd heard rumors that the girls were up to something. We made it up so that he wouldn't get scared. We then went to sleep, but I did eventually hear the howl again. Everyone got up, but Alfie went over to ask me if we were telling the truth about the girls pranking us. I then told him the truth, that most of us believed that there was some sort of creature that shouldn't exist, lurking about the camp. But before I could finish, I heard loud scratching noises outside the cabin. Everyone was frozen in place for what felt like an eternity. The scratches stopped, and then we heard a roar, followed by the sound of geese in distress. Then there was the sound of pounding, and geese making a noise that would mean they were getting hurt. Eventually, we hear the terrifying sound of flesh being ripped from bone. After all that, there was a roar and the sounds of geese one last time. At 5 a.m, we all got up and unbarricaded the cabin. We went to go see the damage. There were scratches on the cabin along with feathers, dead geese, as well as a chaotic amount of red splashed about. "Christ," said Alfie. Brandon said that we should get rid of the bodies, because we were going to be questioned by the teachers, and the dead geese were not going to help. We collected them up and threw them into the lake. When we all went back home, I began to read things about Lorianne Forest. There were a lot of other sightings of werewolves there, so maybe going back isn't the best idea for anyone. California Grasshopper from Dumpster Lord. I live in Northern California, in the more country areas that have been ravaged by one of the multiple major fires. A while after we'd started to rebuild, we were eventually able to stay out on the property. Of course, many of the trees had burned out. There were some trees boxed in on 3 sides of the hills, and the only living trees being the ones in our backyard, which made this even more strange. Around 2 or 3 years after moving back to the property, I was outside one night. We had a fridge outside in a hay shed due to us living in a trailer. I was going to grab bread when I heard a loud thump followed by some twigs breaking. When I heard it, I looked for the source of the noise. That's when I saw it, a large humanoid thing. Its hind legs were bent much like a cricket or grasshopper, with 2 large clawed toes. The creature had long front arms which it used to prop up its large upper torso. It stared at me like a deer in headlights, with large black insect-like eyes. Its head was humanoid too, with a seemingly normal mouth. We stood there, neither of us moving a muscle, until it suddenly launched itself over our neighbor's fence, which is easily 6 feet tall, and it was sitting at least 7 feet away. I watched it hop away, covering massive distances in a very short period of time. After that, I grabbed the bread and hurried inside. I never told my family due to the pure bizarreness of it all. I've seen it a few times after, but I've no idea what it is. A user by the name of Insect Devil asks, what color was it? Did it have a reflection in its eyes? Did it seem curious? Or did it seem like it messed up and made a noise it didn't mean to? You hear anything around the house after that? Oh, and if you can, go check to see if there are footprints in the daylight and take photos. Dumpster Lord replies, it was a good while back. I checked the next morning though, and it did leave spots in the neighbor's field where it had jumped through. I didn't think to take photos at the time. Its eyes had a shine to them, by the way, and it had a tannish color to it. I've seen it a few times, and every time it seems to just be looking around, never showing signs of being hostile, but I never got closer than 10 feet from it. It never got too close to the house as far as I know. Insect Devil replies, I like to think it may be some sort of fae-like creature or woodland spirit. Anything weird ever happen on the property? Dumpster Lord answers, no, nothing on this property, and I don't know, to be honest. I only ever heard of fae as malicious. I've also seen a Skinwalker, but that story is a lot less interesting than it sounds. Insect Devil chimes back in. From what I've read, what we may see as cruel is just fun for the fae folk. They have their own rules and such, but man, would I love to see something crazy like you did. And to finish it off, Dumpster Lord replies, it sounds fun, until it's happening. Trust me. Skinwalker in India. From Naman Rocks, 208. I'm Indian from Mumbai. This all happened in January this year, as of writing this. I was on a trip to my village in Rajasthan, India. I'm 6'1" and around 100 kilograms. It happened 2 days after I made it to my village. Now, my home is mostly rural and has lots of woods on the east side. It was around January 15th. My girlfriend, Sejal, came with me as the 2 of us went on a nighttime walk. The village's activity had died down completely. We were walking near the woods and generally having a good time together. Suddenly, I hear my dad's voice of all things coming from the woods. At first, I thought I was hearing things, but then my girlfriend even asked, "Did you hear that?" I began to listen more carefully. We decided then that it might be best to end our nighttime adventure and just head back home. We were about 5 minutes of a walk away from the entrance of the woods, which led back to the main road, where there it would be a 20-minute walk back home. Suddenly, I hear,
"Son, I sprained my foot. Help me. Come here."
The thing is, I knew it wasn't my dad. He was at home in Mumbai, and the voice, it may have sounded like him, but it was distorted in a way, like a playback from some sort of device. Then it came again, the same voice. Then it came from my right side where my girlfriend was. At this point, she was in tears and I told her not to panic. But then, I freaking saw it. It was taller than me. It came out from the right side where I'd heard my father's voice. It was really big, about 8 feet tall, towering over me. I was panicking and did not know what to do. It looked like a deer, but with the body of a wolf, completely black and hairy. But its eyes were eerily human, with an orange color to them. Impossibly, it stood on 2 legs, and it was decaying pretty bad. It spoke again.
"Son, come here."
Without warning, it lunged at us. It was only about 15 feet away. My girlfriend yelled run, and we both began to run together, me a bit behind her. It was giving chase. We were soon at the main road. Now here's what bothers me. While we were running and shouting for help at the main road, I looked behind me and I could see it at the entrance of the woods. It appeared to be grinning at us, but for some reason it didn't follow any further. We made it back home safe. My girlfriend would be sick for 12 days after this, and during that time I told my uncle everything. He nodded and told me,
"Don't be afraid. That demon won't hurt you anymore. I'll call the pundit."
Which is a priest. The pundit also had seen that thing before, apparently. Said it attached itself to our village. However, it doesn't seem to attack the locals. It will try to harm outsiders, though. He blessed my uncle's home and cast a spell on me and my girlfriend, so that thing wouldn't bother us. My girlfriend refuses to talk about it, because she refuses to believe that what we saw was real, and my father and mother won't believe me. So it feels pretty good to at least be able to say it here. Creature in the Woods, from Blue Hexorcist. I'm a girl living in England. I was 13 years old when this happened. My mom and I had a huge fight, as we often did when I was young. She kicked me out of the house. Having no phone to contact friends and it being past 11 at night, I did what I had to do. I went into the woods to find some cover from the rain, right next to my secondary school. I found a nice dry patch of thick grass under a big tree, tried to get some sleep before I ventured over to my friend's house in the morning. I'd been smart enough to bring a throw blanket with me, which helped to protect me from the cold November chill. I can sleep almost anywhere, too, anytime. It's a talent of mine. Soon I had fallen asleep. I woke up suddenly. The woods around me were dark, and it was freezing cold, still raining. I checked my watch, and it said it was around 2:30 a.m. I settled back down to try to get more sleep, when I heard a shriek, not a human shriek, but something animalistic. It terrified me. I jumped up from my makeshift bed, gathering up my backpack and stuffing my blanket in there. I kept my eyes peeled. I was pretty deep in the woods, and it was hard to see at the time. Squinting my eyes, I nearly jumped as I heard the shriek again. It was closer now, uncomfortably close. I slung my backpack over my shoulder and quickly moved. I kept looking around, but it was almost useless. I could see the shadows of the branches dancing on the forest floor as the moonlight just breached the canopy above. I moved as fast as I could, trying to avoid any sticks in the undergrowth. I heard the shriek again from somewhere close behind me. Whipping around, I scanned the area quickly, looking for the source of that horrific noise, as well as a place to find cover. There were a few bushes to the left of me, which I quickly hid behind. I could hear fast approaching footsteps, but whatever was behind me was not on 2 feet. It sounded like it was on all fours. My eyes had begun to adjust properly to the darkness, so I took a chance, and I looked. Peeking out from the top of the bush, my eyes widened with horror as they gazed upon a grotesque creature. It was humanoid in shape from what I could see, impossibly skinny with long arms and legs. Its skin was gray, with dark patches of thin hair dotted around its body. I could see the profile of its face, and its eyes were large and black. But its nose was like a dog's, tilted upwards and sniffing the air. Its mouth opened, and I could make out rows of pointed, needle-like teeth. I suppressed a scream, frozen in fear. It was still sniffing the air, moving its head slightly from left to right. It was looking for me. I adjusted my footing and trod straight onto a stick. It snapped, the sound echoing through the air. The creature's head snapped to my hiding place, and our eyes met. Another shriek, and I jumped up, running in the opposite direction. I ran, and I could hear whatever that thing was hammering on the undergrowth behind me. I let out a scream, to anyone that could hear me, praying silently as I stumbled and cried and thrashed through the brush. I tried to cry out for help, but the sound came out all strangled. Hot tears streamed down my face as I could hear the creature gaining on me. If it was going to be the end of me, then I wasn't going to give up without a chase. Suddenly, I heard a voice I never thought I'd hear again. My mother's, shouting my name. "Mom, I'm here!" I shouted, my voice clear now. I could now see the exit of the woods, and I nearly fainted in relief. I could see flashlights and hear the voices of men and women, all calling my name. As I neared the exit, I chanced to look behind me. I could not see or hear that creature anymore, but I did not slow my pace. In fact, I sped up, knowing safety was in sight. I pushed with all my might, and I could feel my legs and chest beginning to burn with exertion. As I cleared the last few trees, I heard the shriek once more, further away now. I thanked God, or whatever merciful force had assisted me that night. I saw my mom at the mouth of the woods, and I hurtled straight into her arms. I was screaming and crying. I didn't even look at the police around me. I simply clutched my mother as close as I could, and I sobbed. Later that morning, I woke up in the hospital. A police officer questioned me, asking me how my clothes were so torn up and why my face and hands were covered in deep scratches. I guessed I'd done it while tearing through the branches and brush. I told him the entire story, my eyes filling with tears as I recounted the encounter with that creature. The officer looked bemused, asking if I'd had a bad dream. He didn't believe me, nor did my mom. She had gone around to all my friends' houses asking if I was there that night, and when she could not find me, she called the police, and they searched the woods first. Regardless of whether they believe me or not, if they had gone anywhere else before those woods, I doubt I'd be here now. I'm now 23, and I'm still haunted by nightmares of the creature. I'm not sure what it was that chased me. Nothing I've researched matches the description, despite endless searching. For months after the incident, I obsessed about the creature, to the point I could think of little else. I try and put it behind me now, but sometimes I can hear that shriek in my dreams. Thing in the Polish Forest, from D3MOV. Just to be clear from the start, I've always been into cryptids. There's something fascinating about them. Unfortunately, or rather fortunately I guess, Poland is not known for these to be exact. But what I saw was unexplainable. I hated forests as far as I can remember. This may be related to my mental illnesses, but maybe I'm wrong. Whether this fear's origin is clear or not, after the event I'm about to share with you, I hate them even more. The country I live in, as I said before, Poland, is not particularly known for paranormal sightings. Most have probably heard of vodka, pierogi, or kurwa. That being said, I did not expect to encounter anything. That day started off as every other day during the summer holidays. I woke up, played some games, then went out with my best friends. That day we went on a bike trip to Warsaw, which is approximately 3 kilometers away from my home. In order to get there more quickly, you have to cross a forest, specifically Wojcinski Forest. I went there with 3 friends. Let's call them Adam, Paul, and Victor. Not long after we began the trip, Victor's bike broke, so he decided to head back home. Quickly after that, Paul said he'd go with them, so I was left with Adam. We had a lot of fun driving around a big city. In fact, we had so much fun that it got dark sooner than we thought. It was pretty late, about 10 p.m., so we decided to go back to our town. At approximately 11:20 p.m., we were near said forest, and I didn't like that at all. But we wanted to get home as fast as we could, so there wasn't really any other way. Oh boy, did we regret that decision. Immediately after we got into the forest, we felt odd. To make the situation worse, none of us had a bike torch. We had to use the flashlights on our phones. Bad luck decided that I fell off my bike because the wheel got into sand and I slipped. Adam stopped to see if I was okay, and as soon as I stood up, we heard this strange sound. It's hard to describe, but the best way I could describe it would be a really, really high-pitched sound with a dose of static behind it. Immediately, our ears began to hurt. We instinctively covered them, but as quickly as the sound had suddenly came, it went quiet. We looked at one another in confusion and were just about to keep going when we heard footsteps around us. You might think, why weren't we even faster getting on our bikes? But I gotta tell you, I can't explain why, but we were so curious of what we were hearing. We were scared too, though. After some time, when the footsteps stopped, we decided to continue our way back. But that didn't last long. We didn't have to wait long until the sound came again, but louder. It was so painful that we couldn't hear our own thoughts. And then, again, you guessed it, it suddenly stopped. We started to freak out, looking around. But then Adam froze in fear. I saw his eyes pinned in the direction he had the phone flashlight in. I asked him, "Adam, what do you see?" After that, I did something I regret to this day. I looked in the same direction. I saw it. I saw it standing there, tall, black, no features, just a mass of darkness. It seemed to look at us with curiosity, but we sure weren't curious now, just frightened. After some time that felt like an eternity, we broke out of the trance and sped off on our bikes. To our horror, it was chasing us. We rode as fast as we could, and we just barely managed to get out of that hellish forest before that nonsensical creature made it to us. As we got to the other side of the street, outside the trees, gasping for air now, we took a last glance back. There it was again, standing in the tree line, but it seemed different now. It seemed to have opened what appeared to be eyes that were white and glowing. The moment a car drove by, the thing just disappeared, as if it had never been there. Man, I still have nightmares about it, and sometimes when I try to fall asleep, I hear that sound, this high-pitched, ear-cracking sound. I've no idea what me and Adam had seen, but I'm sure about one thing. I hate forests. My Family's Shadow, from L. My family has seemingly been haunted by some sort of shadow being for years, and I hope to get my family's stories out there. I live in Ireland, Northern Ireland to be specific. I lived in the country, fields very remote, until I was 2 and moved to the town when my parents split up. My great-grandmother who lives out in the country has told me time to time about the strange people she sees. Shadow-looking people, standing in random places around the old and abandoned farm and fields. We lived not too far up from her old house on a slightly raised hill. My mom had been given the land from my late great-grandfather, and she built a house for my family on it. One day my father had been sleeping because he was tired from work when he heard my mother park the car outside and me, my brother, and mother get out of the car and walk in. With eyes slightly open, he saw the door to his room open. He saw what looked like a shadow walk into the room and lie down right next to him. He spoke to it, thinking it was my brother. "I'll be up in a second." Then he fully opened his eyes. He looked beside him to see nothing there. Confused, he looked around the room but saw my brother nowhere. Then my brother and I actually did walk through his bedroom door. He was surprised, to say the least. In my previous house, I lived in front of a chapel. You'd think it was a safe place to live, but to me, it never was. I woke up one night needing to use the bathroom. I walked over to my door, opened it, and walked into the bathroom. Closing the door, I saw the shadowy head and shoulder of a person with long, misty fingers wrapping around the bars of the banister. This meant that that thing was standing on the stairs looking through. I slammed the door shut, quickly stifling a scream by covering my mouth with my hand. Tears appeared at the corners of my eyes as I shouted for my mom to come to the door. When I heard her coming, I wiped my tears and unlocked the door for her. She walked me from the bathroom to my bedroom, obviously confused, but I went in and ran to my bed. I covered my head with covers and cried, thinking about the thing that could be lurking around our house at any time. I didn't sleep that night, but I know I heard my door opening and never did close. This is a family mystery. I've heard stories about these things from family members for years. The only thing I'm scared of now is passing these things onto my future children, or if my nearly 3-year-old sister starts to see these shadows too. Childhood Encounter and Nightmare, from Black Wolf 96237. I'm 23 years old, but when I was around 6 or 7, I lived in England with my family. Minus the bullying I went through, it was fine. My dad was in the army though, and I rarely got to see him. One night I was heading off to bed. I couldn't remember what I was doing before then, but I do remember a dream I had. That weird dream. I was in my old elementary school cafeteria. It was dark out. There was no one around. I was alone. I climbed atop one of the tables to get a better look, but I still didn't see anyone. Then I noticed the huge cafeteria doors open, and something came through that shocked me. A dog, but not a normal dog. This one was massive, and it had black fur. I only saw its shape in the dark as it growled and charged at me. I jumped from table to table, yet the whole time I didn't really feel scared. But the creature still tackled me, and I got a good look at its eyes. Glowing red eyes. As it tackled me and I fell to the ground, I woke up in a cold sweat. I didn't really know what to make of that dream. I carried on the rest of my day as usual. I soon was riding my bike in the old neighborhood. My neighborhood had some houses connected to each other, and it had a huge forest. I remember riding my bike. It was still bright out, and the weather was pretty nice. I stopped for a moment. I didn't have a phone at the time, so my mom made me and my brother and sister carry walkie-talkies, so we could stay in contact. I was about to get back to riding my bike when I heard movement next to me. I was a curious kid, so I looked over, and I was horrified at what I saw. There, all too close, was a black dog. It looked different than a normal dog, and I knew then that I'd seen that dog before. I watched it, and it watched me. It slowly walked over to me. I didn't move, I simply watched this huge dog walking over to me. It stopped a few meters from me, and I could see that its eyes were solid red. It turned, then ran off into the woods. I was relieved that I wasn't attacked. I didn't tell anyone about the weird dog, assuming or maybe hoping it was a neighbor's dog that got loose. Fast forward, after we moved to the US, my dad left the army so we could spend more time together. At one point, I was watching an old show called Lost Tapes on Animal Planet. It used to be popular at the time. An episode came on about hellhounds. I never knew what a hellhound was until then. I looked it up on the internet to study up a bit more. I was creeped out by what I found out. I remembered the dream then, the one I had as a child, and I remembered the dog I saw in the dream and by the woods. That would explain the eyes and just how big it was. When I was 18, I had the worst year of my life. My mom passed away. I was so heartbroken, and so was my family. I stayed in bed all day, depressed. I didn't even go to school for a few days, and I had to force myself to eat. One day during a thunderstorm, I was just lying there, eyes closed, when randomly, the image of that black dog flashed in my head. I didn't know why, and I panicked, pulling out my laptop and looking more into it. I found a source that said if you see it 3 times, you'll die. But the first time I saw it was in a dream, and this 3rd time, it was just some involuntary thought. I'm 23 now, doing well despite the whole madness going on this year. I'm truly still surprised I can remember all of this. The hellhound, my childhood, all of that. I miss my mom deeply, but hopefully she's waiting in heaven. But every once in a while, I always wonder about that dog, and I wonder, did I truly encounter a hellhound? Something in the Tree, from Doomsday Option. I'm from Italy. We surely have our legends, tons of folklore and mythical creatures, but they're all very different from the American ones. I live in a small region in northern Italy. My house in particular is on the side of a road that only has another house and a farm along it. I have trees on both sides of the house. One night this summer, I went out with my dog to let him do what he needed before I put him to bed, On the side of my house, there's a little road that leads to the gate, and past that road, approximately 10 meters from the house, there are 2 cherry trees. Both are really tall, and their branches nearly touch each other's, but mind you, they don't actually touch. As soon as I stepped out of the door, I looked up to the cherry tree, and I swear I saw something. I couldn't make out much of a shape. It was just something that quickly moved from the higher branches of one tree to another, without a sound. I distinctly remember seeing it speeding through the branches. There was obviously something there, and I was looking at it, but when I pointed my flashlight in that direction, it was gone, as if the light only hid it. Fast forward a few nights, I was in my bed watching a movie. My window was open. The room is on the south side of the house, while the cherry tree is to the west side. I think it was around 12 o'clock when I heard this creepy noise. The noise reminded me of the way you take a deep breath with your tongue almost but not entirely touching the roof of your mouth. Breathe in like that and you'll know the sound I'm talking about, and you'll know it's pretty creepy to hear. But this one was much deeper than what a human could produce, and it was coming from one of those trees. I stood there for a few seconds, waiting to hear it again, and it did repeat, another 4 or 5 times, with intervals of a few seconds in between. Now I know this land and its animals, and let me tell you that nothing makes a sound like that. I don't know what it is, and to be honest, I'm not entirely sure I want to find out. Morning Vampires, from Dutch VROUW. I'm from Romania. This happened a long time ago, 20 years back, I think. One early morning, if I remember well, my mom and I were preparing to walk together to school. I was in general school, and we went every morning like that if we could. We didn't have a car at the time, and the school was close enough. The walk was only 15 to 20 minutes. We were running a bit late that morning, so my mom was in a hurry, walking very fast and keeping a tight hold of my hand, forcing me to match her speed. She just didn't really want me to be late for my classes, I guess. On the street where I lived, there's a church. It's still there to this day. That morning we passed by the road it was on. I remember the road being quite deserted. It was an early hour after all. I'd only seen a few people in the distance. I also remember the morning being very cold. The sun had only just come up. Now, the fence of the church next to us, it was half cast iron, and the bottom half was stone with an edge that you could sit on. As we passed by the church, near the entrance, we saw 2 people sitting on the edge of the stone. One of them was an elderly woman. I'd say she was around 60 years old. The other was a little girl, around 7 or 8. I turned my head to look at them. I was surprised to see these 2 people out this early, just sitting there. It must have been 7 a.m. by then. As I was watching them, both of them began to smile at me. Between the 2 of them, their gazes and smile were simultaneous. It was so odd that I remember thinking how creepy it was. And then both their mouths opened, revealing their teeth. Teeth so bright and perfect and white. And surprise, surprise, both of them had canines that were disturbingly long, much longer than the rest of their teeth. I would call them fangs at that point. Teeth like that do not belong on the human body. And those smiles, so creepy that even today when I write this, it gives me chills and goosebumps. I'll never forget this. And those smiles being so creepy, it basically imprinted in my brain. This memory is so fresh in my mind. I was watching them, even as we began to get distance between us. Once we were far enough away, I turned to ask my mom if she saw them, and she said yes, but we needed to hurry to get to school on time. I guess she did see them, but she never did see those creepy things. After we kept walking for a while, I turned and I could still see them in the distance, and even from there, I saw that they were smiling, showing me those horrific teeth. I felt my blood run cold. Since then, I have moved from Romania, but even before the move, I never did see them again, and I never want to see them again. I'm going to finish off this episode with a blast from the past, another story about mysterious creatures seen in Europe. Encounter at Laxey Will, from Laserbrand. I'm a New Yorker, but from 1999 until 2001, I lived in the northern UK for school. I attended Manchester University. At the time, I was dating an Irish girl, and she and I decided to go on a trip to the Isle of Man, since the ferry was cheap and we were students with little expendable income. We ordered our tickets and packed our backpacks. We got on the ferry and ended up sparking a conversation with a couple who I won't name, but their family owned a castle that they opened to the public, and they offered us room and board for next to nothing, as it was off-season tourist-wise, and we were poor students who were ecstatic and took the offer. Once on the isle, we were warmly taken care of. One night after dinner with said couple, not sure why, but we started talking about the rich history of the Isle of Man and its unique government. Everything from the TT motorcycle race to world record landmarks. They ended up mentioning the Laxey Will, the world's largest water wheel, and how it's just a short hike from the town of Laxey. We set off the next day and got to Laxey and got a room there. The next morning we were up very early at about 4 a.m. and we set off on our hike to Laxey Will. It was still dark then, our only light being streetlights. Our little tourist map had the hiking trail to the wheel on it. By the time we were up out of town going towards the wheel, the sun was just starting to come up again, and the air was very cool, and everything was getting dewy. There was a paved trail going up to the hill with little unpaved trails going away from it, with grass growing all around. We then found the wheel. It was massive, just huge. We sat down by it and ate some bread and smoked cod. I was sitting to the left of my then girlfriend. I began to hear music faintly in the air, not coming from the town. I looked around wondering where it was coming from, but then just sort of dismissed it. But it grew louder, and I asked my girlfriend if she could hear it. She nodded, but could not pinpoint the direction. Thinking we weren't alone, we stood up and began to look around, thinking that some other hikers were coming. But no one showed up. I finally could tell where the music was coming from though, and I began to walk towards it. I walked up the trail about 100 feet away from the wheel. The music got louder and began sounding really good to me. At this point, I don't recall where my girlfriend was. I continued back and forth on a particular spot on the trail and realized the music was off the trail, seemingly in the grassy hilly meadow ahead of me. I walked off to go closer to it. The music was so alluring, amazing, like every favorite song you'd ever heard wrapped into one. I can't for the life of me label it in any genre. It was in the air and just intoxicating. I pushed forward until I saw a small round clearing in the grass, half expecting maybe a couple of youngsters doing the, with the radio playing. So I slowed down and peeked over into this round clear area cautiously. What I saw, you won't believe. There were no young lovers, but tiny people dancing around and playing, singing to music. I literally rubbed my eyes. Was I hallucinating? But no. There they were, real as day, little blonde and brown-haired people. They had long hair, some braided, some not, and I had trouble discerning the males from females. They were dressed in what I could only call Renaissance outfits. Some had hats on, and there were about 30 of them altogether. They were dancing roughly in a circle with a blonde woman standing in the middle, not dancing, just standing there being tended to by what appeared to be servants. Besides being very small, about 8 to 10 inches tall, she was very beautiful. She had a teal blue dress on and long blonde hair down past her waist. It was braided on her head, like a French braid, then it combined into one braid with tassels at the end. I stood there, watching at least 15 minutes when she looked up at me and linked her eyes with mine. Linked is the word, completely locked. I couldn't look away. She began to walk towards me, and when she did, all the other little people stopped and stared. As she walked, maybe 40 feet away from me, she seemed to grow taller. By the time she was at the edge of the small circle, she was my height. I'm 6'1". I looked behind her, and the little people were still little, but just standing motionless. She briefly turned to her what I call servants, and they fell back. She looked down at the edge of the circle with a sort of cautious look, then stepped into the grass. She walked right up to me and began to speak. She had wide-set eyes that were large and light blue. She had a wide, flat forehead and a long, pointed nose. Her lips were thin, but still full in a way, if that makes sense. She's what I would call a handsome woman, a classic beauty, but more of a caricature. She smelled like a mixture of fresh, cool air and lilac blossoms. Not perfumed, more like it was her natural scent. It too was intoxicating. She began to talk to me, but I could not understand what she was saying. It sounded Scandinavian. That's the only man-made language I can think of that reminded me of this. I could tell she was asking me questions, but I could not understand what. She gestured behind me, as if to ask, did I come from that direction? I said I was sorry to intrude and that I came from the water wheel. She mimicked what I said, but in a questioning tone. My heart was in awe and started to flutter, like when I was a teen talking to a pretty girl. She held out her left hand and I reached out to touch it. Her fingers were beautiful and particularly long, like a good third longer than they should have been. I held out my right hand and held hers. It was warm and soft and quite strongly gripping. She didn't try to pull me, but when I relaxed my hand, she held mine more firmly. She stepped closer so we were face to face. I could feel her breathing on me as she spoke. She was 100% a living thing, even though I still had my doubts. I lifted my left hand towards her face, and she moved her head back, but kept holding my hand. I closed my hand to withdraw it, but she grabbed it and held it to her face. She rested her face in it. She opened her eyes and moved forward to kiss me. That's when I heard my girlfriend absolutely screaming at me. I snapped out of it and looked behind me. My girlfriend was up on the path yelling at me, full bore with her hands to her sides. I turned back and the lady, or whatever she was gone, but I could still feel the residual feeling on my hand from her face. The clearing was there, but all the little people were missing. The sky was dark, like the sun was down again. I ran back to my girlfriend. She said she had looked for me all day, and when she found me, I was just standing there completely motionless, like I was about to kiss someone who wasn't there. She said she was afraid to leave the trail because of stories she had heard when she was growing up in Ireland. Stories about the Fae folk. I'd been standing there so long that even people from town had begun looking for me. It was sundown, but for me, it had been early morning when I last spoke with my girlfriend. To this day, I have not lived a single minute without thinking of that woman. My heart physically aches and yearns for her. I honestly don't know what she was, but she couldn't have been human. Werewolf Sighting from the Mad Miller. In spring of last year, there have been reports from sheep farmers along the Dutch-German border, especially in the eastern Dutch provinces and way down in the southeast of the country. These shepherds have reported several cases of their sheep, and on some occasions even their sheepdogs, being slaughtered, but not eaten. These cases have been on the news several times, for if the killers would have been wolves like many suspected, they were displaying some off behavior. Namely, wolves don't just kill their prey and leave it behind, nor would they consider fighting one or several sheepdogs on a normal occasion. And lastly, they would never invade human territory, especially not on their own. Not to mention the territory was being guarded by dogs and electric fences in the meadows. Still, there have been reportings of sheep and sheepdogs being killed, and sometimes being partially eaten. In the southeast, there were 11 sheep, 6 of which were lambs, slaughtered, but left untouched beyond that. There was no trace found of the killer, save for the deep tooth marks in the torn throats of the dead sheep, as well as one paw print with a length of about 7 inches. After those killings, there was a period of silence, until there came new reports of the killings in the east having been done by wolves. This was said to have been confirmed by DNA tests coming from the bite marks on the dead sheep. Roughly a year later, there is now a small pack of wolves living on the biggest Dutch national park, Veluwe, and there have been no more reports of sheep being killed, not in the news anyway. The killer of the 11 sheep in the southeast has also been confirmed to have been a wolf, but this was never supported by DNA results, or further arguments other than young wolves that are looking for a territory to kill sheep on farms to show other wolves who's boss. But this contradicts the statement that wolves wouldn't dare to approach human settlements guarded by dogs and an electric fence. It was all quite suspicious. I loved going into the woods at nightfall, so much so that I've done it at least 3 times this year, though visiting a forest after sunset or before dawn is still illegal here. I would often take a short walk right before sunset and leave when it was almost completely dark, wearing dark clothes, so the foresters or creepy people would not spot me easily. I don't know why I'm addicted to hikes, especially nocturnal hikes in the woods. I felt a really strong call of the wild, if you'd call it that, ever since the first time I went off trail in the summer of 2017. When I go out to visit the woods, either going off trail or not even the time of day matters. I'm always energetic and excited about it. I would even dare to say that I wanted to go hunting at some occasions. I would feel the urge to hunt when I'd see a deer or rabbit run by, but I've neither a license nor weapons, so I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be able to do any of that. A few weeks ago, as of writing this, at the start of autumn, I went for another night hike in the forest. I had to bring my flashlight since it was cloudy and rainy outside. As always, I went there on my mountain bike, chaining it to a pole before I'd set off into the darkness between the trees. I saw the last people walking back to their cars and homes as I walked into the opposite direction. It had become completely dark when I made it to the middle of the forest. I silently enjoyed the cold, the scents and sounds of the woods, and I had nearly forgotten about my encounter in these same woods almost 2 years ago. After having set myself down on a wooden bench nearby, I heard the faint bleating of sheep from about 200 meters away from me. I stood up and began to walk in the direction of the noise, mostly because the bleating sounded rather distressed, as if the sheep were panicking and trying to flee from something. I was already surprised that I could hear it from that far away anyway, but what surprised me at least just as much was that I could smell the scent of the sheep as well. The wind was blowing in my direction, but still, I didn't know I was capable of this. I should mention it's quite normal to encounter a flock of sheep here in these woods, as local shepherds have their sheep stay in several places to control the weeds growing there. One day you might find them on the moor, and the other day you'd find them stationed near the bank of a lake. A low, fairly easily removable makeshift electric fence would hold the sheep from wandering off and losing the flock. Tonight, the flock had been placed on a small moor, about 200 meters from where I sat on a bench. It took me some time walking toward the pen before I could see the sheep, as the flock was hidden by bushes from my direction. Though what I saw when I arrived at the pen kind of shocked me, because not only were the animals running around frantically, trying to escape, but there were 2 slaughtered sheep lying in a small puddle of blood. I could see that their throats had been torn open by jaws that seemed bigger than those of a dog, or even a wolf. There were no signs of the fence having been touched, though. What I did notice were a scramble of enormous canine-looking paw prints around the sheep's corpses and around the pen, as if the killer had carefully been walking around at first, meticulously choosing its prey before stepping inside and making its move. The sight was, of course, shocking and terrifying, but weirdly enough, not for me. I wasn't as shocked and scared as I'd expected myself to be. Instead, I felt more frustrated. Frustrated about someone or something having been roaming around in my woods, causing a disturbance. I had begun to see these woods as my second home. As much of a reckless idiot as I was, I decided to follow the tracks. I was curious to see who or what was roaming the forest at night. If I wouldn't have known better, I would have realized that I might have just been walking into the jaws of death soon enough. I kept following the huge tracks until the trees surrounding me made the environment hard to see. I changed my mind as I could no longer see much at this point, the trees blocking out pretty much every possible light entering my eyes. So I whipped out my flashlight and shone it around, while I could still hear the sheep panicking in the distance, just maybe 55 meters behind me. I was suddenly on edge again when a new scent hit my nose, a scent which seemed to be a mix of wet dog and fresh blood. This would soon be accompanied by footsteps on the forest floor, calm steps, as if something was walking up to me to check me out. I directed my flashlight toward where the scent and sound was coming from, and what I saw first were eyes, gold yellow eyes, about 4 feet above the ground. Now this already meant that whatever it was bigger than a dog, bigger than a wolf even. I froze as the beast stepped closer, and at this moment I could make out its face and front view of its body. It was similar to a wolf, though in proportions slightly bigger and sturdier. Its fur was dark on its back and lighter on its belly. It even seemed to have a short, dark mane on its neck. The animal appeared to be staring at me cautiously, but it didn't seem to be aggressive yet. From the blood on its snout, I could tell that it must have been the beast that killed those sheep. And now, I was indeed scared. Any sudden moves or panic that I could not control could mean the death of me. It wasn't like I stood much of a chance against a beast this big. Still showing no aggression, the creature came closer until it stood about 5 meters away from me. Then, as I stood there watching in utter awe and silence, the creature stood up on 2 legs, like a bear, now towering over me at about 7 feet in height. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, and I took a more sturdy, defensive stance. I had to constantly remind myself not to show fear. It leaned forward a little and sniffed the air to smell my scent. It then perked its ears up, seemingly more suspicious of me. All I knew was that the bigger you appear to certain creatures, the less likely you are to be attacked. But no matter what I did, this thing would be looking down on me. Still, I tried to make the best of the situation, trying not to look intrigued or scared. This, as if by some miracle, seemed to work. The wolf-like thing stepped backward slightly, breaking eye contact with me. I took a tiny step forward and tried to look defensive or territorial. As I appeared to have the upper hand now, I did something ballsy. I spoke to it, trying to sound fearsome and demanding. "My woods. Get out." Again, I was genuinely surprised that this happened to work. The beast turned its head away from me and growled softly, what seemed to sound like a protest. It then went down on all fours and turned around to disappear into the darkness. Before it completely vanished from sight, it gave me one last awfully human-looking glance, its eyes reflecting the beam of my flashlight. As soon as I could no longer see, hear, or smell the wolf, I let out a sigh of relief, so loud that I was afraid the wolf would still hear me, and that it would come back. Only then did I start shivering, my mind and body at once realizing I had just survived a life-or-death encounter with an animal beyond the normal. Something that reminded me an awful lot of a werewolf. Cold shivers poured down my spine, and I grew a little nauseous when I was suddenly startled by a piercing but distant howl coming from behind me. It was both beautiful and haunting, reminding me of the howl from a game I used to play called The Hunter Classic. The sound chilled me to the bone, and all I wanted then was to get the heck out of those woods, back to my home. After about 20 minutes of speed walking back to my bike and continuously looking around me and pausing, cautiously peering into the darkness at every sound I heard, I made it back to my bike. Quickly, I unlocked it and raced home. Back at home, the realization hit me again. I might as well have been as dead and torn up as one of those sheep. When I calmed down, the questions started coming in too. Why didn't it attack me? Why did it react like that when it sniffed me? What's also strange is I haven't heard anything in the news, even the local news, about the slaughtered sheep I discovered. It's as if it never happened, with perhaps even the shepherd completely denying that his flock lost 2 of its members to a supernatural predator. All I know is that I won't be telling anybody in my family or friend group about my experience. If it comes up in the news, I'm sure people will just think it's a wolf, just like it happened with all the other sheep killings in the Netherlands over the past 2 years. And I'll be quitting my nocturnal walks in the woods for sure. Because next time I encounter something like that, I may not be so lucky. Lights in Coconino National Forest, from ATL Hoodrat. My husband and I moved into our camper van back in October, and our first stop was to visit family in West Texas, then move on to Arizona for a music festival. After the festival ended, we decided to hang around Tucson for a bit and see the gym and mineral show, before heading north to Flagstaff, then to the Grand Canyon. While heading to the Grand Canyon, we found an awesome boondocking spot in the Coconino National Forest. It was on this small Forest Service road that only had 2 spots on it, and one was occupied by a man and his young son, who I assumed were spending the day in Sedona, about 45 minutes away, and retiring early to their RV. We snagged the last spot before crossing, which was awesome. It was perched up on this hill that had been leveled at the top. You could see all the mountain ranges surrounding you with the ranch fence next to us. The ranch was over the next mountain in the valley. There were wild cattle around, and the landscape was absolutely breathtaking. I spent most of my day just staring out at it. It's an extremely remote place as well, which we love, because we love stargazing and privacy. We go to bed early most evenings, around sunset, waking up around sunrise with a middle-of-the-night bathroom break. We woke up and walked outside for our bathroom break, and could not believe the stars. They looked wonderful. We went back to bed and agreed to stay another night, just to see the stars again, even better. The following day we spent listening to music and rock hounding and taking in the landscape. I kept looking at this one particular ridge, telling my husband that a bright light was shining on it, almost like a strobe. He looked and it was gone. It wasn't something I thought of until I saw it a few times again, and then I became concerned. As a wilderness first responder, maybe there was a hiker out there who was stranded on the ridge, trying to get our attention. But the areas that the light came from changed, much too often for someone to be traveling by foot or bike. Later that evening, after we made dinner, we sat outside watching the sunset and decided to go back in the van to hang out while it got dark out. Then it would be dark enough to really see all the stars and the Milky Way. It was around 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. We came out and I immediately looked up. There was this light that was so bright white, and it seemed close. I asked if that was the North Star, and if so, how could it be so bright and close to us? My husband said he wasn't sure. We kept walking around our site looking at the sky and the satellites. We went around the van, then back to our original spot and looked up. Immediately, we noticed the light was gone. But then we began to notice the light again. It was moving further away. It was a different color now, too. It was moving rapidly. It would jump around almost like a hummingbird, but changing color between yellow, red, and blue. I've seen a lot of different phenomena in my life, so I wasn't particularly worried or shocked, especially since we had just seen the Marfa lights, which looked similar, but with more flowing movements. That all changed in the next few moments, when the light began to change colors into monochromatic ranges of deep violet and violet blues with magenta. It was almost peaceful looking, soothing. It started moving closer to us, changing colors more often. Blues, violets, pinks, greens. It came down to the ground level on the other side of the large juniper. I lost my breath at that point. The juniper was only a short distance from us, and at this point we noticed that it was literally peeking at us from around the juniper, just as we had been peeking at it from around our van. It moved so much, I guess the way to describe it, it was like a curious child, and it seemed like the light would have been where the face was, and as tall as an average male. All of a sudden I realized how close we were to seeing it, and I became afraid. Because I don't think I was ready to see it. It's like a big question that's about to be revealed, and are you sure you want to know the answer? You can't go back. The box would be open. I may have made a noise or jumped back when the fear set in, and this light thing did not like this. It got very low to the ground, almost cat-like, and was looking through the bushes. Immediately, it began to pulsate red, the color of aggression. It scared the heck out of me, to be honest. We ran back to the van, jumping in and locking the doors. Our van has this bubble wrap mylar insulation in the windows, which we put up in the winter months to keep in the warmth, so we couldn't see out of them. At that point, I didn't want to. I was horrified. I couldn't catch my breath. After we finally calmed down, we decided we needed to look. What person wouldn't? We got out to inspect. Where the light had been before now seemed empty. This was a relief, but it also made me wonder if I was making the whole thing up. Then I looked to my left, just beyond the fence to the ranch. I noticed several of the same type of lights moving back and forth in greens and blues. They were pretty far away, so I wasn't so worried, and I felt a bit more calm about the situation. They were far away enough. For some reason, I turned towards the ridge I'd been looking at earlier that morning. I thought I saw something larger moving in the dark. Of course, I told myself that I was just crazy, to disregard it. And at that moment, a bright light came on. But it wasn't a light. It was a creature of some sort, very similar to something you would imagine from movies that depict alien beings as robots or wear robotic machines. This machine was large and clearly visible. It was shining a light into the valley where we had just seen the blue and green lights. It flashed a couple of times and then was gone. All the other lights were gone shortly after that, and did not come back that night. I wish we had thought to grab our phones, but the first one happened so rapidly that it didn't at all occur to us to record it. Though there was quite a bit of strangeness in the photos I had taken during the trip. Texas Werewolf from King. A quick note, this story was sent to me way back in 2017. A user by the name of King sent it to me, and sadly I missed it. I hope you all enjoy this story. Thanks, King, and sorry it took so long. And if somehow I already read this story, I don't remember. My memory is terrible these days. Now let's get started. Part 1. I've always been intrigued by werewolves, ever since I saw the film The Wolfman, 1941. I was about 6 years old. I enjoyed the whole myth behind the beast and always believed in them, but there was always something in the back of my head that said otherwise. 2 or so years ago, as of writing this, I began listening to werewolf encounters on YouTube, as well as reading online blogs where people posted their stories. The encounters I'm going to share are 2 different occasions, but they're both with the same person in both encounters. My nickname is King. I'm Mexican, and I've been in Texas almost my whole life. I'm 26 years old, and these are my encounters. My first encounter happened about 11 years ago when I was 15. We were at my friend Jose's grandpa's ranch outside of Houston, Texas, having a small carne asada, shooting around and just relaxing. The ranch is a 5,000-acre property, and I'd say 93% of that is woods. There's only about 80 acres cleared that make up the house, stables, and chicken coops. Altogether, I'd say there were about 48 people there or so, including the ranch owners, who were my friend's grandparents, his parents, and Jose himself. There were 4 other friends of ours, and their girlfriends too, and the rest were ranch workers and their wives. We were all talking and laughing, having fun, when we began to talk about scary stories and encounters. By then, we'd all eaten already, so we were just relaxing and hanging out behind the house by the barbecue grill. It was around 4 a.m. and everything seemed normal, until we noticed that the dogs at the ranch began circling us, looking out into the woods directly in front of us. At the time, we had dozens of dogs at the ranch, all pit bulls trained to take down boar. They were growling and barking, ready to attack. We turned to look towards where the dogs were looking, and we saw 2 yellow-orange eyes at about 90 feet from us or so, at a height of about 4 feet. We didn't know what it was. We'd been all over every square inch of that property, during the day and even overnight, and we'd never seen anything like it. They didn't look like a coyote's eyes. They were too high off the ground, too big to be a coyote's. We all went quiet, just stared at them for a few seconds, when I heard Jose's grandpa say in Spanish, "It's the same eyes." Jose's father, a ranch worker, and myself both turned around to look at him, seeing him grab his gun at that moment. He turned to see me and nodded in approval. I picked up my .357 from the table, stood up, and took aim at whatever that thing was. I was aiming for the eyes, and I swear at that moment, that thing redirected its attention at me. I know it probably wasn't but a split second, but it felt as if a few minutes passed by. To be completely honest, I was scared. Here I was looking at something I knew nothing about, a creature that stood 4 feet tall and had been looking at us for who knows how long. I couldn't tell its actual size or weight, and I didn't know how fast it could move. I didn't know anything about it, but I knew if I missed, that creature would react. But luckily, we had enough ammunition between all of us, so surely we could take this thing down. As I was beginning to squeeze the trigger, the eyes raised, elevated off the ground more. They didn't wobble or twitch or blink. It was a smooth single motion. The only way I could describe it was when you crouch and your whole weight is being supported on your toes. Then you begin to rise slowly, eyes elevating, except this thing reached about 8 or 9 feet tall, and I swear I felt my hand shaking before readjusting my aim for the eyes that were now a few feet from my original position. Jose whispered, "Ready when you are, King." I took a shot. Jose's grandpa followed suit. After firing several rounds between the two of us, we stopped. The eyes were gone. I never saw those eyes move, though. All I know is that they disappeared. We then heard trees shaking and branches breaking, but luckily, the sound was getting further and further away, and that was that. By then, everyone was standing up. Those who had guns had them in their hands, ready to aim if they saw something come back. Not too long after that, everyone was beginning to calm down. Jose's dad asked his dad, "Was that the same thing?" To which Jose's grandpa replied, "Yes." He then walked to the cooler and proceeded to get another beer, asking if anyone wanted another. Jose told him, "Grandpa, if you were serious about all those stories you used to tell me, you need to tell us what you know, so that we can be prepared if it comes back." His grandpa sighed and sat down. One thing I'd like to point out is that this man is a serious man, a real old-school Mexican. No jokes, no lies. Nowadays he plays with his grandkids, but he still has that seriousness to him. He was in both Mexican and American armies. Never have I heard him tell a lie about anything, not even to cover his own butt. After a drink of his Corona, he then told us he had encountered what he believed those eyes belonged to. Basically, he said it was a werewolf. The first time he saw it in Sinaloa, Mexico. He was about 15 then. He was out in the Sierra and was attacked by it while hunting with his father and 3 cousins. They'd shot at it but missed. The second time he'd encountered one was in Houston, Texas. He was 21 years old. He saw it on the side of the road, but only for a split second. He said their eyes locked onto each other. Lastly, he saw it when he was 40, outside of New Mexico, camping with his wife. He claimed that it charged at them and chased them all the way from the campsite to the tree line before the parking area. He told us that this thing took 3 shots from a 9mm to the chest and didn't do anything more than flinch. This would be his 4th time encountering it, and he believes they are different creatures, not the same one. We stayed there talking for some time, others still trying to comprehend what had happened for another couple of hours or so. Little by little, people went to sleep, although I doubt any of us got good sleep that night. Jose, his grandpa, his dad, and myself were the last four to stay outside, and we hadn't said a single word for close to 15 minutes at one point, when Jose's grandpa broke the silence, asking, "Y'all afraid?" We looked at each other, and I was the one who spoke out, telling them exactly what I felt when I took aim at the thing. I could tell everyone was surprised, especially coming from me, as I've never choked or thought twice about pulling the trigger. But Jose's grandpa told me he too had been scared and had hesitated to fire at it, even back during his camping encounter. The following day around 2 p.m., we were all waking up. Me, Jose, and a ranch worker went to investigate the area where we'd seen the eyes. We didn't find any blood, but what we did find were the holes the AK rounds made in the trees and paw prints. These prints looked like dog prints, but massive. I wear a size 13 shoe, and these prints were just as big as my boots. Jose's grandpa was on his way out, and he gathered all of us, telling us to never ask him about that night, and that now we all know why he's so strict on us concerning not leaving the house without a gun at the ranch. He then left. Me and my friends, all the workers too, all agreed to keep a lookout for whatever those eyes belonged to. If we encountered something like that thing again, we'd use every single round at the ranch to put it down. We haven't talked about that or witnessed anything else at the ranch since that day, but everyone is still on alert at the ranch. Day or night, everyone is careful and aware of their surroundings. Part 2. My second encounter takes place a few months before writing this. To this day, I can't go outside the house at night without imagining that thing out there. It happened in Spicewood, Texas. We had just moved to Lakeway, Texas from Austin. We had been there for a couple of months when I was leaving a client's home, where I did some irrigation system repair, and I got a call from my friend Jose, same one from the previous encounter. We talked for a couple of minutes, when I heard a miter saw turn on in the background. I asked if he was still working, to which he answered yes. I looked at the clock in my truck, and it was around 7 p.m. I told him to send me the address, and I'd go over and help for a few hours. Spicewood is roughly about 15 minutes from Lakeway if you take the back roads through the hills, but I was already on the main road, so I just continued my way, which threw me off about an extra 10 minutes or so. By then, it was starting to get somewhat dark. I arrived at the place around 7:30 p.m. The layout of the property was a little difficult to explain, but I'll try my best. The house was located in a cul-de-sac, and it's the only one in that cul-de-sac. The last house before the one Jose was working on was about 5 minutes or so back up the road, and that's 5 minutes driving at 55 miles an hour on country, wooded roads. The main road goes downhill from the last house all the way down to the cul-de-sac. The driveway makes an extremely wide U shape right off the road, and the main house is about 300 feet into the property along the driveway. The house Jose was remodeling was about 800 to 1,000 feet into the property, and by this time the driveway had a retaining wall on the left side, as the driveway also goes downhill and ends in the garage for the guest house. At this point, the retaining wall is about 10 to 12 feet tall, and the patch of trees in between the main road and the driveway is about 150 feet wide by about a 1,000-foot stretch, which connects to the woods behind the garage and the guest house, which also goes downhill perpendicular to the main road and driveway around the back of the place. To get to the guest house from the garage, it's a walk of around 40 feet down cement steps leading to the first story of the house, which is about 50 feet or so down from the driveway in another level of property. The way Jose had parked his truck and trailer, I couldn't park any closer than 500 feet from the garage. There were only 3 lights illuminating the driveway. One was from the main road, which was mostly blocked by trees. The second was on the front door of the main house, and the last one was on the garage. It wasn't well lit. but I had enough light to navigate my way through the driveway. I got to the house and began helping around. About an hour into working, we were listening to music, talking, when I started to get an uneasy feeling. I looked out of the third-story window and just looked out onto the trees when all of a sudden I heard Jose ask, "You good, cuz? You straight?" To which I answered, "Yeah, I'm good. Just got a weird feeling for some reason." I honestly didn't know how to explain it, but it felt like someone was looking at me through the window, which of course was impossible. The closest house was a good 30 minutes away on foot, and odds were nobody would be out walking at this time, not way out here. And the main house was empty, as the people were out in Italy visiting the in-laws. It just felt weird, but it was a familiar weird. "You mean like that night at the ranch, King?" Jose said, and then it hit me. It was exactly like the feeling at the ranch when we saw those yellow eyes. I turned to look at him, and he said, "Yeah, I felt it twice before. Never told the workers, but when we stay late at night, I don't let them go out just in case." I asked if he thought he was being hunted, but he laughed and said, "Nah, cuz we ain't hunted by no werewolves, I'll tell you that." I smirked, turning toward the window to see if I saw anything in there, while he walked to the light switch, turning the lights off and closing the door. The room was in complete darkness, and we stood there looking for the eyes, but we never saw anything. After a couple of minutes, Jose asked if I had my gun on me, to which I replied no. He took one of his twin H&K VP9s from behind his waist and handed it to me. I stuck it in my back and walked out the room to continue working. At 10:30, he told everyone to start cleaning up and picking up tools. By 10:50, we were out the door and chilling on the porch when one of the workers asked if anyone had a lighter. No one did, but I told him I had one in the truck. As I made my way over to the truck, I began to get that weird feeling again, but I remembered I had Jose's gun on me. So I ignored it and made my way up the cement steps and up the driveway. When I was halfway to the truck, I heard what sounded like panting, and a dog semi-running in the trees between the driveway and the main road. I ignored it. I'm not scared of any big dogs, and if the worst happened, I could just scare him with a warning shot. I kept walking towards my truck when I saw a big black dog come out running from the trees. It made the 10-foot drop from the trees to about 10 feet from the bed of my truck, like it was nothing, and just started sniffing the air. I've been around a lot of large dog breeds, and I've seen a lot of dog shows on Animal Planet, not to mention the world's biggest dog videos I've seen on YouTube. And this dog, it looked unlike anything I'd seen before. It had pointed ears like a Doberman, but the body was all wrong. It was too wide and bulky. It paced from left paw to right paw, sniffing the air as I continued to get closer. I was in a way amazed to see something so big, so bulky, and at the same time it looked similar to a dog. I love pit bulls, and I love how their muscles show with the right feeding and exercise, so I wanted to get closer to the dog. My mind had completely forgotten about our encounter and how I'd been feeling part of this night. I walked closer and closer until I was about 30 feet away from it. It must have smelled me, because it stopped immediately and turned its head slightly to the side. That's when I realized I'd screwed up. This dog had a giant wolf head on it, like an extra wide German Shepherd head. Then it turned its entire body, pivoting on its left rear paw, and from the little light I got from the road light and the house lights, I was able to make out part of its detail. I was mesmerized to see what appeared to be a giant wolf-like creature. I reached for my keys, clicking the unlock button on my keyless entry remote, which made the rear lights turn on, and I was able to see it a little better. It began sniffing, getting closer to me, and it slowly went from 4 legs to what appeared to be a crouching position on 2 legs. As it was sniffing and getting closer, it reached to grab onto the bed of my truck with its hand. Yes, a hand. 4 fingers and a thumb. I was maybe 10 feet away from it when it stopped and looked at me, looking at me from head to toe. It was not yet being aggressive in any way. It appeared to be more curious, analyzing me. At that moment, I slowly reached for the gun on my back, and as I did, this thing slowly stood up to easily towering over me. It must have been 9 feet tall. As I brought the gun to my side, I took advantage of those few seconds to get a good look at it. Most of its fur was black, with a gray color on its chest area and hands. Its head looked like a wolf's, but proportionally larger, maybe 2 to 2.5 times the size of a normal wolf's head. It also had pointed ears and a long muzzle, big circular yellow eyes exactly matching those that we saw at the ranch. It didn't growl or make any threatening facial movements. His arms were long but muscular, ending in hands with long claws. I could tell that whatever he grabbed onto could easily get shredded into pieces, no doubt. His legs were thick, perfect for resistance and carrying his weight around. They were bent back like a dog's legs, and also ended in gigantic rear paws, not feet. It had a bushy tail like that of a wolf or maybe a golden retriever. By the time I'd finished analyzing it, I had the gun in both hands and was looking at him in the eyes. It then looked down towards my hands, squinting its eyes slightly. It looked back into my eyes and seemed to nod, as if trying to say no. It then let out a slight growl, one that was plenty deep enough to have me nearly trembling with fear. For a moment I thought this was it for me, wondering if it knew what was in my hands. Did it comprehend that it was a gun? Did it know that this thing could possibly hurt it? Just how smart was it? As I was thinking these questions, I switched the gun from my right hand to the left and proceeded to place it on the hood of my truck, which I was right next to. As soon as I let go of the gun, he let out the deepest, loudest howl I'd ever heard. So deep and loud, I felt it rumbling in my chest, as if it was a pair of subwoofers. It really hurt my ears. I had to cover them with both hands. It then leapt over the bed of my truck, clearing it with ease as it ran out of the backyard of the main house, disappearing into the woods behind the property. God, he was fast. He was more than fast. Unbelievable, so agile, swift, and fast for his size. By the time he disappeared into the woods, Jose was running towards me with his gun in hand, looking everywhere and clearing the area. Jose asked me with a shaky voice what I saw. I told him it was what his grandfather warned us about. I didn't want to give details as his workers were there. Then we heard another howl coming from behind us and another one in front of us, overlapping the previous one. It doesn't take a genius to know one ran to the right, and there was no way he was howling behind and in front of us at the same time. So we got into our trucks and got the heck out of there. Jose followed me back into Oak Hill, and we stopped at a bar for a much-needed bottle or two, while I explained what happened. We called his grandpa, who was in Sinaloa at the time, but he wasn't at his property. When he finally returned our call, I was already home, but still talked to him about it. We believed that this one was a different one than the one we encountered at the ranch. For the next 3 weeks or so, I woke up to the slightest noise. It was heck, as our AC came on close to 4 times at night. I couldn't walk outside the house at nighttime without thinking one of them would be there. My worst fear is that he is out there, and he'll try to come inside while my family's home, and I'm gone. I talked to my son as well as my friends' kids about what happened at the ranch all these years ago. I even mentioned my recent encounter. They believe me, and they've all promised to stay alert at the ranch, and that if they ever see yellow eyes at the ranch, they'll all form a circle, protecting each other's backs, and will make their way back to the house letting us know what they've seen immediately. Now, I can't say if this is a bunch of men turning into werewolves, or a whole different species of animal, not yet officially discovered. But what I do know is that that thing must have recognized my gun. It showed signs of dislike as soon as he saw it. They seem to be extremely adept at hunting. The way those howls sounded, we had been surrounded the whole time and we didn't even know it. I got a hold of a few people I know that are Native American. I shared my experience with them. All three of them come from different tribes, and they all had their own take based on their history. But the thing that all three of them told me that was the same was that these werewolves protect the tribe. They guard the area, making sure no threats come upon them. It knew that I wasn't an enemy. That's why I wasn't attacked. And the way it reacted to my weapon, it was simply asking me to put it away. And when I did so, he called off the ambush. I don't know if Spicewood has any links to Native American land or not. I wish I knew more. But what I do know is that if anyone comes looking for them here with bad intentions, they're not going to be so nice. Since this encounter, I've called off the attack on sight order at the ranch, and we'll just let these creatures be. If they're enemies, we'll take care of them the only way we know how, but if they're protectors, then I will respect their wishes. Morning Commute from J Rebel 86. This took place about 10 years ago when in Kansas, about 10 miles north of Topeka, when I was still married to my ex-wife. We had been spending the weekend at her parents' place. I was helping her dad with a project, but I had to take her to her work at Target that morning. We had just taken off from her parents to take her to work in her new Dodge Caravan. We'd been traveling for about 5 minutes when we came to this bridge we've passed God knows how many times before. Nothing weird had ever happened. But today would prove to be different. We were going about 60, and we were just about in the middle of the bridge when something hit our van hard. I was trying to maintain control, all while my ex was screaming. I look over for just a second, because I was trying not to crash, but what I saw in that moment is something I definitely won't forget. In those few seconds I saw a reddish-brown colored muzzle. It was almost comical in how it looked, like Wile E. Coyote in those old Looney Tunes cartoons. Face pasted to the window, tongue hanging out, but it had wicked-looking fangs showing before falling off the van. I go up about 20 yards to turn around and park on the side of the road. My ex is now hysterical, screaming that we just hit a werewolf. I'm thinking it was most likely somebody's poor dog I'd killed, so after pulling over, I got out to assess the condition of the van. It looked like on the passenger side it had been T-boned. Windshield would need replacing along with the mirror, and either a new door or some major bodywork. If it was a dog, it was a darned big one. I would have assumed hitting something like that at 60 would have killed it, but when I went to look for its body, there was nothing there. I looked on either side of the bridge and found nothing. But I did notice one thing. Whatever I hit had to have been able to jump over 50 feet from the creek below to where I hit in the middle of the bridge. My ex-wife still swears to this day it was a werewolf. All I know is werewolf, dogman, or whatever it was, it got hit by a van going 60 miles per hour, and it just got up and ran away like it wasn't a problem. I encountered a werewolf from Brody Boy 96. I live in the countryside of Scotland. I'm a 23-year-old guy. My encounter happened only a few nights ago, and I'm still mentally processing what I saw in the forest. I was taking my dog Brody out for his midnight walk. Our walk path cuts through a section of forest close to my house. Usually nothing happens and Brody just does what he does, and then we go home. Yet tonight Brody didn't act at all himself. A few things you need to know about my dog before I continue. He's a mix between Border Collie and a German Shepherd. He's 4 feet tall. He's also a quiet dog and would only break silence if he was spooked. So we were just walking along the path when suddenly Brody stops mid-step, puts his nose to the air. Then I saw his fur bristle, and I heard his deep growling as he started looking in all directions. Logically, I thought maybe a field mouse or even a stray deer was passing through, so I knelt down in front of him and tried calming him down. His response was to spin around and start barking at where we had been walking. I got this warm sensation coming from my chest, as if someone had lit a fire underneath my skin. Sweat began breaking out across my forehead. Then I see what Brody must have been spooked by. At first glance, I thought I was looking at a dog. I breathed in a sigh and silently scolded Brody for freaking out at it. Then I get back up and I glance a second time. I realized what I was looking at was not a dog. It was a black-coated wolf, and it was as tall as a Yorkshire horse. Every story my gran used to tell me as a child about werewolves came flooding back to me. I went limp from fear, and I fell to my knees. I kept my eyes on it, but I gripped Brody's collar. I didn't want him to try attacking it and getting himself killed. I'd rather have him by my side, and we could go together. This werewolf had been in a stare-down with my dog all this time, and only when I'd fallen to my knees did it take notice of me. Its glowing gold eyes blinked, and it started to slowly approach us. I glanced at Brody. He suddenly turned from growling to being submissive as he lay down and rolled over. I let go of his collar and gulped in loudly, and I looked up. Its face was inches away from mine. The werewolf kept staring into my face, as if it could somehow see my soul. It growled, and the sound vibrated through the ground and into my body. I looked down and showed it the back of my neck, then closed my eyes tight, waiting to feel teeth. After what felt like eternity to me, but must have been only moments, I glanced back up. Honestly, a part of me did want to see it again. But it was gone. I knew I hadn't imagined it, because what I heard next was its howling. I pulled myself up off the ground and Brody did the same. Then we took off running towards home. I've now changed our walking route, obviously because of this experience, and I avoid the forests on full moon nights. I might have encountered a Skinwalker from ZTC/W. A few years ago, in November of that year, I was about to turn 15. I was living with my family on a farm in Oklahoma. I remember being able to see an airport from the house. My chores back then included gathering any trash in the yard, field, or in one of the 2 houses. I would then have to take the trash down a driveway that's about 1/4 of a mile long. One night in November, my mom pointed out that the trash bag needed taking out, telling me to take it to the dumpster at the end of the driveway as soon as I could. Firstly, I grabbed my phone, which had a super bright flashlight. Then I got my jacket, before grabbing the trash bag, which to my surprise was heavier than usual. I should mention here that I had never taken the trash out at night at our new home. We'd only been on this property for about 3 months by then. The moment I looked out at the driveway, I couldn't see the other end to it. The trees that go down the driveway seemed to consume the light, what little of it there was. The moon itself was barely visible, giving off hardly any light at all. This didn't help. I started walking down the driveway, noticing immediately that my phone's flashlight was not up to par for the task. I couldn't even see about 10 feet in front of me. But I carried on, and all was seemingly fine until I made it to the middle of the driveway. That's when I heard the voice of a friend. But recently this friend had moved away. Yet there I was, in the dark on the driveway, hearing him call out to me, saying hello from the field to my left. Immediately I stopped, shining the light into the field, looking for him. I didn't see anything weird, just the 2-foot-tall dry grass. I continued down the driveway, listening closely around me for any noises. About 3/4 of the way down, I heard so many different voices coming from that field all at once. Voices I recognized, such as my friend I mentioned before, but also my dad, whom I don't live with and hadn't for a while, as well as my friend's little sister, and even my own voice. Besides that, there were several other voices that I didn't recognize at all of them either calling out my name or speaking words that I didn't understand. But all of them sounded as if they were coming with the wind. When I got to the end of the driveway, it all stopped. I threw the bag in the dumpster, then I looked into the field, seeing absolutely nothing. No movement, no sign that anything odd had been there. For a moment, I thought about calling or texting someone back at the house to tell them to come get me with the car, but I decided against it. Now that I think about it, I should have turned on the camera of my phone. But at the time, I had just gotten the phone, and I was still getting used to it. And when I was that panicked and terrified, I wasn't really thinking clearly. I decided that I would walk back down the driveway because I thought if it were an animal or something like that, it would chase me if I decided to run. So I started to walk back, listening intently, trying to stay calm. But then the voices started up again as soon as I began walking. I heard them greeting me, some of them saying farewell as well. But that's as much as I was able to understand. They were all speaking at once, drowning each other out. I kind of started to walk faster, to get back up the driveway quickly. But then, there was a new sound. Footsteps in the grass. This whole time I hadn't looked back to the grass, just back to the house, so when I finally peered out into the grass, I saw a tall black shape, as the light didn't shine bright enough to show any features of whatever it was. Whatever I was looking at was tall, 7 to 8 feet tall. I could also see arms that were extremely long, pressed closely against its sides, and the creature was hunched over slightly. I turned around then, and I couldn't keep myself from running now. The air was cold as I ran, colder than it should have been, and it didn't take long to hear a second set of feet hitting the gravel, although clearly sounding like it was just jogging to get to me. This thing was capable of covering a lot more ground than I was. The sound of its footsteps grew closer and louder. I got to the front yard and took off around the house, jumping over the truck frame in the back carport and into the back door. I sat there for a moment, watching the backyard, wondering if it had followed me home. After a couple of minutes, I walked away from the door and to my room. My brothers, who were in our room playing games, didn't hear a thing apparently. I decided to tell them about the voices I'd heard, and I started to tell them about the figure too. One of my brothers interrupted me, saying that I was just making this all up. After that, when I told the story to people, I would only focus on the voices I heard. It seemed like talking about the figure would cause people not to believe me. I believe that night I may have encountered a Skinwalker, but I can't be sure. Not too long after late November that year, early December I believe, I got one of my friends to come over along with his sister. I told them of these voices, never telling them that I heard her voice that night. We decided we would walk down the driveway and to the end of the road to see if anything happened again. We talked my oldest brother into going with us, and just in case, we got some weapons, a couple of pocket knives, a pipe, and my machete, which I now bring with me if I have to take out the trash at night. So we walked down the driveway, slowly, focusing on the sounds around us. The first thing the others noticed was the way the driveway consumed the light at night, as if it became a void of some sort. My brother and I have the same kind of phone. The friend had a flashlight, and his sister had a phone with a flashlight too. We had all our flashlights on, pointing them to the driveway, and even then, we couldn't see more than 10 feet in front of us. We continued walking. As I was walking with them, I told them there were a few details about the story that I left out. I explained to them where I had heard each voice, that the wind picked up, and that I saw a figure in the field. I even told them about how the air was so cold, but for some reason I couldn't bring myself to tell them that the figure I saw had actually chased me. We got to the end of the driveway soon enough, but then my friend began being a jerk to his sister, trying to get her to run off back home. Me and my brother were trying to get him to stop as we walked down the road. At some point, we thought we saw a figure at the end of the road, but in the blink of an eye, it had disappeared. We said it was just a shadow of some sort. Almost halfway between the end of the road and the driveway, my friend's sister had enough of his comments and started walking back, just as he had wished. At the time, she was just turning 12 and only had a pocket knife on her. I felt bad for her, so I told my friend off and ran to catch up with her to help her walk back. As the two of us walked, she revealed to me that she had some problems with her brother, and she believed she may have been suffering from depression. This aggravated me and got me angry towards my friend, but she requested of me not to tell anyone that she told me that. So I agreed, and we simply walked back to the house. Back in my room, we started playing some video games and talking to relax. After about an hour, my brother and my friend came back, but they were seemingly interrogating us, demanding to know how long we'd been in here. We gave them an answer easily, as the game we'd been playing ran in intervals. But then they told us that when they decided to walk back to the house, they saw this figure walking from the field across from our driveway into the driveway, seemingly walking over a fence. The figure was tall. They didn't know who it was, but hoped that it was us, even though the figure didn't match what we looked like. The two of them began running, and when they got to the end of the driveway, they looked back, yet saw nothing. The figure was gone. Ever since this experience, we haven't gone back out to explore the driveway at night, but I hope I never see the figure again. I'm hoping that whatever this thing is, it doesn't live around my home. Hopefully, it was just passing through. Bear Beast of the Appalachian Mountains, from Doug. This story takes place in southwest Pennsylvania, roughly 40 miles north of the West Virginia border. I'm an avid outdoorsman and love spending time in nature when I'm not working. But one recent, terrifying camping trip changed the way I look at the world we live in and what hides in the shadows. This happened in mid-April of 2020. I was out of work due to the Rona crisis going on, and decided it was a good time to go camping, since it was relatively nice out. So I phoned two good friends of mine to go camping on some state land in the Appalachian Mountains for a weekend. Let's call them Ron and Jake. So on that day, Ron, Jake, and I drove out to the most remote area we could find in those mountains. We parked my SUV, unloaded our tents and the other camping gear, then hiked a few miles deep into the uncharted Appalachian mountain wilderness. And if you're wondering, the three of us were carrying firearms for protection. Ron, being the biggest gun nut out of all three of us, had his Glock 10mm and DPMS AR-10 308 tactical rifle. Jake had a Colt 45 1911 handgun, and I had my Mossberg 590M 12 gauge. We soon found a small clearing in the dense forest, a perfect spot to set up camp. We soon noticed some large scratch marks on some trees about 7 feet off the ground. Of course, we didn't think too much of it. It was about an hour before dark, and we needed to set up some tents, gather firewood, get a fire going. After that, we sat around the campfire drinking a few beers, listening to music, and telling some old stories. By around 11 p.m., we decided to call it a night. When we finally turned off the music we had playing on the Bluetooth speaker, we realized the forest was completely silent. All three of us knew this was very odd, but again didn't think much of it. We just climbed into our tents and tried to get some sleep. I woke up sometime later to an overwhelming feeling of dread and that we needed to leave. The forest was still silent. But the silence was then broken by Jake screaming not far away, followed by the sound of gunshots and a very deep, loud, guttural roar. I burst out of my tent along with Ron, now completely sobered up. Our guns were drawn. The fire had died down quite a bit, but there was still enough to light up the campsite. Jake came sprinting back into the campsite with his Colt 45 drawn, completely pale white, looking absolutely terrified. He yelled at me and Ron to run, saying that it's coming for us. Ron and I were still trying to comprehend what was happening, but what I saw next will haunt me to the day I die. There, walking up to the edge of the campsite on all fours, illuminated by the dwindling light of the campfire, was a giant hulking beast. It literally looked like a grizzly bear on steroids. Dark brown fur, extremely muscular body, glowing red eyes, and large curled horns on top of its head. The beast began to growl and bare its teeth at us. Then it stood up on its back legs, towering over us at about 8 or 9 feet tall. The intense standoff was then broken by rapid gunshots by Ron with his AR-10 308. Jake and I snapped out of our petrification and joined Ron in the fight with our guns. I don't know how many times all of us hit the beast, but it let out an agonizing pain-filled roar and dropped to its stomach. The beast wasn't dead. It was still alive, growling but momentarily halted. We had pummeled it enough to buy the three of us some time to sprint like heck out of there, going back in the direction we had arrived. After a few minutes of sprinting, we could hear not far behind us these huge crashing footsteps and thick branches breaking. How none of us tripped and fell while trying to navigate our way through the dark Appalachian mountain forest while running and being chased by some giant bear beast, I don't know, but it's an absolute miracle. Eventually, we made it back to my SUV, and thank God I had my keys in my pocket. All three of us, completely out of breath, scrambled inside as I started up the SUV, while the beast was right behind us. I threw it in drive and stepped on the gas pedal as we sped away. A few miles down the road, I had to slow down and puke out the window after running so much before. The car ride back home was completely silent. It wasn't until the next day all three of us spoke to each other about the terrifying event. Jake said he woke up later that night with the urge to pee bad. He got out of his tent and walked away from the campsite to relieve himself. He said he'd heard loud crashing footsteps coming toward him and the campsite. He drew his Colt 45 and soon was face to face with the bear beast. That's when me and Ron heard Jake screaming and firing his gun. And well, you already know the rest. None of us went back to that spot to retrieve our belongings, but I'm sure what we had left behind was torn to shreds anyway by the beast we fought against. So my advice to those who live in or near the Appalachian Mountains: stay out of there at night. There are strange, terrifying things undiscovered to mankind that live within those mountains. Possible Skinwalker, from CC. For a little background, I live in West Virginia, so basically everything is up or down. My house is situated on a hillside. The front yard goes upward to the road, and once you cross it, it goes down rather steep into an almost valley until you go back up another hill, which is covered in woods. But at the top there's a clearing, and you can see sort of where the tree line ends from the base. This entire side is my neighbor's, but they do let us use their trampoline, which is at the base. I was maybe 12 years old at the time. I had a friend over, let's call her Candace. We had just finished eating some mug treats, watching some witch movie, when we decided to go back out onto the trampoline. We'd been off and on that thing all day, mostly playing music and occupying my neighbor's twin grandkids, who were about 5 years old. We were excited because we finally had the trampoline to ourselves. It was dark. We were only able to see each other's faces using our phone screens. I had my back to the woods and Candace was opposite to me. The moon was pretty bright, so I could see the top of the hill if I looked at the right spot. It was eerily quiet. Usually the coyotes would be barking and howling, but they seemed pretty far off, even when we heard the occasional howl. We'd fallen into a kind of silence, so she was changing the song when I felt the hair on the back of my neck raise up. Naturally, I turned around, scanning my surroundings. Well, the surroundings I could see, now that my eyes were at least a little bit adjusted to the dark. Then I saw what I thought was a deer at first. The silhouette of one, anyways. I was sort of in awe at it. It appeared to be a buck, but then I noticed some other features. The way it held itself on two legs, the way the shape of its head was mangled and looked very, very wrong. And those antlers, too, didn't appear right. Candace hit my leg as she asked me what was wrong. I ignored her and kept staring at this thing. I could tell it was staring at me, too. Immediately, I stood up and started to usher Candace out of the trampoline so she could get her boots on. But then this animal, this thing, it spoke, and it spoke in my mother's voice, calling out to me. I practically pushed my friend out of the trampoline, telling her to just grab her shoes. We needed to run. She did as I asked. We began to run back toward the road. I stayed just behind her, making sure she didn't trip or fall. Then that thing called to me again, louder, more demanding this time. Like when you're about to get in serious trouble and your mom uses that tone with you.
Danny. Danica.
I didn't even turn, knowing my mom was still in our house. We made it inside and Candace looked at me funny. She asked why I did that, then brushed me off as being paranoid from the movie we watched earlier. Apparently, she hadn't seen or heard a thing. The rest of the night was uneventful. Skinwalker Encounter, from Anonymous. I had this encounter with a buddy of mine. It started off when I called my friend Sam, asking if he'd like to work on my farm and spend the night. He said yes, so I swung by his place and picked him up. Before heading back, we stopped at a gas station to fuel up my old red 1960s square-body Dodge Ram Cummins. Then we went in to pay and get a can of chew. After half an hour, we got back to my farm, which is pretty much in the middle of nowhere in a small southern town. We worked all day. Things only got weird after sundown. We pulled up to a cattle field to put some hay out, and I heard this weird popping sound. So I walked down the side of the fence checking for the sound. I wasn't sure what it was, and I needed to know. The fence we had was an electric fence, so when the electricity isn't going all the way through, the fence would make this similar popping sound. Before long, we were smelling this awful smell, and we soon stumbled upon this wolf-shaped creature walking in the field. Sam whispered, telling me to look at that coyote. I stared for a second, trying to be quiet so that it didn't see us. Whatever it was really big. "That's not a coyote," I said. "That's a wolf, if anything." "Coyotes aren't that big." We continued on, and at this time the sun went down. It was dark, so I had Sam driving slowly with the headlights on. I found that one of our posts had been pushed all the way down, with the fence now touching the ground. So I hopped in the truck and drove to the house, grabbing some tools and a 12-gauge. I got on the four-wheeler while Sam drove the truck. We pulled up to the broken fence and I realized the electricity running through it needed to be turned off first. Otherwise, working on it would be a very bad idea. I told Sam to take the four-wheeler back to the house to turn the stuff off. He left, and 5 minutes later he called me, saying it's off, but he had to go to the bathroom before he came back. I told him okay, and I started to fix the fence. During this time, I had a feeling that I was being watched, though. I thought it was weird. There were no cows around me in the field, so maybe it was a wild animal. I walked down a ways to see if there were other fences in need of a fix. I began working on one of the fences when that horrible stench I'd smelled before came back, and accompanied with it was this huge pair of eyes that I spotted out of the corner of my eye. I looked over to it and saw it was looking right back at me. I know my property like the back of my hand, so it was easy for me to tell that from that distance, these eyes were opening up at 8 or 9 feet off the ground. I figured that was weird. There weren't any trees over there near that thing. So I did something stupid. I aimed my flashlight over towards it, and I saw these goat-like legs and a human torso with an elk-like head. Whatever this monstrosity was, it was now walking towards me. I freaked out, bolting right back toward the truck and grabbing my 12-gauge. I fired at it, but it kept coming towards me. I threw the shotgun in the truck, tearing out of there through the field and back to the house. I slammed on the brakes and ran inside with my gun, slamming the door behind me. My uncle, who was in the US Marines and was a drill instructor, was now demanding to know what the heck was wrong with me. I didn't answer right away. I locked the door and started barricading the door, while I explained to him what I saw. Around then, Sam came out and looked at me, asking if I was joking. I replied, yelling, "The heck I am." My uncle said to make sure all the doors and windows were locked. I wasn't sure if he believed me, but he knew something was up, considering my reaction to it. He grabbed his .44 mag and 2 rifles, handing one to Sam. For the longest time, I knew that my uncle never gets scared, but that night I swear I could hear fear in his voice. So maybe he did believe my story. I knew deep down that that thing had to be dangerous. My uncle then asked me if I had spoken to it. I said no. Oddly enough, he replied, "Good." A few hours later, we fell asleep. I woke up with a dry mouth and went to the fridge for a drink. When I looked at the clock, I saw that it was 3 a.m., and then I heard a voice that sounded like my uncle, asking me what's wrong. I walked back in the living room to see if my uncle was up, but there he was, out cold, just like Sam. But something at the window caught my attention. I looked over and could barely breathe. It was that same pair of eyes I'd seen out there in the field. I stayed where I was, not moving, not trying to make a sound, until the crack of dawn. I saw my uncle get up and check the windows. I told him what happened at 3 a.m., and he told me if it ever came back, I should at all costs avoid saying anything to it. He told me then the Navajo legend of the Skinwalker, and I strongly believe now that that's what it was. My uncle called his Navajo friend to come and bless the farm, and ever since then, I haven't seen or heard of anything like that again around here. I just don't want it to come back. Possible Skinwalker from Wolf Thorn. Last year, me and my friends, Zach and Pipper, went camping out in the woods near my house. We live in a small town in North Carolina. The first day of our adventure went by as usual. We made it to the pond, unpacked the car, got camp set up, and lit a fire. But it was the second day when some weird things started happening. We got up to smoke and went fishing. There's a river half a mile through the woods from the campsite, so we thought we'd go catch something to eat for the day. As we were walking, Zach pointed out some strange footprints. I'm used to hunting these parts, so I'm familiar with how big the deer get. But these tracks we saw, they were huge, and there were large gaps between each print, as if whatever it was had been walking on 2 legs, not 4, and they appeared to be heading back towards our camp. I bent down to get a good look at them. They were almost bigger than my hand. We continued down the trail, talking about the tracks we saw. Soon enough, we finally made it to the river. We sat down in our usual spots, then we started fishing. About an hour into it, we had 5 decent-sized red drums, so we packed up and started heading back. Just as we were leaving, we heard this loud scream that went on for at least 15 seconds. It was so far off I wasn't worried about it though. To put everyone at ease, even myself, I said out loud it was probably a panther. After all, there have been a few sighted in that area. When we made it back to camp, we were still on edge though. We found the same tracks that we'd seen earlier, but they were all over the campsite, around the tents as well. And outside my tent in particular were these 3 giant claw marks. By then we were creeped out, assuming that someone was playing a trick on us, trying to mess with us. Heck, it could have been someone we knew. We've brought a lot of friends out here, and a few of them even knew where we were going. We stirred the fire back up and had some breakfast. The rest of the day was pretty chill. We took a few walks, went swimming, had some smokes. At one point, we discussed what we were going to do with the summer. Eventually, we all went to bed. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of the same kind of screaming that I'd heard earlier, but it was close enough to scare me, so I grabbed my Mossberg 500 and climbed out of the tent. Zach and Pipper were already out of theirs. I asked if they'd heard that, and Zach said, "No crap." I threw a few logs on the fire, and we all sat around for a while, listening to the sounds of the woods. I don't know how long we'd been sitting there when all of a sudden it got dead quiet. All the birds and bugs just shut off all at once. It was then we began to hear heavy footsteps around the campsite. We looked around, but didn't see anything weird. A few moments later, something stepped into the light of the fire, but it was still difficult to see. It got even closer, standing only about 20 feet away. This thing was massive. I'm 6'6", and this thing had at least 3 feet on me. At first, we thought it was a person, but it was too big. It was almost solid white as well. It may have had the body of a man, but where its head should have been, there was a deer's skull. This thing crept closer, and almost instinctively I fired 3 slugs at it. Rather than flinching and running away, it simply stopped and looked over at me. I told Zach to grab the keys out of the tent. The thing then looked over at Pipper. When it did, I shot another round into it, aiming for its stomach, causing its attention to shoot straight back to me. I swear to God I saw it smile, as if it knew that we couldn't hurt it. Zach had already jumped in the car and started it up. I grabbed Pippers by the hand, and we went over to the car, keeping my gun aimed at this thing if it tried to make another move. When we all got in, Zach hit the pedal, and we went flying. We had to have been doing at least 60 down the old dirt trail when Pipper let out a scream. There was a large thud on the SUV. It jolted to the side. I looked behind us, and this thing was keeping pace with the car. Zach, distracted, looks up, nearly hitting someone else's car as he goes around the corner onto the road. At that point, I looked back, and I saw the thing standing in the head of the trail, raising its hand as if to wave at me as we sped off. Ever since then, we haven't gone back camping. I'm not sure if we ever will. We haven't told anyone about the encounter until now. I figured if I shared it here, someone else may have had a similar encounter in this area. Supply, North Carolina, to be exact. The Lonely Man. From Carbon. I live in Maryland. I've lived here my whole 25-year-old life. Back in high school, I was a part of my track and field team. Running was and still is one of the few things I'm good at. As you'll see from my story, though, running was what got me into this mess, and yet it also got me out of it, or at least away from it, for the night. After high school, my parents let me move into their country rent property, under the condition that I either further my studies by attending college or remaining employed full-time. They even offered to let me take over payments for the house if I had the monthly income to do it, meaning I had the chance to make it my own home one day. I was lucky for this. Not too many kids out of high school had the opportunity to be homeowners out of the gate. I just needed to find a well-paying job. I wasn't really interested in going to college, honestly. I never really figured out what I wanted to do or be. So I thought I'd go to college one day when I was ready and had stable finances. My parents' rent house was located on a long dirt road through miles of pine and oak trees. It creeped out a lot of my friends that I had over, but I never really thought of the place as creepy at first. To me, it was really serene. Waking up for a morning jog and hearing nothing but birds and bugs, it really got me pumped for the day. And coming home at night for a brisk run after dark was almost better. Now, a week or so after moving in and keeping my tradition of running alive, I began to take notice that I wasn't so alone out there. I would do my runs along the dirt road, 2 miles in and 2 miles back, according to my Fitbit. The morning run was always solitary. I didn't seem to have a neighbor for miles, so I never saw any other walkers or cars passing by. But some nights were different. On occasion, on the way back home, I would sometimes pass by a man in a hood and a badly bent back. He'd be walking along the opposite side of the road, going the other way. The first few times I passed him, I would nod or wave, but I never received anything in response. I didn't mind. I took the hint. Some folks just don't want to be bothered. After about a week, I simply gave up the communication. Even so, I continued to keep an eye on him every time I saw him. Out there, almost alone, but always trying to keep myself occupied, it gave me something interesting to do. Observing him, trying to learn as much about him with the fleeting seconds I had with him those nights. I gathered some things about him. For one, he seemed to have a limp, and it almost seemed like it got worse every time I saw him. Also, I believe he carried something under his cloak. I thought it was a walking stick or something, but I never saw or heard it hit the ground. About a month into living at the place, I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of screaming coming from the woods. For a moment, I assumed it was one of those weird waking dream things. But after I rubbed my eyes and looked around, I heard it again. I stood up and faced my window, peering out. It was coming from the direction of the dirt road, for sure. A woman's scream. I threw on my loafers and ran outside. For a while there, I thought that would be the last of it. I didn't hear the sound again until I was reaching for the doorknob to head back inside. The moment I heard it from behind me, chills crept over my skin like freezing, biting ocean water. I was very sure then it was a woman's scream. Grabbing my cell phone, I dialed the police and reported what I'd heard. Within the next couple of hours, a police cruiser drove down the dirt road and into my driveway slowly. An officer stepped out while another officer remained in the car. The one that approached me verified that I was the one who reported the sound. Then he let me know that they would drive up and down the road for a while in case they saw anything, but so far there was nothing out of the ordinary. I stayed a couple of hours, but the police didn't come by again. I was told by the operator earlier that the region did have the occasional bobcat, and reports of strange screams often ended up being bobcat cries. As I didn't know any better, I left it at that. Over the next month, I managed to land myself a job at a local but well-to-do tech shop. Because it was local, they didn't require a degree. They had me put together a computer, then solve a list of 20 different common problems with a different computer. I passed, and they gave me the job with a guaranteed full-time position and $3 raise after 6 months. That meant I'd be 6 months away from taking over payments for the house. I was incredibly excited, and it meant that I'd be able to quit the fast food job I'd been working. A few weeks later, everything seemed to be going well. My runs were as enjoyable as ever. Better money was already coming in, but to be honest, I was starting to feel a bit lonely out there. I'd been seeing the hooded man on the road as usual, still limping, still carrying something around underneath that old tattered cloak. After the screaming incident, I did feel a bit wary of the man, but that had long since passed. In fact, I'd begun to feel more and more, sorry for the guy. If I was lonely after a couple of months out here, he must have been well beyond lonesome. And the way he limped worse and worse over the weeks, I figured at one point that maybe, since he was kind of a neighbor to me, I'd keep him company one night. Sure, he had never replied to me, but that was when I'd had headphones in, and I was moving at a quicker pace. One night, as I was jogging back from the 2-mile mark, I spotted his disheveled form approaching steadily in the distance. The full moon allowed me to see a bit further than usual. I slowed down to a walk, and I caught my breath. I thought about what I was going to say. Just as he was stumbling past, I breathed in and spoke to him. Hey there. Would you mind some company? For the first time since the first night I saw him, he reacted. The man stopped in his tracks. I turned to face him and approached his closest side. He began to walk again, and I walked next to him. I noticed his breathing was deep and slow, even a bit hoarse. More than ever, I was wondering why the guy so frequently took walks out here, what with a limp and trouble breathing and all that. So I see you around here from time to time on my runs. I tried to start a conversation. Do you, live nearby? I'm new around here myself. I actually didn't think I had any neighbors. Suddenly, I heard his limping gait stop. I looked over at him. He seemed to have stopped breathing. Then I heard a metallic clang on the rocks below him. Looking down, something smooth and silvery had hit the ground. It looked like an axe head. I swallowed hard and tried not to freak out. He was probably out here chopping wood, I guessed. Then something happened that I didn't expect. The man sighed, standing up to his full height. I personally stand at just about 6 feet tall, so I was surprised when he stood to my height. But my breathing stopped too, as he continued to stand to a taller and taller height. That bent back of his straightened entirely, and the cloak that had nearly dragged the ground before was now at waist height. Legs that should have belonged to an old man were instead backwards bent limbs ending in something that wasn't feet. At his side, in his massive hand, was certainly a wood-cutting axe, sheening in the light of the full moon. I didn't notice that I had fallen onto my butt staring up at this neighbor of mine. His hood had dipped backward a bit, and a forward-facing snout poked through the dark. I could see it grinding its teeth, each of them thick and ivory and square. These features reminded me of a goat more than anything else. It stood still, a mist forming in front of its mouth as it breathed perfectly well and silently, as if it was waiting for me to react now. And after finding my sanity, I pulled myself off the ground and ran faster than I ever had before. I had another 1.5 miles to go or so, and I ran the full way, only stopping when I was able to collapse on my own couch. After that experience, I ran only in the morning, and only after a week without running at all, terrified that I would see the hooded figure again. I would hear more screaming the odd day of the months as they went on, and eventually I was able to have the house's loan signed over to me. The moment should have been happy, but I couldn't help but feel as if I had trapped myself in my new forested hell with something that isn't human. To this day, I pray that I don't see another cloaked figure on that dirt road. My Mom Touched the Goat Man, from Annie Oakley, 1976. My mother far from lived a mundane life. Being born of migrant parents, she was always on the move. Of all the places my mom lived, she regretted 2. One was in Orange County, California, and this is the reason why. She was about 6 at the time, and her parents, older brother, and baby sister lived in a hotel. They weren't allowed to enter the front because one of the owners who ran the place didn't like the way the family looked. So my mom's family was made to use an alley door, which was in a very poorly lit and spooky-looking alleyway. My mom bypassed this by slipping in an open window to the room her family was staying in. She got away with this for a while. Now, there was this big dog one of the neighbors had that loved all the children, but he didn't like my mom. Every time she tried to get near the dog, he would bare his teeth and growl at her. There didn't seem to be any reason why the dog should zone in on my mom to hate, since she never showed any sign of aggression to the creature. So my mom would just stay away. One faithful day, her parents sent my mom out for a grocery errand. Of course, my mom, being who she was, slid out the window, but it was this time her own mom bellowed out, "Stop that! Use the door!" My mom just shrugged this off. After all, she was already out, so what did it matter? So she went to get the groceries and headed home. It had just become dusk, and Mom realized that her window entrance was closed shut and locked. Her fear began to peak. She didn't want to walk the 17 feet to the door she could barely see, so she rapped on the panel only to have her mom yell, "Use the door!" What could my mom do? If she kept defying her mother, it could end in a punishment, so she had to brave this dark alleyway. She had to take baby steps because 1, the alleyway sidewalk was in disrepair, and 2, It was that dark. She got about 10 feet in when she heard deep breathing, breaths that were not her own. She stopped, eyes wide, but couldn't see anything. She felt a tingling in her body that she wasn't alone. Braving it, she took a few more steps, only to now hear a low growl. She shivered and convinced herself it had to be that dog, the one that didn't like her. She kept telling herself she wasn't afraid as she shakily reached out her hand, feeling coarse fur, sighing, "Hey, doggy." The growl that came out of this creature did not sound like any dog, but much more sinister. As the thing huffed smelly breath at her, the growl almost sounded like it said, "You." My mom then let out one blood-curdling scream that would chill the blood of demons. Then she heard what she described as horse-like hooves running off. Her father opened the door half-panicked and asked, "Dolly, what happened?" My mom looked around. The smell of urine and wet fur hung light in the air, but other than that, there in that alley was only her and her dad. She sighed. "I guess I just, scared myself." Her dad shook his head and replied, "Well, come on in, okay?" My mom gladly did. From then on, she always made sure it was broad daylight before going in that alleyway again, and I think my mom's scream scared the goat man. Security Guard Blues from 9 Iron. For me, the toughest part about being a security guard has been the boringness. Going hours upon hours between rounds, trying to figure out ways to pass the time. I would work from 10 o'clock to 6:30 a.m., watching over an old warehouse that might cave in at any second, by the looks of it. The place was a storage building for paper products. If it sounds boring already, multiply that by 2 and you've got the picture. Officially, we security guards weren't even allowed to look at our phones while on duty, but none of us obeyed the rule. While occasionally glancing at the monitors or at the clock to see if it was time for my rounds, I'd place my phone on the counter and watch YouTube videos. The longer the video, the better. I found it best to just find a long Let's Play with some at least mildly entertaining Let's Player and let it go for hours. Anyway, this story happened on one specific night. Don't get me wrong, I really enjoyed my job. If the worst part of my job is it being boring, then I'd consider that a blessing. But that night in particular had me reconsidering my employment for some time. It was 1:35 a.m., a long ways away from sunup. When I glanced at the clock, it was 5 minutes past when I was supposed to take my second round of the night. I sighed and got out of my chair, exiting the small mobile building with my torch in hand. Now, I never did like where they decided to place the security building. You exit through the door and you're met with woods on both sides, with the warehouse in front and a paved gated road to the left along the wood line. Darkness plus woods will always give me the creeps. I just can't help it. I made my way away from the security building, shining the light along the side wall of the warehouse. From there, I made my way to the side entry door. Using my set of keys, I began to unlock it, but I immediately heard something in the woods behind me. Chills literally flew up my neck as I turned around in an instant and shone the light left and right and in front of me. All I saw was a trembling branch. Nothing else seemed out of the ordinary. "Hey, this is private property," I yelled out. Someone had to have moved that branch. All the way out here, it was probably kids old enough to drive, but not old enough to be mature enough to think that pranking someone was a silly idea. If that wasn't the reason, then surely any thieves would realize paper products weren't exactly the most lucrative items to steal. I stood there for at least a minute, motionless, thinking that if I was quiet enough, then the culprit might reveal themselves. but nothing happened. I reluctantly turned around, finishing unlocking the door. Once I finally had it unlocked, I opened it and entered faster than usual. My creepiness had escalated thanks to that sound. The building interior was mostly empty. I simply had to shine the light from corner to corner, slowly checking and making sure nothing was missing, out of place, or human. I did so, the light beam gliding along the walls as everything appeared fine, except for how shaky my hand had become. Once that was clear, I made my way upstairs where the manager's office was, including the archives. That was arguably the more important area to check, as that's where the planning was done and the keys and paperwork were held. I climbed the steps, and about halfway up I heard something on the wall just to my right that nearly made me fall back down the steps. A massive bang reverberated throughout the building, originating from my exact position by the wall. Instead of turning to face the wall, I held tightly to the rails, grabbing at my chest afterwards. My heart very much pounded and ached with fright. When my heart and mind both calmed down, I gulped and thought about the situation. Whatever hit the building had hit the wall about 12 feet up. As I said, I'd been halfway up the steps. The wall had been hit right where I'd been from the outside. Naturally, my thought, or rather my hope, was that it had been a fallen branch. But there hadn't been any wind that night, and there wasn't enough to make that much of a difference anyway. I needed to head outside to see what it was, to not only clear my mind, but also because it was part of my job. Anything out of the ordinary would need to be investigated, possibly reported, and recorded. I was terrified to step outside, though. At this point, I figured there was someone out there, or some sort of animal, especially after that first sound in the moving branch. I shook it off and reminded myself that this was my job. I headed down the steps and proceeded out of the side entry door. I would need to follow the outside wall, then round the corner to arrive at the back wall, where I'd been at on the inside. I walked calmly, shining the light straight, but making sure I was well aware of all the possible noises around me. Just before I rounded the corner, I heard the weirdest sound. A sort of chanting grunt that sounded repeatedly, monotone and in a loop. It was coming from beyond that corner. My whole body tensed up as I approached. I swear a cold sweat had developed on my forehead. I decided I would do it all at once, jump around the corner, and shine my light on the perpetrator while reaching to my side, pretending I had a weapon when I was actually entirely unarmed and defenseless. 1, 2, 3. I jumped around the corner. The back wall was clear. The forest beside it was still, but the sounds continued. It took me a moment, but I soon realized it was coming from the woods, which were now at my right and only a few yards away. I breathed in deeply, about to roll my eyes at the constant stress of the night, when I focused my eyes on something in the woodline. Legs. Massive legs that went up to my chest and bent at a weird angle. They were covered in fur. I followed them upward to see an oddly small torso, bony and also covered in fur. The arms attached to it were extremely thin and reaching up into the tree next to it. At first I thought I had interrupted the creature climbing up into the tree, but as I got a good look at its face and the way it was moving, it was clear it had been climbing down the tree, as if it had been waiting for me. When I saw the face, I gasped. It was a mess of disgusting, greasy, matted hair or beard with 2 black beady eyes set way back in its skull. At the sides of its head were curled horns similar to that of a ram, though its snout reminded me more of a goat. Now my instincts took over. You can laugh or roll your eyes at what I did next, but I can tell you with all honesty, that this is how my body decided to react. I screamed, my arm whirling back. Then I chunked my heavy black flashlight or torch at the thing, causing it to flinch just slowly enough that the metal flashlight hit it in the shoulder. It grunted as I ran like a scared little boy all the way back to the security building. I watched the monitors, which unfortunately did not record hardly any portions of the woodline. The cameras were set primarily on the warehouse. And this creature, using the forest as cover, moved to the back of the security building, still grunting while beginning to shove on the side of it, causing the thing to rock back and forth. This continued for 5 minutes or so, as I had to quite literally remind myself to breathe in my panic. When it stopped, I stayed put and quiet until morning, at which the next guy opened the door to the security building, seeing me halfway on the floor and horrified. I explained that I'd nearly been attacked by some animal, and I let them know to watch out for something big in those woods, but I kept the rest of the details to myself. I continued to work at that job since then, but not one time after that did I encounter anything even remotely similar. To this day, I pray that everything that I experienced was just a very vivid and bad dream or night terror or something, but I know that that's denial on my part. Wish me luck, everyone. I still work here. And just as a note, don't take your boring job for granted. The Standing Goat. From Jacobs. My friend, let's call him Fred, used to work as a ballpark mower. He'd show up once a week at the ballpark during baseball season, early in the morning before sunrise, and cut the grass. It wasn't a major league ballpark or anything, just what the kids used for their leagues. Anyway, we would hang out at his place playing video games, and after a beer or two, he would always talk about how much he missed the job. And he definitely missed that old zero-turn mower he could work with. He never could afford to buy one for himself, though. On one occasion, after Fred had a few more beers than usual, he suddenly paused our co-op session of Halo and breathed for a moment. Then he said something kinda eerie. Want to know the creepiest thing that's ever happened to me? Being his friend, and a bit of a weirdo myself, I obviously and quickly answered with a yes. This is what he said. I'll tell it from his point of view. So I used to cut those ball fields for the city. I've told you that a dozen times before, I'm sure, but the creepiest thing I ever saw happened one early morning before the sun came up, while cutting the northern diamond. I had the mower going, it was loud as usual, couldn't even hear myself think. So I never did hear the thing, not until I shut the mower off to refill the gas and check the oil. I knelt down pouring the gas in the mower when I suddenly heard this weird sound. It was like a chugging sound, like a car motor mixed with a deer call. Strangest thing I ever heard. I thought to myself, that's weird, and it sounded close too. I turned my head to the left where this hill led down into a ditch, and there I saw it. You'll never believe it when I say it, but I ain't lying. It was standing on the other side of the fence, on that hill. Now, you know that thing from the old Hercules Disney cartoon? The Danny DeVito goat thing? Imagine that, but instead of being short and fat, this thing was like a thin druggie, taller than either of us too. It had these big, straight, pointed horns going backward from its head, with eyes that seemed to reflect yellow. Its teeth were bared and nearly sparklingly white. It was just standing there, goat legs, human torso, goat head, all that. It was just watching me, like it was mad that I had just cut up the grass it wanted to eat. I stood up and stared back at it. After a few jarring minutes, it walked away and disappeared over the hill. I never did see it again. That was my friend Fred's quick and pretty creepy experience. I've always trusted the guy. I can't think of one time he's ever lied to me, and I believe it wholeheartedly. Sometimes the creepiest and most unexplained things in existence are just a head turn away. Be careful out there. Dogman in northern Arizona, from Panda AZ. The story I'm about to tell you happened around 2009. I was really young at the time, so bear with me. It was September in Flagstaff, Arizona. The trees were beginning to change their color, and the air felt cooler than the usual blistering heat. My family and I were taking a trip for a reunion. Sadly, I don't remember the name of the place, but I can describe it vividly. We decided to rent a lodge out by Dogtown Lake. We all had our own cabins, though some of us stayed in the lodge itself. The grounds looked so beautiful. Trees were rustling, the pathways were very well kept, pretty much what you'd expect from a nice lodge. I remember I was running around the grounds with my cousin. We got permission to explore the woodlands around the cabins. We just couldn't go too deep into them. My cousins had decided to play hide and seek. After all, there were so many places to hide, and it was getting dark. I didn't really care what we played, as long as I got to explore the grounds. I had the pleasure of hiding with the 3 others, while the oldest got to count. We all scrambled to different directions, me stumbling a little behind my cousins Marcy and Angel. They were both significantly faster than me, so I just decided to stray off and find my own spot, giving up on trying to catch up with them. The spot I ended up choosing was fairly deep, with the brush starting to thicken gradually the deeper I went. I stopped for a moment to catch my breath, taking the chance to crouch down behind a tree. I was a giddy little kid, so I wasn't being too quiet. Soon I heard footsteps clopping about a couple of yards away from me. That's when I started to quiet down. The footsteps sounded heavy. I didn't think much of it at the time, thinking it was just my cousin stomping through the leaves. I was attempting to keep myself from laughing, covering my mouth, when I suddenly caught a whiff of a strange scent. It smelled like a combination between a skunk, wet dog, and raw sewage. It made my nose crinkle up when it first hit. It hit me hard, like someone smacked me in the face with a rotting fish. I tried to remain out of sight, trying to keep myself from gagging while also trying not to be spotted by my cousin. I heard the steps coming closer, and I immediately hit the ground. I couldn't see much of what it was, but it sounded huge. If I had to measure it, I'd say it was perhaps a head taller than the lowest branch of the tree I was behind, which was maybe 6 feet and 8 inches. The thing kept on going, but it made a sniffing kind of sound, like it was tracking something. The smell was stronger then, and I nearly threw up, but I couldn't move. Instead, I began to slowly army crawl the opposite direction until I knew it was safe to get up and run. When the smell was clear, I ran back to the cabin grounds. By then, it was darker, so I was a little more freaked out than I was at first. The sun was behind the trees, and my eyes were barely starting to adjust to the light, or the lack thereof. I started to feel the typical sense of something watching me, but I was too afraid of looking to see what it was. The feeling grew to paranoia, and I eventually started to run, my heart rushing in the fear of being caught by whatever was in the woods with me. When I got to the cabin, I found myself giving in to the temptation of looking back. So, I peeked toward the tree line. The figure I saw looking back at me was a sight I wouldn't forget, not for years to come. It was a very large, almost wolf-like creature. It was hunched over in a sort of stalking kind of position, but the way it looked was a little strange. It was crouched on its hind legs, with one hand on a tree and the other by its side. I was shocked. I didn't really know what I was looking at, but I was frightened. I couldn't get myself to stop looking at it, afraid that if I took my eyes off of it for a moment, it would run at me. So there I was, almost face to face with this dog-ape thing whose eyes glowed in the darkness in a slightly amber-orange tint. The creature stepped out of the tree line, allowing me to get a better look at how massive it was. My fear immediately grew once I saw it at full height, and it growled at me. Terrified, I tore through the cabin door and locked it, keeping away from the windows and cowering, hoping whatever that thing was wouldn't come looking for me. The Michigan Dogman, from Arrow. This takes place a year ago. Now, my house is an old 2-story home. It has one front door, and that's the only way in and out of the place. The stairs that lead to my second-story room are to the left. The living room and bathroom are straight in front of the door, as the bathroom is behind the living room. So the night started off as many others did, and my friends Ian and Ethan, not their real names, came over and were playing the new Call of Duty game with me, as well as watching anime and talking about what normal teenage boys talk about while hanging out. Around 11:30 p.m., we were right in the middle of watching a new episode of Dragon Ball Super when I looked down at my cup and realized I'm out of Pepsi. So I tell Ian and Ethan I'd be right back. I made my way downstairs into the kitchen. I grabbed a 2-liter out of my fridge, and then I caught a glimpse of a hairy hand in my kitchen window. It was feeling around for a half-eaten steak that we'd left out on the counter. We'd left the window open because earlier in the day we burned pizza rolls, and it smelled really bad. As I saw this hairy hand, I froze in place, as behind that hand was what appeared to be a human body, but there was something wrong about it. As I looked more upwards, I realized that it had a head of a beast, like some sort of dog-wolf hybrid. I dropped the 2-liter of pop, and it realized that I had noticed it. It pulled its hairy hand out of the window, causing the window to drop to its closed position as it took off into the woods nearby. I could hear a slight bark coming from the front yard. It was my dog Obi, a King German Shepherd. I hadn't realized until now that he was still outside. I heard him as he came sprinting around the house. Obi usually never barks at anything, even other animals, so I knew that the thing I saw was just wrong. I ran over to the window to see Obi vanish into the woods that sat behind the house. I ran back upstairs to get Ian and Ethan and explained that Obi had run off, and they agreed to help me chase him down. I left out the part about me seeing the creature. I couldn't let my loyal dog Obi die on my watch because my friends didn't believe me. I'd be devastated if anything happened to him. We grabbed our flashlights and ran into the woods after Obi. We searched until I heard a familiar scream. It was Ian, who had apparently split up from us. We ran over, only to see him standing in front of the creature I'd seen earlier. The creature let out a terrible screech as it ran off. The 3 of us regrouped, shocked at what we saw, and headed back toward the house. I stopped first and looked back, looking where the creature had been standing. There on the ground was Obi. I ran back over to him, lifting him up and carrying him back to the house. I was in tears. When we were back in the yard, I ran right for my car and took Obi to the nearest vet. Luckily, Obi was going to be fine. He had 2 broken legs, and he would take a couple of months to recover, but he was going to be 100% in no time. So I'm glad to say he's now running and being a dog again. He's just fine nowadays, but we still haven't seen that beast since then. And for the sake of Obi and myself, I hope it never comes back. Caught in the Rain, from Delgado. When you clock out of your shift at a convenience store, the rain is coming down as hard as it ever has, and your live-in boyfriend calls to let you know that the car you share won't start, it means a long, wet walk through the streets at night. Alone, exhausted, stressed out about how you're going to scrounge up the money to pay for your car repairs. My boyfriend texted me as I walked down the road, letting me know that he could meet me halfway so that I didn't have to walk the entire way there alone. While I didn't want to be a bother to him, he did work full-time too and had just gotten off work himself. I certainly didn't want to walk the entire way home by myself. It was going to be a 5-mile walk. At the time, I lived in a small town. Between our even smaller home and the convenience store was a meandering route of semi-suburban low-income housing, slowly fading into farmland for a couple of miles. We lived in a sort of woodland cul-de-sac, where the forest abruptly opened up to a clearing with room enough for 3 small residences, ours being one of them. Being alone at night on a suburban road was something I dreaded. I'd heard stories of people getting mugged, or taken off the street, or worse, so the first large rock I could find along the road, I picked up and kept it close to me. To be honest, I'd never actually walked these roads before. Our Ford Taurus had been good to us for the past 6 years, so for a moment after the call with my boyfriend, I was taken aback. The thought of walking 5 miles in the rain, nonetheless, it sounded less than ideal. Step by pant-soaked step, I reminded myself that 2.5 miles in, my boyfriend would be waiting. I'd even bought him some Swiss rolls, his favorite snack cake. He loved those things. His smile would definitely brighten up my night, as would his far superior cell phone flashlight. After 30 minutes of walking, not seeing another person outside their homes, I made it to the farmland and wooded portion of the road. I sighed with relief, fixing the hood of my poncho to cover my bangs better. But of course, just as I'd expected being such a paranoid person, thoughts of what could go wrong in this road flooded me. I vaguely remembered my grandpa, who was a lifelong hunter, telling me about all the big cats he'd seen in the region. My dad never believed him, saying big cats hadn't roamed these parts in decades. Now that I was thinking about it, my grandpa shot back, saying that he'd been stalked by a cougar himself in these very woods for miles, until the safety of his old pickup truck led him back to civilization. A chill went up my spine. Imagine walking along, minding your own business when you spot a 4-legged, fur-covered, 160-pound batch of feline muscle tailing you, slowly, knowing it could outrun and overpower you at any point, if it so pleased. And then there were the other stories that both Dad and Grandpa used to tell. The stories that I never did believe. Those stories should have been scarier to me. But they didn't scare me back then. It was something so unbelievable. They used to tell me stories about the Native Americans that used to live in these parts, about a society of warriors known as the Dog Soldiers. Obviously, that wasn't the unbelievable part. The unbelievable part was when they said that these fearsome fighters' spirits lingered on far beyond death. Grandpa told me that their souls still wander the earth, protecting their ancient lands. But my dad, who I assumed just wanted to scare me even more, told me that the Dog Soldiers often appeared in the woods or along the roads in our home state as something half man and half dog. I remember rolling my eyes at this story, telling my dad in particular that werewolves aren't real. Then he told me they aren't werewolves. They're something else. I continued walking, now realizing that I was approaching the segment of road where the street lamps became further apart. I even stopped after passing the last frequent street lamp, intimidated by the much more vast darkness ahead of me. By then, my shoes had become completely soaked with water, right through to my socks and down to my toes. I could feel my skin pruning up. The feeling was so gross, and I knew I'd have a sore or two by the time I got home. Never again, I told myself. From there on out, we'd take my aunt up on her offer to borrow my late uncle's old truck. Too bad she lived in a different state, otherwise she could come pick me up too. I checked my GPS, arching my head over my phone to mitigate the amount of torrential downpour that struck the screen. But it was useless. Rain had curled in from my hood and soaked the top of my hair, which was now dripping all over my phone. Well, I was 2 miles in at that point. Not much further to go now, I thought. Then I'd see my boyfriend donning his bright yellow poncho. If it wasn't so rainy and dark, I'd probably be able to see him already. The road was pretty darn straight there. Suddenly, my phone rang. I slid my thumb over the green phone icon and placed the device snugly between my hood and ear. The screen had read, Taylor, my boyfriend's name. "Hey," I said a little louder than usual thanks to the storm. There was no vocal reply. Instead, I heard what sounded like white noise and rain and shuffling. My eyebrow raised. I figured he hadn't locked his phone after glancing at it, and the water had done some weird things to the screen. Then bam, he called me and didn't even know it. I hung up and locked my phone, placing it neatly back in my pocket. Just a little bit longer. I nearly jumped when I heard the thud on the forest floor to my left. Stopping in my tracks, I turned and looked around. There was no movement beyond the wind and rain. The wind wasn't so strong, but I was sure it was probably a torn branch or even a tree that had fallen. Still, it had given me a pretty big spook. When all you hear for an hour is rain and rolling thunder, a closer, heavier noise can be pretty surprising. I thought about grabbing my phone again and using its rather weak flashlight to scan the trees, but I figured that would just waste any battery I had left. If I was stuck out here on foot already, I'd lose it if I didn't have a working phone. After I was sure that I didn't hear anything else out there, I turned forward and just kept walking. Sure, I walked a little faster pace, but can you blame me? Being the type of person that thinks of all the scariest things that could happen or exist at a given time or place is rough. A few seconds later, I heard footsteps, about a dozen quick steps racing from behind me to the left, to much further ahead of me. I turned toward the trees again, eyes focusing on the position of the noise as it raced off ahead within the trees. All I could think was, the heck was that? It took me much longer this time to continue walking, realizing now that the previous thud wasn't just nothing. Then again, there were quite a few deer around these parts. So eventually I did start moving again, trying to ignore the goosebumps that had gathered on the back of my neck. I walked for a few minutes, glancing from the road just in front of me to the trees to my left almost constantly. My paranoia was growing by the second, and the wildlife stirred by the storm was driving me to madness. "Just a deer," I muttered over and over, hardly able to even hear myself as I drudged through the downpour. I stopped again, unable to lift my foot for the next step. I had glanced back at the road and spotted something up ahead. A figure that I could hardly see, but it was definitely there, and it wasn't a trick of my eye. There was a human figure crouched toward the left center of the road ahead. It seemed to be peering towards me. I didn't move for the longest time, waiting for the figure to move instead. Was it a person? I wondered. Or was it some animal forming an eerie silhouette to my tired mind? Eventually, I had convinced myself it was just some animal, that if I'd keep on walking, the creature would move out of the way, frightened by the presence of a human. I took one step, shoe crunching under a wet, stray rock. Immediately, the silhouette shifted. It rose high into the air, now standing. The figure was tall. So it was a person, I figured. Why had they been crouching in the road like that? And now they were definitely looking in my direction. Why were they so still and silent? "Hello?" I called out. I nearly fainted when the figure darted back toward the woods so quickly and so awkwardly. If it was a person, they were insanely fast. Also, there was something wrong with the way it ran. Their legs seemed twisted or broken or something. It was hard to place the anxiety I felt when seeing the way it moved. But the figure was gone now, and the road ahead was once again clear. I took off in a jog this time, wanting to pass this particular stretch of road sooner rather than later. After a few minutes of jogging, I slowed down to catch my breath, checking my phone as well. There were no further calls, no texts. In fact, I was now half a mile past the 2.5-mile point, and I hadn't even realized it due to the prior events. Where was he? Why hadn't I seen Taylor yet? Still walking, I tapped the recent calls icon and clicked his name, bringing the phone back to my ear. I waited. A few more ringback tones later, I heard his voice.
"Hey, this is Taylor. Sorry I missed you. Leave a message and I'll get back to you ASAP."
I checked the phone, making sure there wasn't something wrong with it. Everything was perfectly normal, though, which makes perfect sense because the call had gone through just as it should have. Except Taylor never answered. My mind wandered as I continued forward. There were only another 2 miles to go at that point. But where was my boyfriend? He had never broken a promise to me before, so I wasn't at all worried that he'd forgotten or lied or anything like that. Instead, I began to suspect he'd gotten hurt or somehow lost. A few more minutes passed by, and I decided on trying to call him again. I dialed, put the phone back to my ear, waited and listened. My heart sank. I heard something else this time. As if on autopilot, I turned slowly to face the woods, all the while his voicemail message played in my ear again.
"Hey, this is Taylor. Sorry I missed you."
Coming from just beyond the nearest row of trees was the sound of the default Android ringtone. After all, Taylor had never bothered to change it. I wanted to step forward. I wanted to approach the trees and find him in there, or to find a phone that just wasn't his. It couldn't be happening, I told myself. This was impossible. Why would he be out there? He's perfectly fine and just waiting for me somewhere. I swallowed hard. My breath had left me, because as I stared into that patch of woods, I noticed a figure. A tall figure that almost appeared human, but with a strange walk to it. The same sort of figure I'd seen in the road earlier. About 30 yards away was the next street lamp. There was enough light that, as the figure stepped forward, I could make out more and more details. When the snout appeared in the faint lamplight, I collapsed to my knees. It couldn't be real. There was no way. But there it was, standing there, flesh and blood and rigid bone, shaped like a man, but with the features of a dog. It didn't snarl or growl, and once it was completely in the light of the lamp, it stopped. The creature stared at me, observing me. It seemed reliant on its eyes the way a person would, never twitching or lifting its snout to smell me. The body on this thing was only partially covered in patchy hair, dark skin shimmering and wet underneath. Despite its calm demeanor, I was horrified. I wanted to jump to my feet and take off. I was nearly home, but I knew I couldn't make it. Not if this thing wanted to chase me down. If this had been what was moving around in the woods earlier, it was by far faster than a person. I could smell it from the road, musky and earthy, like a man's sweat after a run, a fresh rain and freshly dug soil mixed together. And there was a tinge of something else too, something metallic, coppery. And then I noticed its lips. There was something on them that was being washed off by the rain. As it hit the exposed earth underneath the creature, it formed a puddle of deep red. Maybe it wasn't interested in me because it was no longer hungry. The next bit is a blur to me. I remember being on the ground, then suddenly being on my feet further up the road and nearly under the street lamp. My vision was a blur of rain or maybe tears. For the next mile, I didn't even realize I'd been screaming until my voice gave out, and I slowed to a stagger. Having taken off at a full run from that thing, I expected its claws to wrap around my throat at any moment from behind. And from the pain in my lungs and heart and mind, for a second I swear I would have welcomed that. Eventually, the apartment complex came into view. I didn't hesitate to climb the stairs, each step feeling like another mile walked. By then, I'd thought of calling the authorities a dozen times but never could stop long enough to reach for my phone. I opened the door, eyes shut until I'd closed it behind me, praying that I'd hear Taylor's voice letting me know that he was happy to see me home, that he hadn't been able to meet me halfway because of one sensible reason or another. But I never did hear his voice. I collapsed on the sofa, and I cried until I had the strength to report him missing. I hung up the phone, and I fell to my side, face in a pillow and a bunched up Swiss roll in my pocket. My cousin was lost in the woods. From 24 Running. When I was 6 years old, my cousin of the same age went missing. No worries, he's fine. But it's the stuff he said after he came back that's really stuck with me over the years. We're both 32 now, and his story has never changed, not in the slightest. So when he was little, his family went camping in the Ozarks. He said they stayed up roasting marshmallows before he went to sleep in his tent. In the middle of the night, something opened up the tent and began to pull him out by the foot. My cousin says he was terrified to the point that he didn't want to move or speak at all. He even closed his eyes when he was pulled from the tent completely. He was too scared to see who or what was taking him, and he wanted to pretend he was sleeping. Whoever it was, its arms were covered in thick hair, similar to a Labrador's. It tossed my cousin over its shoulder like a bag of potatoes. By then, he started looking around. He saw backwards bent legs under the thing and pointed ears at both sides of its head. He slowly started to raise up and swears he saw a long snout on its face, but couldn't be sure from the angle he was at. It dropped him off by a small creek, where my cousin pretended to remain asleep. By this point, it had been about an hour. My cousin says he felt water coming up to his ears as the thing started to nudge him into the water. Suddenly, he heard voices in the distance, his parents. When he opened his eyes, the creature was gone. Within a minute, his parents and siblings were on him, asking him if he was okay. They had discovered he was missing when his dad got up to ask for toilet paper in the middle of the night. My cousin had had it last, and they'd all been sharing one roll. When his dad opened up his tent, he saw that his son was gone, and he was nowhere within the nearby woods. That's his extremely weird story, but the fact that even at this age he still defends it, I can't help but believe it at least somewhat. McDonald's Night Shift. From Cereza. I used to work at a McDonald's that was open 24/7 in a small part of my town. I live in a city, but the restaurant itself was situated in an isolated part of the suburbs, which bordered farmland and woods. I've quite a few unnerving stories from my experiences there, but all of them pale in comparison to the one I'm about to tell you. After the recent firing of another employee, I was rotated to fill the hole left in the typical night crew. As you may know, McDonald's doesn't use set shifts, but instead fills in employees to time blocks as needed. As I was a recent hire, they had no issue flipping my schedule around. I was only informed Sunday by my boss that I'd be working from 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. that week. Begrudgingly, I went to sleep as late as I could, which ended up being around 5 in the morning on Monday. That way I'd be better prepared for my new shift. When I arrived at the restaurant, it surprised me how quiet it was. There were no customers in the building, and the other employees seemed to be keeping to themselves. We weren't a restaurant equipped for DoorDash or anything like that, so there wasn't really much work to be done until someone came in the door or through the drive-thru. The other employees didn't talk to me at all. The only one that did was the only other woman working in the restaurant. I'll call her Sarah. She told me the current staff already had the kitchen taken care of, and said I should just work the front of the restaurant. I found it weird that she was instructing me like that, despite not being a manager. But as it didn't seem like one was on duty anyway, I listened to her, and set myself down behind the register. From where I was seated, I had a pretty nice view into the front of the restaurant. I could see part of the parking lot, which was only illuminated by a single sodium lamp, the kind that glowed a pale orange. To the left of the lot was the road, and to the left of the road were the suburbs, which slowly dissolved into rural territory. Grass grew a few feet high, and a thick forest began about 50 yards from the street and stretched as far as I could see. I spent most of my time on the phone and gazing out the front windows. We only had about 4 or 5 customers an hour. Only once that week did a group of people actually come in. It was early Wednesday morning when 3 rather tall, pale-faced guys entered the store wearing full camouflage outfits, with the pattern broken by the brightly colored hats on top of their heads. It was a welcomed sight, as they were energetic and talkative. After they told me what they wanted, I casually asked why they were dressed like hunters, considering it was 1 a.m. All of them grew silent, and the one closest to me said they didn't have the opportunity to change since they got dressed. I found that pretty odd, but didn't ask any other questions as I handed him his order number, which was really just a formality considering it was the only order at the time. After they got their food, they sat down at the booth closest to the door. As they ate, I thought I caught them glancing at me every now and then. I probably could have forgotten about it if it weren't for what happened next. After the men finished eating, 2 of them stood up by the door, as the one who I spoke to previously came up to me. In his very thick country accent, he said the following, which I still remember word for word.
"Be careful, doll. There be some weird things in these here woods."
He maintained eye contact as he said this, and he backed up slowly, not waiting for a response, before he turned around and left the restaurant with his friends. Nothing else out of the ordinary happened that night, but I still couldn't shake what the man had said to me. The following night, I started another shift. It was very rainy out, though the shift itself was uneventful and, if anything, slower than the other days. It must have been around 11 when it first happened. Stopping to look up from the register, I saw a figure outside of the restaurant. I adjusted my glasses and squinted my eyes, but I still couldn't make it out fully. From what I could tell, it was a man. It looked like he was wearing a large trench coat. He was standing at the very edge of the streetlight in the parking lot, right where the pavement met the tall grass. I kept staring at him, and he didn't move. I probably watched this peculiar man for a good few minutes before I looked away. and in all that time I could really only see that he was very tall. I turned around, and through the gaps in the kitchen hardware, I could see my coworkers, which did relax me a little. I was just about to say one of their names to get them to come look at the man, but as I turned around, I saw that he was no longer there. He had vanished. I recalled the hunter's words from the night before as I tried to rationalize it. Why would some guy be out there standing still in a McDonald's parking lot so late at night? No new cars were outside, so I knew he wasn't preparing to come in for food. Finally, I assumed he was just walking home and had stopped under the streetlight to check his phone for directions, or something along those lines. It didn't make much sense otherwise, but that explanation was enough to calm my nerves. We only got a few customers between when I first saw the man and when I saw him next, which was a while past 1 in the morning. I know because I was just checking my phone when I looked up out the window and I saw him again. Only this time, he was closer. I could make him out better because he had moved in from the very edge of the light and was now directly under it. His face was still in shadow, or something, because I couldn't see it. I could clearly make out his coat, however. It was large and long. It seemed to be a deep brown leather or facsimile, and it glistened under the orange of the light from the shine the rain gave to it. It also looked tattered, with large gashes in the fabric. I could hardly see the man himself, though. However, it was clear under the light that he was very tall. He was right next to one of the employees' cars, and he stood at least 4 feet higher than the roof of it. My chest tightened, and it started to become hard to breathe. He continued to stand, staring in the direction of the restaurant. Even though the windows were tinted from the outside, it felt like he was looking right at me. This time, I kept my eyes on him, and I called for Sarah. She came out from the kitchen a few seconds later, asking me what I needed. I could only point mouth wide open at the man. She saw him too, and walked forward a few paces. "Who is that?" she asked. "I don't know. He was just there." Sarah moved towards the door, and to my unease, she opened it. From there, she called out to the perfectly still man. "Hello?" She paused, eliciting no response before saying something else. "Can I help you?" At this, the man, or whatever it was, took off. Almost instantly, it spun itself around and bolted in the direction of the woods. As it did this, I saw its legs rather clearly as the coat picked up from the wind resistance. What I saw chilled me. The legs were twisted or backwards. It looked almost like a dog's legs, only far longer. Sarah saw it too, and walked back inside without hesitation. She looked at me, expressionless, before muttering that if it came back, I should call her. She then returned to the kitchen, saying nothing else. I was in a daze for a little while after that. What just happened had felt surreal to me. I couldn't fathom what that thing was or how Sarah could remain so cool about it. Thankfully, though, the thing never returned during the rest of the shift, and I got home safely. That day, I did not sleep well at all. I remember waking up and falling back to sleep constantly, all the while anxious about that creature. When I awoke that afternoon, I decided against my better judgment to get prepped for work again. I didn't want to risk seeing the thing from the night before, but at the same time, I needed the money badly. When the night finally came, I was dreading my shift. As I finally pulled into the parking lot, I realized, to my horror, the streetlight that hung over the parking lot was out. I couldn't see what the damage was as it was nighttime, and the closest working light was a good 75 yards away. The parking lot felt more unsafe than it ever had. My entire walk to the restaurant, I was imagining the creature peering at me from the very edge of the darkness. That night, there were no customers. I mean, absolutely none. The restaurant felt so lonely, and even more so when I found out Sarah hadn't clocked in. One of the people working in the back told me she called in sick when I asked about her. Between my only friend in the workplace being gone, no customers coming in, and my phone being out of power, the night was excruciatingly slow. Though I could barely see a foot outside of the restaurant since the light was out, I could have sworn that on many occasions I saw a figure moving, just out of sight. Somehow I managed to make it through the majority of my shift. I was looking at the store clock, which read 2:59 when it happened. Without warning, the front window on the left side of the door shattered, and as it did, a large rock came through. It skidded along the floor before arriving just on the other side of my till. I was frozen in terror and surprise. 2 of the kitchen staff came out when they heard the noise, asking me what had happened. I just pointed at the window as I bent down and picked up the rock. To my astonishment, the rock was hot to the touch, almost burning my hand as I picked it up. Soon after that, we called the police. They arrived rather quickly, taking our statements and doing not much else. After locking up the store, we called it a night due to the vandalism and headed home early. It was rather awkward with everyone leaving at the same time, because where my car was, I had to wait until everyone filed out of the parking lot to leave myself. Just as I was about to pull away, though, I saw something truly terrifying. Out of the passenger window, I saw the creature again. It was standing up on the roof of the restaurant, towering above it, ominously. Again, there were no lights nearby, and I could only make out its silhouette, a deep black on the dark purple early morning sky. But I knew it was there. As I stared at it, paralyzed, it seemed to drop its coat, and as it did, I noticed the silhouette grow noticeably skinnier. It was then that I saw it outstretch its arms, and it flapped them, revealing a massive pair of wings. Without any further delay, it took off into the sky, and with it I heard a sharp, ear-piercing noise, which I can only compare to when a fast vehicle breaks the speed of sound. As soon as it was clear from view, my reflexes kicked in, and I pulled out of the parking lot extremely quickly, flooring it well over the speed limit back home. Sufficed to say, I did not return to that McDonald's. What that creature was, spriggan, doppelganger, demon, I don't know. All I do know is that I've never seen a more horrifying, inhuman creature, and I hope to never run into it again. To this day, I still sometimes have dreams about it. Take a girl's advice. If you're going to work a night shift, make sure it's somewhere a little more populated than a McDonald's in the middle of nowhere. Banshee in the Colorado Mountains, from Wicked Skits. My husband and I moved to Colorado. I was actually raised there. I was excited to share my home city with my husband. Well, it was October 2019, and all we had was our truck and $1,000 in our pockets. The decision had been spontaneous. We bought a pop-up camper in Colorado Springs and decided to camp in Woodland Park. They have all year-round camping, and it's free. The first week was quiet, except for the folks who were illegally hunting elk out there. Now, my husband got a job in town, so I'd be alone till late midnight. Of course, in October here, it snows. I noticed that it would get quiet outside the camper at night. That would give me goosebumps, and I noticed my dog, a Chiweenie, would whimper and hide under my blanket. Now, that's not how she usually is. She's usually attentive and guarding me. Well, that particular night, this made me nervous. I turned out my lantern and listened outside. I must have sat there for 10 minutes and heard nothing that was out of the ordinary. I go to turn the lantern back on, and I hear the strangest thing. Loud and ghostly screams. These chilling noises were coming from more than one direction. There were multiple sources. Suddenly, a bunch of guys on ATVs pass by, and the noises stop. And soon after, my husband pulls up. He walked in and looked at me, asking me if I was okay. I was pale as a ghost. I explained to him what happened. Now, my husband takes things like this seriously, whether it's supernatural or unexplained or what, and I thank him for that. He tried to make me feel better, and we went to bed around 2 a.m. But a couple of hours later, my husband wakes me up and whispers in my ear, telling me to not say anything, to just listen. The noises are back. Screams that sound like banshees all around the camper. We lay there, barely moving or breathing, just listening to the sound of these multiple things outside. My husband begins to shake. I look over towards him, but I saw from the light of the moon that right next to my husband's head, just outside the camper, which, mind you, is a pop-up camper, so it's just cloth, I saw next to him a shadowy figure. It seemed as if the figure was smelling my husband. Those screams got closer and closer all around us. It lasted for another hour. But luckily, they left. This would happen every night around 3 a.m. Towards the last of that month, before we packed up to Denver, the banshee calls got worse. They would begin to claw and slap at the camper. Eventually, it would stop, but I remember the first time it happened. In the morning, my husband noticed he had a bad cut on his arm, and the pop-up camper's cloth had tears and scratches all over it. We were forced to have to sell it. We couldn't afford the cost to recloth the thing. What matters is we made it out of there alive. Possible Skinwalker, from Levi. I'd like to begin with the typical "I'm no writer" statement, and I'm writing this to the best of my memories. It's been a while, so the time it happened is a bit blurry. I believe it was November of 2018. This was the only time I've ever seen this thing. I live in northern Kentucky, about an hour or so from Cincinnati, Ohio. I live right along a highway in a little valley-like area. Across the street is a small field. To the left of it is my neighbor's house and a yard light. Behind the field is a line of trees and a river. The field turns into a big hill. Behind my house is another large hill. And this happened around 12 at night. My family had just done laundry and all of it was still in the car. We had done bedding this time, so I went outside to go get one of my blankets. I normally look around quite a lot when I go outside at night, because I'm actually terrified of being out when it's dark, and I have been since I was little. I had just stepped off my porch, looking straight across the field. That's when I saw the most bizarre-looking thing. What appeared to be a hairless deer standing in the middle of it, facing towards me. Now, seeing deer is quite normal in the area. I live in the middle of rural Kentucky. There's deer everywhere. What really scared me about it, though, was it was hairless and pale. It had what looked like a thin layer of skin over its eyes, nose, and ears, too. As if it didn't have nostril holes or actual eyes, or at the very least, they were covered up. I froze once I saw it, and I couldn't process what I was looking at. I must have stood there for 5 minutes never moving, and it never moved too. I couldn't smell anything bad. I actually couldn't smell anything at all. Once I snapped out of my frozen state, I ran back inside to grab a flashlight and to get a better look. When I came back out, that thing had already disappeared. These other incidents are minor. It could just be me getting scared over nothing, but I figured I'd add them anyway. I used to hike a lot on and around the hill in my yard. There was a small creek going through the part of my backyard as well that separated the backwoods from the field in my backyard. I would usually go across the creek and then follow it all the way back to my property. But one day, while I was on my way back, I heard something that sounded like a chicken, but distorted. It didn't at all sound right, and it was coming from up the hill. At the time, we did have chickens, but they never went back that far or near the creek. I ended up walking quicker to the creek to try and get across without running, and it wouldn't stop calling till I got to the creek. I didn't hear it anymore after that. This is another story that happened earlier this year in April. I was out hiking again, alone of course, way back in the woods along the creek. I was no longer on my property. The people that own the land on the hill own a lot of the woods back behind us, and there are several fields on top of the hills. I was hiking up one of the old tractor trails. These were cleared out pathways from the fields going across the creek and a spot in the valley back there. I decided to step off the path to look at some moss under the cedar trees when I heard a rhythmic, sort of clacking sound, like two rocks hitting each other down the hill from me. At this point, I was far away from the path. Where I heard it, it seemed to be coming very far right of the pathway, which was close to me. I decided to try and go towards it to see if I could spot what was making the noise, but I didn't see anything. I was texting my cousin during this, telling him what I heard. I ended up freaking out and calling my mom, staying on the phone with her until I got back home. The entire time it felt as if I was being watched. Maybe I was just paranoid. I haven't had any more incidents other than feeling a very strong presence when I go out past the creek since March. I'm not even sure what the creature was. I think it may have been a Wendigo or Skinwalker, but I honestly have no clue. Hopefully I never run back into this being again. The Hellhound That Hated Us All, from Anonymous. First off, I'd like to start by saying I'm someone who believes in the paranormal. I believe in witches, witchcraft, and all that good stuff. I've just turned 19, but this story took place when I was maybe 14. Back then, I lived in an apartment with my older half-sister and older half-brother, along with my little brother who isn't half, and my mother. I'd also like to note that in this apartment, my mom had this family picture of all four of us kids and her. She also had separate pictures of each of us near the kitchen along a windowsill. This is important to the story later on. Me and my younger brother came back from school to find the house empty. I forget what happened, but for some reason, my brother and I got into a fight. I, being mad, went to my room and closed the door, trying to avoid my brother in the other room. I started to watch a movie. I clearly remember it was The Blind Side, when suddenly my brother comes barging in my room. He was half out of breath and looked like he had seen a ghost. He told me, while trying to catch his breath, that he had seen a dog in the bathroom. Judging by his expression and noticing how he never laughed or smiled, I could tell he wasn't joking. He was very serious. I told him to get in my room, and I closed and locked the doors. I then grabbed two of my Bibles from under my bed that I kept safe in a shoebox. I gave him the older one, and I held on to the newer one that I had recently got from my mother. We hid in my bed under the blankets, completely terrified and shaken, while grasping the Bibles close to our chests. We waited for what seemed like only a few seconds when the locked door to my bedroom just slams open hard on its own. It shook the whole room. My brother and I are completely horrified at this point. I suddenly begin to pray in my mind, asking God to take over the situation for us. Soon after I did that, we hear nothing after the door slams open, just complete silence. We waited for what seemed like forever, too scared to lift the covers off our heads. I was afraid it would show up looking for us if I did. Then my brother says, after a few minutes of waiting, that we should get up and see if it was still there in the house. We finally get up, and we found ourselves back to back, with the Bibles held out in front of us. The first thing we did was check the bathroom. We looked inside to find nothing in there. We then scanned the entirety of the house to find it completely empty and quiet. We sit in the kitchen to process what had just happened. I started to ask questions to my brother about the thing he saw. I asked him what it looked like, and he said it stood as tall as a kitchen counter, and its legs were bent looking, almost as if they were broken. He said it stood halfway behind the door, and it was facing the shower, which means the opposite to where my brother was standing. He said it was slowly turning to face him, and as it did so, he could hear its bones cracking. He said that the head of it was like that of a goat. I then asked if it was see-through or actually there, because a lot of ghost sightings are see-through. But he said he couldn't see through it, so it was really there. He explained that it appeared to have horns, and the mouth was drooling intensely, as it was chipped open like you would see on a dead goat skull, and its eyes were beady red. I was in complete shock when I heard this. I then started to process whether he was lying or not. First off, if he was lying, he would have laughed when he told me he saw it. Second of all, if this was a joke, he wouldn't be able to tell me as much detail about it, head on, like he did. Third, and most of all, if it really was a prank, how would he be able to slam open a locked door if he was by my side the whole time? He even told me not to tell Mom about it. So I did as he asked, because I myself didn't want to frighten anyone. I wished the story ended there, but it doesn't. A few days after this so-called hellhound attack, my mother yells at all of us to get up. It was about 4 or 5 in the morning, and she was very angry at all of us. Everyone was completely clueless as to why she would be so angry as to wake us all up at this hour of the day. She then asked us in a very angry tone why we would knock over the pictures she had of each of us, and why the family picture was cracked right where all our necks met. We all looked at each other in confusion. Then I looked at my younger brother, and he gave me that same look of concern, that it might have been that creature that scared us a few days back. We still proceeded to keep it a secret, and left it at that. Later on, I asked my younger brother to draw it for me, and he did. It was horrifying, and I wish I still had the drawing. I remember telling my dad about it, and he thinks it grew from our anger, since we had a fight before it happened. After we moved out of the apartments and several months went by, I finally told my mother about it, and she was very shocked. My mother is one to believe in the paranormal, and she knows that it is very much real. So when I told her about this event, she seemed shocked, and asked me why I didn't tell her the day that it happened. I simply said that I didn't want anyone to freak out about it, and she understood. Since then, I'd have to say that this is by far the creepiest encounter that I've ever experienced, especially since it slammed open a locked door like it was nothing. I tried to bait it. From Tully Road. I've been tempted to share this story for a while now. The following occurred on an island off of Washington State about 7 years ago. My sister and her family moved from Oregon to Washington. I tagged along to check it out. It was different there. The woods in Oregon had a welcoming fantasy forest feeling, whereas the woods of Washington felt ominous, forbidding. Especially at night. You could really feel the woods out there, if that makes sense. It was late afternoon. I was just chilling on the sofa at my sister's new place when she says she found out about a trail on this island. It was already late afternoon, but we said, what the heck, let's go check it out. Her husband wasn't up for it, but he agreed to drop us off and pick us up after. My oldest niece also decided to go with us. The place was about 15 minutes away, so we grabbed a handful of things and off we went. We were walking and talking, enjoying the quiet. It was a simple trail, nothing special so far. We get to this enormous tree that must have been 6 feet around. It's in the middle of where the trail splits off in 2 directions. One that leads towards the seashore, and one that leads further into the woods. So we head towards the sea. We hang there for a bit, taking in the view and shooting the breeze, before we begin to head back. We get to the big tree and decide to check out the other trail leading off into the woods. I don't remember who brought it up, but somehow the topic of Bigfoot comes up. Jokingly, I pick up a big stick, and I start whacking it against a random tree on the side of the trail. Instantly, about 20 yards off the trail, before I'm even done with my second tap, a very loud wood rapping sound begins hammering a tree, fast. When I say fast, I mean death metal blast beat fast, and incredibly loud. We can't see anything from there, and suddenly it stops. We stand there, startled. I think my niece said something about a woodpecker. We all agreed and moved on. From here on, you might say I'm making too much out of nothing, or that we're idiots. But you had to be there. You know the whole "the woods went silent" thing. Well, they were already quiet, but something had shifted. The atmosphere had changed, and we weren't laughing now. Uneasy, we kept going and slowly started to relax and chat. Then from somewhere up above us, between the treetops and the sky, what sounded like a monkey began to scream. We froze. Everyone knows the sound, that unmistakable rising higher and higher call that monkeys do. Like laughter, moving closer and closer as it passes above us, it seamlessly morphed into a crow cawing. But though we followed the sound as it passed overhead, we didn't see anything. We kept moving. No one said anything, but we silently agreed to move back towards the exit. We finish the loop we're on and head back in the direction of the big tree. But we ended up on a part we didn't recognize. You know where this is going. We spent the next hour or so backtracking and pretending there wasn't a seed of panic in our guts. It was getting darker and the temperature was dropping. We focused on the situation and kept our cool. Finally, up ahead, I saw the big tree, and we were all relieved. As we headed towards it, we hear the children. You know the sound of a big group of kids bursting out the school doors and laughing. It was like that, headed towards the seashore. I was relieved to hear people. We rounded the big tree and began heading up to the main trail toward the exit. My sister called her husband and told him to go ahead and come get us. Up ahead of us is a bend, and from around that bend comes 2 dogs. One big guy and one little guy. They're dragging their leashes. They stand there just looking at us, and as we approach the bend, they both turn around and go back. About 20 seconds later, we round that bend, expecting to greet the owners of the dogs. But there's no one there. No dogs, no people. It's a straight shot up to the exit from there. The sides of the trail are about 8 feet high and steep. There's nowhere anyone could have gone, and that's when I remember the kids. It would be getting dark soon, so where are the children that I heard? Why would a crowd of kids be going to a random isolated seashore at this time of day? Then it occurs to me that we didn't hear any footsteps. A crowd of kids would have made much more noise, especially moving at that speed. Also, there were no footprints of anyone but us. Her husband has by then shown up and is waiting with the engine running. Almost there. Right before we exit the gate, a powerful stench of something dead and rotting hits me. I glance up to my left in the direction it's coming from, and I feel a force of pure malevolence shoot right at me. like nothing I'd ever felt before in my life. Absolute and passionate hatred, indignation, aimed directly at me. My nose and eyes were glued to the spot, but there was nothing there. We get in the car and pull away. And that was it. That's the part that bothers me most, because none of us said a thing. As soon as we shut the doors, it was like it never happened. It wasn't until later that night, alone looking at some snapshots I took of the hike, I started to piece it together. On a whim, I message my friend Joe, who's into weird stuff, and I tell him a short version of the events. He never replied, and I forgot about it. Over a few years and several phones, I never deleted that message. It was like a blank spot set where my memory of it should be. I could only remember it clearly when I reread it. Another strange thing is that both my sister and I are into Bigfoot and 411, yet we never once discussed it. I brought it up once a couple of years ago. Something like, "Hey, remember that weird trail we went on?" Her only reply was, "I'll never go on that trail again." And that was that. It never came up ever again. Hearing a monkey scream in that forest was the most scared I've ever been in my entire adult life. What sticks with me the most was, however, at the end. It was a hatred I can't describe, just emanating like that stench accompanying it. Just absolute, total hatred, directed at me, not my sister, not my niece. Whatever it was, it wanted me to know that it was me, that it despised me completely, that it would have been here at the finish line no matter what. So don't go stirring things up. You aren't and won't be in control. And scariest of all, whatever it is, it hates you. The Way It Laughed, from Tess 200. I never thought something like this would happen to me. I've grown up in the woods my whole life, and never once had a scary experience. I'm 22 and live in Ontario, Canada. My parents live out in the wilderness and have 2 properties, one with their house on it, and the other down the road with 200 acres, with a long trail that leads about 100 acres into a private lake. We regularly take ATVs out and ride them to the lake to fish, swim, and relax on the dock with a cold one. Recently, I lost my job due to the Rona, so I moved out of my apartment and drove up north to stay with my parents until it's over. Luckily, my other siblings haven't lost their jobs, so they still are in the city. But one of my brothers came up for a long weekend to fish with my dad. They went ahead on the 2 of our 3 ATVs to the lake. I decided to join and follow after them, but the 3rd ATV was giving me trouble. I checked the gas and it was full. I tried to pull start it, but no luck. So I told my mom I'd take my car and park at the front of the 200 acres, then walk to the lake. It was a beautiful day, so I didn't mind a nice long sunny walk. Then I could go for a cool swim. So I hopped in my car and drove over. I parked and set off on the path, my phone playing music to scare away any animals on my way there. At least, that's what I thought it would do. It usually takes 50 minutes to walk into the lake, 35, maybe 40 if you run down the crude trail. I was at a fast-paced walk, enjoying the views and music. About 20 minutes later, I heard voices to my left in the woods. I turned off my music to listen. Sometimes my family would go off the trail on ATVs, so I called out to see if it was my dad or brother wandering around. I got no reply, but I didn't hear any engine noises, so I kept on walking. A minute later, I saw something run across the path ahead of me. It ran on all fours. I stopped in my tracks. It was big. A wolf, a deer, maybe a bear? I couldn't be sure, but I started to back away slowly and stand tall like you should when confronted by an animal. I looked around the forest and noticed how silent it got. Not even wind rustled through the leaves in the trees. My hair was all standing on end on my arms, and goosebumps trailed up my arms and legs. I felt like I was in danger. My head on a swivel, I kept looking around me to try to identify where the threat was coming from, until I heard footsteps from right behind me. I jerked around, and 20 feet away stood this tall thing. It had gray skin, and it was bony. It was as tall as a small house, about 9 feet. It was standing upright on 2 hooves, and it had antlers that were white and yellow. It appeared to be decaying. Its head hung to one side, arms falling past its knees. It had hollow eye sockets, but it felt as if they were looking into my soul. But my eyes went down and focused on its hands. It had bony human hands, and they looked like they were prepared to reach out to me. My voice caught in my throat. My flight or fight instinct pushed me into a full-out run right down the path in the direction of the lake. I heard it behind me, like it wasn't even trying to keep pace with me, waiting for me to tire out. I was so panicked, I didn't even realize I'd lost track of the trail. I was just on it, but now I was jumping through the brush of the forest until I got my foot stuck in between a fallen tree's branches. I looked back, and the thing was still coming. I didn't have time. I slipped my foot out of my shoe and kept going until I reached a clearing filled with tall grass. At this point, I was so tired. I was breathing hard. I ran, then crawled into a patch of thick grass and weeds, trying to steady my breathing, as that thing entered the edge of the clearing seconds later. It stayed just on the edge, looking around the clearing with its hollow gaze. When I heard what I thought was laughter, it was like a chuckle that sounded like a rattle. Then it spoke in a voice familiar to me, like my dad's. "Where are you, small one? I need your help with something." I was trembling, trying to hold back my panic, tears falling down my face. Then, a sound off in the forest drew its attention. It ran out of the clearing so fast, I barely had time to register that the creature was gone. I lay there, quiet and still. I don't know how long until I heard the forest come alive with noise, like it just woke up all of a sudden around me. I stood cautiously, feeling a painful twinge in my ankle. I looked down to see an angry bruise starting to form from when I got caught in that tree. I wasn't sure where I came from, and I know they say to stay put if you're lost in the woods, but there was no way I was waiting for that thing to come back. I looked at some trees to get my bearing of which way was north. My parents taught me that moss mostly grows on the north side of the trees, so I had the general direction of north. When I looked up to the sky, the sun was getting low, so I couldn't see it through the trees, but the way the light was coming, I knew that was west. The lake was southeast. I was running in that direction, so I'd want to go northwest to get back to the road, to my car. So I walked or limped in that direction, still looking around, holding my breath every time the forest seemed too quiet, then letting it out when I heard a bird's call or a squirrel chitter. It took about an hour as I had to fix my direction every now and again, and the forest has bogs and thick brush, which is hard to navigate through with a hurt ankle and lack of a shoe. I told him I was chased by something through the forest, and I got turned around. He told me my brother was riding around the trail to look for me, and we had to wait for him, but I asked to wait in the car. I felt unsafe out in the open. I felt like we were being watched, constantly. He agreed and sat with me in the car until my brother showed up 20 minutes later. But in those 20 minutes, I told my dad the whole story. He was very quiet. He told me not to say anything to my brother when he showed up, so as to not spook him. My brother ran around the car and opened the door, giving me a big hug because he had been worried about me. They asked if I needed to go to the hospital, looking at my foot, but I didn't think it was that serious, so we went back to my parents' place. It was my left foot, so I could drive back to the house without an issue, and they took the ATVs. I drove back shakily, just wanting to feel safe inside a building with my family present. When we arrived at the house after I parked, I got out of the car and saw that outside the house on the porch was my shoe, the one I'd lost in the forest. I saw it and started to break down into tears. My brother was so confused, but my dad hugged me and took me inside. I ended up telling my mom and brother what happened. My dad just didn't want to freak my brother out at the time because he was ATVing alone, looking for me. I iced my foot and thankfully didn't need a doctor. After we did some research, well, mostly my brother, we ended up calling a shaman to come bless my parents' properties a few days later. The shaman also gave me an amulet carved from wood and told me to wear it when I'm in the woods to protect me from evil spirits. He was very adamant about me wearing it. If what I saw was an evil spirit, I plan on never going back in the woods alone again. It's become a part of my day to put on the amulet before I go outside. So far, nothing else has happened, and I'm thankful to say I haven't seen that thing again since that encounter 2 months ago. I feel like I've lived through a horror movie, and I can say I hated every second of it. I still can't get that thing's rattling laugh out of my head. Army Scout, hunted by Bigfoot. From 19 Delta Scout. Looking back at almost 30 years of service as a soldier in the U.S. Army, I can comfortably say that it was an honor and a privilege to serve such a great and remarkable country. During my time, I managed to acquire several combat military occupational specialties, or MOS, which include Vulcan Gunner, Stinger Gunner, Artillery Gunner, and Combat Infantryman. My favorite MOS, however, definitely has to be the Cavalry Scout. As the name implies, an Army Cavalry Scout is the eyes and ears of the Maneuvering Combat Battalion. We usually operate alone and far ahead of the main combat force, oftentimes behind enemy lines. Using stealth and silence, we locate enemy positions, determine where they have laid their mines, locate their barriers and ambush positions, and find ways to outflank their defensive positions. To be a scout, you have to be able to act independently and confidently, because more often than not, Army Scouts will usually be outnumbered and surrounded. Conducting reconnaissance behind enemy lines is not a job for everyone, but if you're daring and crazy enough, it's a job that a select few would really enjoy. The one skill that an Army Scout needs above all else is the ability to read a map, determine your coordinates on the ground, and have the ability to navigate stealthily to your objective. A scout is virtually useless if he can't read a map and ends up getting lost. As such, a large part of a scout's training consists of land navigation in all terrains, weather conditions, and environments, including forests, dense woodland, deserts, and swamps. While I was training to be a scout, our class was dropped out somewhere in the middle of a dense forest, somewhere in Pennsylvania, at 11 o'clock at night. It was a cool November evening, and the only illumination came from the full moon, which shone brightly in the sky. There were 16 of us who had advanced to this phase of training, including one guy who was a former U.S. Navy SEAL. We were each given a map a compass, a red lens flashlight, water, night vision goggles or NVGs, and 4 hours to find at least 4 out of 5 points located on the map. Each point we had to find was located somewhere inside the black forest that surrounded us. A point consisted of nothing more than a wooden pole sticking out of the ground, with an ammunition can at the base. Inside that ammunition can was a description of an enemy position. For example, a description might read, "Enemy machine gun, position facing north." The scout would then have to write it down as best he could. Beside the darkness, there were several other factors working against us. For one, some of the points were located relatively close together, separated by about 20 meters or so. This meant that the scout had to track precisely to the correct point, or else risk navigating to the wrong one. Also, all 16 of us were given different points to navigate to, so there would be absolutely no helping each other. This was strictly an individual training event, and it was timed. Anyone who failed to successfully find the 4 out of 5 points in the designated time would have to come back tomorrow evening and try again. Finally, we were told that there were several enemy soldiers out there, somewhere in the forest, who would be hunting us. If one of them caught us, we would be brought back to the start point and have to do it all over again. The land navigation site was a densely forested area, roughly 10 square miles, and was crisscrossed with streams, which we'd have to navigate in the dark. A dirt road surrounded the entire area, and if a scout came to that dirt road, he knew he had reached the boundary. Also, if a scout became completely lost in the dark, he was to make his way to the dirt road and await pickup. Joking and insults would then follow. An instructor gave me a list of 5 points. I went to the front of an HMMWV, or Humvee, and used the hood as a makeshift table. Using my red lens flashlight, I plotted all 5 points on my map. This was perhaps the most important part of the process. If a scout plotted his points incorrectly on the map, he would never find his points, especially in a pitch-black forest. After double and triple checking that I'd correctly plotted my points, I studied the map to see what terrain I could expect. 2 of my points were located on small hilltops. 2 were located in a valley, which would require me to cross 2 streams, and 1 was located near the boundary next to the dirt road. That last point was farthest out, but also the easiest to find. All 5 of my points were located in an area roughly 3 miles square. My plan was to find that last point first, then work my way back to the start point. The only variable that I couldn't control were the enemy soldiers who would be hunting us. After assuring that my NVGs operated correctly, I secured it on my forehead. Satisfied that I had all my gear secured to make as little noise as possible, I stepped off of the dirt road and plunged down into the black forest. Immediately, unseen branches like skeletal fingers reached out from the darkness to scratch my face and hands. I was only 20 meters inside the woodline, but already the sounds and activities behind me had all but disappeared. I slowly knelt, closing my eyes and letting my ears see into the dark. To my left, about 10 meters away, one of my fellow scouts was also moving through the forest to find his points. Further ahead of me, I could hear movements somewhere in the woods, a skittering noise running through the undergrowth, perhaps a raccoon or some other rodent. The fallen leaves on the ground crunching underfoot would give away our movement. We'd have to be extra careful and stealthy to avoid attracting attention. I got up and continued walking towards my first point, counting my steps so that I could judge how far I'd traveled, and keeping my eyes on my compass to ensure that I was heading in the correct direction. I was suffering from tunnel vision, as I could only see what was directly in front of me. I had almost no peripheral vision because of my NVGs. The terrain was steadily sloping downwards as I descended into the valley. Occasionally, I would stop and kneel to scan my surroundings to see if I was being followed. So far, however, it was all quiet. It appeared that I was all alone on this stretch of forest. At the bottom of the valley, the ground became muddy, and at one point I sank to the top of my boots in cold mud. a stream about 8 feet wide crossed in front of me. I debated on whether to cross the stream or find a way around it. Further upstream by a few hundred meters, I heard a loud splash, followed by a soldier yelling, "Son of a..." I chuckled to myself and silently climbed down into the stream. Looking left and right to ensure that I wasn't spotted, I climbed over a few fallen tree branches and waded into the water. It was ice cold and came up to my knees, but at least the running water was washing the mud off of my boots. Upon reaching the other side, I climbed up the muddy shore on the opposite bank. I stopped briefly to make sure that I was undetected. I hauled myself up an embankment and, wet, cold, and muddy, I continued up the slope of the valley. Fortunately, since it was November, mosquitoes or any other buzzing insects were a minor annoyance. However, as I walked up that slope, I slowly began to realize I had not heard any buzzing insect noises at all. If you've done this job long enough, you begin to develop what I call a warning radar, a sense that there is something just not right with your surroundings. You learned to trust your warning radar, and I could swear that I was being watched. This annoyed me more than anything else, because I was the one who stalked. I didn't like being stalked. At the top of the slope, I got on the ground and scanned the area again. Yep, there he was. About 50 meters to my right front, crouching behind a stand of trees, was an enemy soldier. He was looking away from me, probably trying to stalk the other soldier who yelled when he fell into the stream. At night, sound carries farther, so I very slowly crawled back down the slope and walked another 50 meters away from the enemy soldier, then climbed the slope again. Scanning the area around me again, I found the path ahead was clear. I pulled out a poncho from a small pack on my back and covered myself with it. I pulled out my map and flashlight. I determined how far off course I'd gone and adjusted my heading and pace count. Satisfied that I was still heading in the correct direction, I put the poncho away and slowly stood up to proceed. Suddenly, far off to my left, I heard the enemy soldier yell, "You've been captured, Scout. Return to the start point and restart your mission." I chuckled again when I heard the voice of the scout who fell in the stream yell another, "Son of a..." I continued walking through the forest, and the trees eventually thinned out. I stopped again and took a knee behind a fallen tree, listening. My internal warning radar was giving me the all clear. I closed my eyes and let my ears see for me again. Ahead of me, I could hear the low rumbling of a Humvee. Just as I calculated, the dirt road marking the perimeter was about 200 meters ahead of me. I waited until the sound of the Humvee passed, then made my way to the road, stopping just inside the woodline. I looked to my right, and sure enough, only 20 feet away just off the road, was my first point. I cautiously approached the wooden pole. I grabbed the ammunition can and took it back to the tree line. I cracked open the ammunition can, and the noise of the metal can opening seemed to scream in the dark. I cursed, but apparently nobody heard the noise. Covering myself again with the poncho, I took out my flashlight, and I copied down what was written on the enemy description inside the can. At vicinity grid PB 335-44459 as an enemy patrol near the road. I put the ammunition can back at the point and walked back into the forest. An hour and a half had passed and I had found my first point. I had another 2.5 hours to find at least 3 more, but those would be quicker. My next 2 points were south of me, almost in a straight line on the slopes of a hill. Although it would have been easier to walk along the crest of the hill to get to the next point, I didn't want to risk being silhouetted by the moon, so I stayed below the crest of the hill where the trees were thicker, but the movement was slower. I paralleled the top of the hill for about 300 meters until I came to the spot where my second point should be. Low crawling to the top of the hill, I scanned around with the NVGs. I was off by about 50 feet, but there was my second point sticking straight up in the middle of a clearing. I was about to get up and approach it when my warning radar went off in my head. I wasn't alone. I knelt back down and scanned the forest area surrounding the clearing again. There was the faint scent of feces like cow dung wafting across the clearing. There, 75 meters at my 1 o'clock, a figure that looked like it was wearing a sniper's ghillie suit was peering out of the forest. It wasn't one of my fellow scouts. We hadn't been given the ghillie suit camouflage, so it must have been one of the enemy soldiers. And boy, did he stink. I hated to think what he had fallen into. Fortunately, he wasn't looking in my direction. I observed him for a few tense seconds, then he stood up and turned to leave. Geez, that guy was huge. I waited a few more seconds until I could not smell him anymore. Then I entered the clearing to retrieve the ammunition can. At vicinity grid PB 300-96687 is an enemy anti-tank emplacement at the top of the hill. I came off the top of the hill, grateful to be back inside the thick tree line, but the leaves crunching under my boots sounded like the roar of jets in that dark and lonely forest. Every crunching step seemed to shout, "There's a scout over here!" Crunch, crunch, crunch. I stopped suddenly and slowly got down on my belly. Crunch, crunch, crunch. These footsteps were behind me, approaching my position. I cursed. Stinky enemy soldier in the ghillie suit was stalking me. He must have been beyond 75 meters from me because I didn't smell him at the time. If I had the time, I would evade around him. But another 30 minutes had passed, and I needed to get my third point. I needed to get to where the trees weren't so thick, so I made my way back up the slope and was able to fast walk and jog across the crest of the hill for about a quarter mile. The bad part was, because I'd chosen to go back up the slope, the full moon illuminated me the whole time. Also, my pace count was off, although I knew that I was still headed in generally the right direction to my third point. I ran down the slope and back into the woodline again, stopping to see if stinky enemy soldier in the ghillie suit had followed me. Satisfied that I had lost him, I began searching the area for my third point. Because I'd made a detour up the slope and had lost my pace count, I was not as accurate in positioning myself close to the third point. I just knew it was around here somewhere here in a 50-meter radius. The bad thing about NVGs is that while it gives the wearer an amazing ability to see in the dark, it also severely limits the wearer's depth perception. I found the point literally by accident, when I inadvertently kicked over the ammunition can. The loud clang echoed in the night, and I shook my head, cursing my bad or good luck. I pulled out my flashlight again. I copied down the enemy description that was inside the can. At vicinity grid PB 288-34755 is an enemy command post. I returned the can back to the point, and I was turning to go to my fourth point when I could make out the faint smell of cow dung again. Man, stinky enemy soldier in the ghillie suit sure was fast for a big guy, as well as persistent. It was almost 2 in the morning, which meant that I had a little over an hour to find my fourth point. If I had any time left, I'd look for the fifth point, which was only a quarter mile from the start. I turned due south and headed back down into the valley. The whole time my warning radar was going off in my head. Sometimes I thought I could smell that cow dung, and I secretly wished that stinky guy following me would fall into the stream. The trees were thicker towards the base of the valley where the stream ran, so it was much darker with very little moonlight shining through, but it was still pleasantly cool, though I was hot and sweaty by this time. I calculated that I was at a bend in the stream, about 500 meters away from where I first crossed it. This fourth point was weird, because it looked to be directly in the stream on my map, meaning it could be on either bank of the stream. I wasn't looking forward to crossing both sides of it, but I didn't have much of a choice. I knew that my fourth point was here somewhere close by. I silently searched my side of the muddy stream for about 50 meters. The rippling of the waters masked any noise I made, but it also masked the noise of any approaching bad guys as well. Finding nothing on my side of the stream, I once again climbed down an embankment and waded across the icy cold water to the other side. There I began my search again. I looked for another 50 meters and still saw nothing except mud and fallen trees. I was beginning to doubt that I plotted this point correctly when I looked at the stream again and noticed something that I hadn't seen before. In the middle of the stream was a narrow, dry spot of land, like a miniature 4-foot square island. In the middle of this island was my 4th point. I waded back into the water, and after I covered myself with my poncho, I quietly opened the ammunition can. At vicinity grid PA009-58824 is an enemy submarine base. Really, I thought, a submarine base? Whatever. I closed the ammunition can and set it back down when the smell of cow dung seemed to hit me like the heat you feel when you open a hot stove. I cursed. Even though I'd found the necessary points that I needed, I still had to get back to the start point without being caught, or else I'd have to do this all over again. How did Stinky Guy keep finding me? Very slowly I knelt down on the island and crawled backwards into the freezing water. The smell was all around me, and there was a noise like branches breaking on the bank, followed by splashing sounds only 50 meters to my left. The moon shone down at the place where there was a bend in the stream. Outlined in the light was big, stinky enemy soldier guy. Most of my body was submerged in the water, with my upper body hugging that little strip of island in the middle of the stream. I looked up at the guy who was 50 meters away from me and gulped. What I had at first thought was a ghillie suit seemed to actually be fur. It was a good 7.5 to 8 feet tall and had a gorilla-like face and was covered with dark, thick fur. This creature stood in the middle of the stream, looking around and seeming to sniff at the air. Great, I thought. I'm being stalked by a freaking Sasquatch. But since I know where you are, and you don't know where I am, I guess I'm stalking you now. I began to wonder if I'd packed any more beef sticks in my pack, since I saw a commercial once on television where the Sasquatch things seemed to like beef sticks. All of a sudden, in the distance, came the blaring of multiple horns, which seemed to echo all around the valley. I cursed again. That was the warning signal, that all scouts had 30 minutes to finish finding their points and return to the start line. By this point, I was more annoyed than frightened. I was wet, cold, irritated, and muddy. Fortunately, I'd wrapped my waterproof notebook with all of my plot points inside of my waterproof poncho, and I kept it on the small island, out of the water. Still, I had only 30 minutes to make it back to the start line, but tall, dark, and Stinky was standing in the middle of the stream, looking around like a lost grandpa at the mall. That big hairy McDingleberry was going to cost me getting my recon scout qualification. It seemed like I lay there for hours, but in reality it was only a few seconds. After the horns began to blare, Big Stinky seemed to let out a huff and ran back up the embankment from which he had emerged. I waited for the smell to dissipate before hauling myself out of the stream and double-timing it back to the start point. Although I was the last scout to return to the start point, I was feeling pretty good when our trucks brought us back to the barracks. 2 scouts got lost and had to be picked up by the side of the road, and 2 other scouts failed to find 4 of their 5 points. These guys would have to try again tomorrow night. Only one guy, the former Navy SEAL, found all 5 of his points. And although I found only just enough points to pass the course, I also stalked a Bigfoot. How many other cavalry scouts can say that? The Shift. From Xavier. I'm 18 years old, and I've been in Pennsylvania throughout my life. This was an encounter that changed me forever. On New Year's Eve of 2018, my family and I were on our way to meet up with my third cousin, Lance. We'd be going to his outdoor home to celebrate the new year. I usually never really cared about him. Honestly, my father and him used to mess around for a bit when they were kids, but now they work together. So much so that we're going to start working on gardening and farming, which I never really got into, and I absolutely hated it. Even to this day, they still do it, and I hate it. What's always teed me off is the fact that my father is a bit of a control freak. He likes to clean other people's stuff, but not in our own house. I've nothing wrong against Lance. He was a conductor in the music arts. He works at a funeral home, and he seems to be a good husband. Anyway, he had bought the outdoor home about 3 months before the celebration of the new year. The home looked a bit unusual. Not the stereotypical haunted cabin in the woods, but it was strange. It had a plastic roofing on the balcony. The pillars weren't straight. It had a basketball hoop in the parking lot that nobody used. In fact, now that I come to think of it, I don't think the original owners or builders ever used it either. However, the interior was astoundingly beautiful. Tan painted walls, 4K flat-screen TV against the wall, the lovely pictures of the Amazon rainforest, a marble kitchen counter, all the works. I'll give him this. He did a wonderful job cleaning up the place for 3 months. There are 3 other people in the home. Uncle John, who's the owner of the funeral home, Francis, who is a lovely husband to Lance, and Nancy. She's 80 years old, and to this day I really don't know who she is. As we got there, food was already prepped and ready to eat. As day turned to night, all of us notice at the home it's a bit chilly. Lance asked me to check downstairs at the basement to make sure that the furnace was still running, and so I did. I went and investigated. As soon as I opened the hatch, I saw that the last log had been burnt. I checked behind me to see if there were some logs piled up, but there wasn't. I went back upstairs and asked Lance where the log pile was. When he answered, I was immediately annoyed. The log pile in question had been set up about 1/4 of a mile away from the home. It was 11:45. There was no way in heck I could somehow rush 1/4 of a mile, lift the heavy logs, and make it back just in time to hit 12. My father volunteered to go, because, he wants to make himself useful. I told him that I can actually take care of things on my own, but I really wish I didn't say that. Not because I was going to be late, but because I was about to witness something terrible. I went along and put my leather coat, gloves, and cap on. I grabbed the wagon for the pile, and I head out in the dark, cold night. There was a full moon shining on the snow, but it wasn't that bright, so I'd have to use my phone as a flashlight. As I walked further and further away from the house, I thought to myself, great. I bet I'm gonna die from some sort of spooky ghost or something of the sort. But no sooner that had popped into my head, I heard something to my right. I shined my flashlight in the direction of where it came from, but there was nothing there. I panicked and thought, I'm gonna be that kid that disappeared in Stranger Things. I took a moment to calm down. I reminded myself it could just be a deer, a rabbit, a squirrel, worst case scenario, a coyote or bear. I kept myself calm, and I kept walking. As I kept going, I kept hearing the noise, as if it was following me. I was curious though, so I stopped, and the noise stopped. When I kept going, the noise came back. I still kept my cool. Finally, I made it to the log pile. Next to the pile was a lantern on top of a stump. I put away my phone and lit it up. I moved the logs into the wagon one by one. As I finished putting the last log on top, I heard a growl. A deep growl. And that's when it hit me. I'm in the middle of the woods. It's a full moon, and there's some sort of thing behind me. There just had to be. There's no way it could be anything else. I wasn't making this up. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight. I turned around, and there it was. Some sort of creature 12 feet away from me. A creature with a human body, covered in fur, extremely muscular. It had a tail and stood about 7 feet tall, and its head was wolf-shaped. Now, most people use the fight or flight response. A lot of folks run away when they see something like this. Even some try to fight. I wasn't those people. In fact, I was geeking out a bit. I was really into mythology and folklore. I was a skeptic of the supernatural, but I studied it and adored it. When I first laid eyes on this beautiful creature, it was incredible to witness. But then I thought for a moment. This thing had been stalking me. Finally, I got the normal human response. My heart sank. My brain was confused, being excited and afraid. But something crazy happened. This werewolf-looking thing just lost interest in me and walked away. I wasn't going to let this opportunity be taken away from me. I went to camera mode on my phone, and I tried to take a picture. But when I looked at it, a bug was on the lens, attracted to the light that was still on. I wouldn't realize this until later. 2 years later, that memory still keeps me on my toes. I didn't bother telling my friends or family about what I saw, except for my girlfriend. She was always a believer of anything of that sort. In fact, she's a pagan witch. I needed some way to get this experience out of my head. I tried drawing it up, but it didn't help. I eventually turned to screenwriting. Because of the whole Rona thing in 2020, I figured it was a good opportunity to expand my creativity and at least try to get this out of my head and onto paper. I began to write the pilot draft to a series called Shift. The story goes, Josh McAllister accidentally gets cut by the remains of a werewolf and has to fight off other creatures and an ancient evil covenant. Nevertheless, that experience was no longer lingering in me. Working on this, it got me thinking it could be a huge step up in my life. All because of that incident. All because that creepy werewolf had been stalking me. And I gotta thank him for that. Warning. The following story contains scenes of animal violence. The time a bunch of stray dogs might have hunted down a Skinwalker. From Fireclaw is Woot 1. I think the fan who submitted this story might be a Warriors fan, like me. Anyway, here goes. So, this is a story from my brother. As such, I have no way of validating that this happened at all, except one part that I'll get to later. Back in 2015, my brother worked for a security guard hiring place, not exactly sure what to call it. Basically, he'd call and they'd station him someplace or another that needed it. So this particular time, my brother got hired by the local cemetery. They'd had issues with kids sneaking in at night and messing things up. And at one point, they even broke a couple of graves. Well, his job was to drive around the cemetery and make sure no one was messing around. This area was pretty rural at the time, and had a pretty bad stray dog problem. Dogs would often get lost around here, or people would drop them off, and they'd form packs and roam the countryside. On this particular night, my brother was at the cemetery. He noticed a pretty big pack of dogs, about 8 or so, just wandering around and playing. There was a big Rottweiler, important later, a couple of mixed breed dogs, and even a little Bichon Frise that was clearly someone's pet at some point, because it still had a harness on. So my brother is doing his rounds, which, like I said, was basically to drive from one end of the cemetery to the other, with a spotlight, and make sure no kids were breaking in, doing things they weren't supposed to in one of the mausoleums or something. He was driving real slow and had the window down, his arm out the window with the spotlight, and it's pitch black at this point. Suddenly, he hears dogs going crazy, but then he hears what he can best describe as a sound like a screaming bird from the swamp episode of Avatar, but deeper and more human, with a rattling sound mixed in, like a rattlesnake's rattle. The dogs go silent before starting to back up, barking and snarling a few minutes later. Then something fast and pale runs in front of his headlights, with the 8 dogs in pursuit, barking and snarling. So he decides to follow the dogs, in fear that they're getting ready to tear someone's pet apart. He parks his car, gets out with his spotlight, then follows the sound of barking. But then he hears that scream again. He swears that he heard a faint mixed in with the weird screech and rattling. He gets to where the dogs are going nuts and shines his light at the spot. He's now surprised to see that the dogs have a deer backed up against the wall of a mausoleum. He said that this deer was a pale gray color. It was skinny and emaciated. He shined the light at its eyes. They were solid black, yet somehow no light reflected back. He said they were like the eyes of something dead. He is understandably confused, and he's standing there, a few yards away from a pack of angry, snarling dogs that haven't even registered that he's there. The dogs have this deer surrounded and are taking turns nipping at its hind end and legs. But my brother notices that every time they do, they recoil and sort of gag, as if the taste is appalling to them. My brother then hears a deep growling coming from behind him, and this big Rottweiler bowls past him, launching itself at this deer. It grabs at the deer's hind leg, and with a mighty shake, knocks the thing over and just starts wailing on it. My brother then says the deer lets out that screech again. He watched as the deer took its hoof and begins to swipe, yes, swipe, at the dogs. The Rottweiler lets go, and the deer takes off, dogs hard on its heels. He never did guard work at that cemetery again, but he did get me to go back to the cemetery with him a few days later. That little Bichon Frise with the harness was there, and we managed to get it to come with us. And now he's had that dog for the last 5 years. The Thing in the Pond, from Urilaja. When I was 10 years old, we got a new puppy. He was a spaniel, the most social and friendly little dog. He would run up to people on the street and greet them with a wildly wagging tail and excited little jumps. He never failed to greet a potential new friend. My responsibility was to walk him every day, usually in the afternoon, but also the occasional late-night stroll. My favorite route was to take him through this little wooded area near our house. This wooded area lay behind the conservatoire and was protected from being cut down due to Siberian flying squirrels that inhabited the area. This tiny sanctuary had an artificial pond in it. It was murky, still water, but it had the occasional duck. It was customary for all new graduates of the conservatoire to swim a lap in the murky pond upon graduation day. It was a rite of passage of sorts. The area consisted of one path from one end to the other, the pond being near the southern entrance, and then another 500 meters of path after it into the woods. That particular night, in the dead of the Finnish winter, our poor puppy had tummy trouble, and my mom, exhausted from a day's work, asked me to take him outside one more time. It was already nearly midnight, but I agreed, seeing how all creatures should be allowed to use the bathroom when they needed to. I also love how the piercingly white snow glows in the night, how, if it's cold enough, your breathing fogs up, and a step on the snow makes it creak in a very satisfying manner underfoot. It was that kind of weather, so I put on my winter jacket and boots and off we went into the pitch-black night. As I usually did, I steered the puppy towards the little wooded area, away from streetlights. He pranced in the snow that reached up to his sides, like an excited rabbit. He seemed all better, pulling me forward so fast I almost fell over in the snow more than once. The little guy was sniffing every scent left by other dogs in the area, with his tail pointing straight up in excitement. As we approached the pond, the cold air carried with it a peculiar sound, a very steady, very consistent thump, 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 thump. I was a bit confused, since usually the area didn't have much traffic during the night. An occasional fellow dog walker, maybe. But seeing as how all the benches were covered in snow and the path was narrow, it wasn't exactly a spot to hang out in the middle of the night. As we turned to the opening with the pond, I froze. In the middle of the frozen pond sat a little boy. He sat on the ice, which had been cleared of at least a meter of snow, as if it had been dug up to reveal the ice. He was wearing clothes that struck odd to me, nothing modern at all. His clothes were all shades of orange and looked to be made from fabric instead of what kids in Finland wore. No colorful patterns or reflectors. He was also wearing a fur hat and leather mittens. It reminded me of pictures of my mom as a child in the late 60s and her winter clothes. Now, it seemed the thumping sound was coming from this little boy. He appeared to be around 6 years old and was very rhythmically hitting a huge rock on the ice that he was sitting on. But there was a problem with that, because the rock was way too big for such a small human to be lifting it, let alone smashing it repeatedly on the ice, like it weighed nothing. My first thought was that it was just some child from my neighborhood, but the longer I considered this option, the more ludicrous it seemed. The nearest houses were at least half a kilometer away, if not more. I'd seen no one else on my way here, no person that seemed to be watching over such a young child playing nearby. It would take a very uncaring parent to let a child out this late in freezing temperatures, all alone, and knowing that there was a source of water nearby. There was no logical way this kid could be there, unless he was in a very sad home situation. So I decided to save the day. I stepped off the path when the dog leash in my hand stopped me. Our dog, who would always and every time approach new people he met, was now desperately trying to pull me forward in our route to sniff the next pea-soaked snowbank. He didn't even acknowledge the boy on the ice. His eyes didn't steer that direction once. It's like I was the only one to actually see the boy. This boy didn't seem to notice me either. He kept hitting the ice under him. Thump, 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 completely oblivious of anyone or anything around him. There was a weird stillness in the air. All I could hear was the sound of this huge rock bouncing off the ice and sometimes cracking it further. I could see the ice had already started to chip away to form a dent. He must have been hitting it for a very long time, as that pond usually froze all the way down to the bottom. Ice during these winter months is tough as steel. I pulled my dog closer to the edge of the pond, almost holding my breath from anticipation, and the rush of saving a child made me swell with pride. "Hey, are you okay out here? Your parents around?" My voice was so weak, it seemed to be absorbed by the snow all around us. It was hard to speak. It felt forbidden, like any second this child would just disappear into thin air if I broke the spell that was keeping him in this world. The boy paid me no mind at all. It was like he was stuck in a forever loop of hitting the ice over and over again, like he was just a mirage from another place and time. I started feeling more and more scared. It seemed that I couldn't form any kind of connection with this child. And now I wanted to run. So that's what I did. My dog seemed so happy to finally be on our way, as I hurriedly started running on the path to make it to the other end of the wooded area. Good thing our puppy loved to race and forgot the wonderful smells of the yellow snow in an instant. All while I was running and slipping on the frozen path, all the way until I saw a streetlight shine its blissful light towards me and my oblivious galloping puppy. I could hear the perfectly rhythmic, hollow thump, 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 thumping, until it faded to nothing, and I was standing there out of breath, looking up and down the empty street, expecting anything to happen. I went home, and I told my mom what I saw. Of course, she didn't believe me, but every now and then, I wonder if decades ago, a little boy wearing a fur hat and a faded orange coat drowned in that pond on a cold autumn night, sinking to the bottom, slowly suffocating in the water so cold it hurts to touch. The pack is hungry. From Tyler in Trouble. I grew up in the foothills, swamps, and muggy woods of South Carolina. As soon as my siblings and I hit 10 years old, we were taught to safely use and maintain hunting tools such as knives, bows, traps, and firearms. Our parents made sure to instill a respect in us for animals, especially those we took for food, and an understanding of the food chain. This particular story is from when I was around 17 years old and a fairly experienced hunter for my age. I had developed a deep love of hunting raccoons, and I took part every season. I was a black sheep in the local hunting community, though, because unlike most people my age, I refused to hunt alone. In most young hunters' minds, they picture the hunt, the kill, and the praise they would get from putting food on the table. But as I stated above, I understood that no matter how strong I was, or how big my gun was, I could always fall prey to something out there. More often than not, my usual hunting partner was my stereotypical hillbilly uncle, R. He was raised very much the same as us. He never failed to pass on a useful tip or guide me to a better location to hunt or fish. That night we were on the land off the banks of Broad River close to the North Carolina state line. We were hunting raccoons with his two best hounds, Baby Doll and Scooter. It was pitch black as the clouds hid the moon behind a thick blanket. The night was frigid and dead silent, except for the distant flow of the river and the dogs rattling around in the dog box. Looking back now, I fully understand that night hunting is not for everyone. The temperature was dipping into the single digits, and every branch our lights touched resembled long, bony fingers reaching limply out of the blackness for the ground below. We geared up and did a basic check of the surrounding area to confirm it was safe to hunt. We met up at the tailgate, and with a nod, we cut the dogs loose to track. Scooter and Baby Doll were from the same litter, and their teamwork in the woods was hard to beat, despite having vastly different methods for tracking a scent. Baby Doll was notorious for bolting after a scent and covering hundreds of yards before stopping to find it again. She was like a razor blade, gliding through the dark trees and across frozen creeks. Scooter, on the other hand, was a slow mover. He stayed only just behind Baby Doll, shuffling around in the brush as a midpoint between his sister and us, who were at that moment at the truck watching them on the tracking system. He would only leave his usual post when Baby Doll found something, or if there was trouble. And that night, there would be trouble. The GPS alerted that Baby Doll had treed something, and as we watched Scooter bolt in her direction, we followed suit. We moved quickly through the frozen brush, calling to the dogs, encouraging them as we jogged deeper into the maw of the forest. I'm not sure when it happened, because of how rough the terrain became to get through at certain points, but I got separated from R and wound up alone in the dark, standing in the bottom of a deep wash with a shallow stream babbling across pebbles and tree roots. I couldn't hear the dogs anymore, and my calls to R went unanswered. I climbed back up the wall of dirt that I had slid down in my pursuit, hoping the high ground would help me carry my voice. After 2 more yells with no reply, I reluctantly tried calling his cell phone. He answered on the first ring, shouting into the phone only audible between gunshots.
Go back to the road.
Then the phone went quiet. It was then I heard the distant echoes of gunshots cascading over the silent ambience, accompanied by vigorous yips and barks. I remembered being confused for a minute, wondering what had happened and if I should try to help. I came to the conclusion that I should backtrack to the road, but every so often I would yell back to let him know where I was, if he could hear me. I walked about 50 yards and yelled back through the trees with only distant crashes and racket to answer me. I had almost made it another 10 yards when I heard a fierce ripping of vines and bushes. It was Baby Doll in a full sprint in my direction. I thought she might slow down as she got closer to me, but she never missed a beat and ran past me like grease lightning. Then another crash, and the yips I heard over the phone returned in the distance, getting closer now. I knew then why R had panicked. In their charge, the dogs had disrupted a pack of coyotes, and they were chasing them, and by association, us. I began jogging after Baby Doll, hoping to secure her in the box and get off the ground. The yips, growls, and barks were getting louder behind me. I struggled to navigate the brush in my thick winter clothes, but I kept moving, my dull yellow headlamp turning my world into a hazy blur of tree trunks and shadows. I came within view of the road and saw Baby Doll already on the lowered tailgate barking into the woods. Another shredding of brush behind me sent me into a full panic, but galloping past my legs came Scooter, mouth open, bawling as he went. I started up the hill to the truck, and my headlamp went out. I fumbled around in the darkness and made my way up the hill on my hands and knees, out of breath and hands shaking. I opened the box doors so the dogs could get inside and hopped into the bed, pulling the tailgate shut. I searched my coat pockets frantically for a light, which thankfully I found. I stood upright in the truck bed, flashlight in one hand shaking violently and rifle in the other, and then I saw them. They were like stars shining through the pitch-black darkness. Their eyes, those gleaming eyes and ravenous sounds flowed out of the tree line like a nightmare come to life. I began shooting into the trees and the air, trying to scare them enough to turn back. It didn't take long. They ran back into the trees, and the eyes soon disappeared. But I could still hear them. They were just out of view, but they were definitely there, watching me. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't just jump down and get into the truck. It was locked, and R had the keys. I couldn't risk shooting where they might be because I didn't know where R was. Even if they did come into view again, I only had 4 rounds left in the magazine. I was stuck. I tried yelling to R again and again, but my voice was overrun by the pack's symphony from the trees. The cold was getting to me. The mad dash back to the road caused me to sweat heavily, and it felt like icicles were falling from my forehead. My light was dim, and my legs throbbed. Even with the circumstances as they were, I was fighting the urge to fall asleep. I tried calling R's phone a few times over the next few minutes, but no answer. On my last attempt, it went straight to voicemail. His phone must have been dead. The ruckus from the trees began to get more and more distant. Then I started to hear gunshots and brush thrashing violently. I soon found R's headlamp bouncing through the trees. When he came into full view, he was white as a sheet and out of breath. He stopped at the bottom of the hill and fired 3 more shots into the shadows, then climbed up. We rushed home after that, feeding the wood stove thick blocks until the metal popped and groaned from the heat. We were cut up, battered, frozen, shaken, and exhausted. But we went right back the next night to hunt again. Tree People from EMFH. About a year ago in Great Falls, Montana, I was living in a camper with my boyfriend at the time. Let's call him Chris, along with my friend T. It was late at night and freezing cold as it was winter time. None of us could sleep and all our phones were dead. The camper had no power at the time. Chris and I decided we were going to go to the bank just right down the street from where the RV was parked, because they had these posts with outlets. When we got there, we plugged in our phones. As my phone was charging, I heard a really weird noise and started to look around. There was this tree at the edge of the woods about 3 feet away from us. Standing in the middle of this tree was a woman standing there motionless, staring at me. Freaked out, I turned and whispered to Chris, "Do you see that woman by the tree?" He looked around for a moment and replied, "Oh, what woman? I don't see anyone." I froze for a second, then looked back at the tree. That woman was still there. I tried to take my eyes off of her. Looking up, I was surprised when I saw 2 branches on the left side, each with 6 babies, and the right side with 6 children. I looked around more and saw 16 more of these things. They were all in the distance, just staring at me. I looked over at a bench under a tree at the entrance of the bank, and I saw an elderly couple. I could tell they were one of these people, too. Once I saw them, I started to hear voices in different languages. I hurried to my phone and turned it on to Google Translate. I repeated what was said. From what I could gather, it seemed each person was recalling memories, telling stories of who they are, or perhaps who they were. I looked around again, but the people were now gone. It's like they disappeared. I told Chris that we needed to leave. As we grabbed our things and prepared to head back, I heard the voices pick up again. I thought to myself it made no sense, they can't be real. It's just in my head. But then I looked up, and I saw the woman again. She was in the tree and her mouth was curled into a big smile with the whitest teeth I'd ever seen. I yelled, "Go away!" Chris looked at me weird. I told him we're leaving, now, and that we need to hurry up. I could feel that evil-looking smile drilling into the back of me. As Chris and I began to run, I heard them say something else, but my phone no longer had service, so I couldn't get it translated, not until we got back to the RV. Until then, I repeated what was said in my mind over and over so that I'd remember it. As soon as I got back, I got reception, so I repeated it into Google Translate. It just said, "run." But there was something else too. One other thing that Google Translate said meant, "her smile, dangerous." I was freaked out, and I tried to brush it off. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that I had to look out the window for something. I gave in, and I looked through the glass. I saw that old couple on the bench across the street. They'd followed me back, and I started to cry. I calmed down after a bit, and I looked out there again. They had disappeared, and luckily, I never saw them again. To this day, I won't go back to that bank at night, because that was the weirdest and creepiest thing I've ever experienced. The Trust Exercise, from Sean D. It was 1996. I was camping with other students, whom, like me, were from poor families. We were taking part in a special program aimed at youths who don't get to experience certain things due to monetary constraints. We were on day 2 of our 3-day camping excursion. It was an October night. There was a thick, soupy fog in the air, adding to the slowly darkening sky. By 9 p.m., we couldn't see much further than a few feet in front of us. Even with a nice, strong flashlight to aid you, the visibility was bad. The camp counselors decided to use these conditions to give the campers a trust exercise. Not one of the fall and catch variety, but a follow my voice type of exercise. Using a flashlight was considered cheating. There were about 14 of us, so we were split into 2 groups of 7, each led by a counselor to a specific area. We were told to stick with the path and to follow it to the campsite. We would call out every 20 seconds or so to lead the other ones behind us, who would actually be blindfolded. We began by lining up in the fog, putting our hands on the shoulders of the ones in front of us and counting out loud. I was fourth in line of 7. When I heard 3, I responded by placing my hand on the shoulder in front of me, which I could only see as a dark blotch amongst the thick fog, and shouting out my place in line. I waited until I heard 7 called out, and waited for the counselor to lead us to our starting point. I prepared to walk when I heard a voice call out to start. But the one in front of me didn't budge. "Hey, what gives?" I asked. "Why aren't we moving? I think I heard them say to go." At the sound of my voice, the one leading me suddenly tugged forward, nearly causing me to fall forward on my face. I held on, being careful of my grip. It wasn't easy. We were moving at a jog and our speed was gradually increasing. After a few short minutes, we were moving at a full-out run. I had no choice but to hold on or be left behind, and I had no choice but to follow the path, or I'd be left alone to follow the path in the dark. I stumbled a lot, all the while wondering why the one in front of me wasn't calling out trip warnings. I took up a habit of keeping my eyes on my feet, thankful that we weren't yet blindfolded. That was when I saw something that filled me with a sense of dread. The person I had a hold of wasn't following the path, but they were still increasing in speed. Ice went through my veins. Who was this person? Were they a part of the group at all? And where were we going? As we ran, we came through an area where the fog was thin. I noticed that my guide was dressed oddly. His clothes were in tatters and barely there at all. Reminded me of a caveman or something similar. They also didn't have feet. The legs ended at ankles. The flesh there appeared burnt. I immediately tried to let go. Their shoulder felt oddly sticky. I began to panic as I felt as if I was being pulled upward. I pulled away as hard as I could, falling about 7 feet afterward, tumbling into thorny weeds and bushes. I lay still as I heard something moving fast away through the tree branches. I don't know how long I lay there before I faintly heard voices calling out for me. Cautiously, I followed the voices back to the trail. It was the 3 that had been behind me in the lineup. They were sweaty and dirty and eyes full of fear. As we followed the path, they told me what had happened to them. Much like me, they at first tried to keep up, but after the first stumble, they suddenly found that for whatever reason they couldn't get a grip on my shoulder. It felt like grease to them. All they could do was sit and listen and call out for help. We made it to the others, who were just as scared as I. They didn't hesitate to check us for injuries, while asking us where we had gone. After hearing our sides of the story, the camp counselor told me that I should count my blessings, because he believed that what had tried to take me away may have been a Wendigo, a man-eating air spirit. We canceled the remainder of the trust exercise. The creature could return to try again, they said, and it would be very unwise to test our luck again. We spent that night in flimsy tents, laying down while listening to what we hoped was just wind rustling through the tree's leaves. The Thing in the Back Seat. From Anonymous. I was 7 years old. I was in the car with my mother and my brother, who was 3 years older than me. I can't recall much of the specifics, but I do know we were on our way to a beach in Texas, all the way from our home in Oklahoma. It would be a long ride, but it gave me a chance to play some Mario on my Game Boy Advance. Well into our journey, maybe 4 or 5 hours down the road, my mother pulled us into a rest stop for an emergency bathroom visit. I didn't really need to go, but both my mother and brother could not wait any longer. My mom was even so desperate to go to the bathroom that she asked me permission first, as she didn't want to leave me in the car for very long. I just nodded and said, "It's okay," and the two of them took off. I think they were only gone for a few minutes. It was sundown, and there were no other cars in the lot. Given that situation, I can't really blame my mom for running off to the bathroom. So while they did their business, I sat there struggling to get the last bits of sunlight to hit my Game Boy Advance screen. Before I realized how hopeless the cause was, a sudden sound from behind me caused me to jump. It was the sound of the trunk to my mother's SUV opening up, then quickly shutting. Seemingly automatically, I turned my head to see who had opened the trunk. What I saw when I turned my head was nothing, but I did hear something stirring around in the seat and in the floor. I began to unfasten my seatbelt so that I could stand up and get a good look at what was in the back seat. Whatever it was had managed to close the trunk behind it. It couldn't have been an animal, so I thought it was my brother crawling back there to find something or even to scare me. The moment I began to tinker with my seatbelt, a voice whispered from behind me,
"Stay put."
Something had told me to stay put. Just as a child would do, nonsensically and reflexively, I replied with, "Why?" It didn't take long for the thing to respond.
"You'll get in trouble."
Well, they did have a point. If I started climbing over the seat or getting out to go to the trunk, my mom would be mad. She would want me to stay put, to stay safe. So I listened and let go of my seatbelt. "Okay, who are you?" I asked.
"Starving."
I think it said starving. I suddenly felt bad. Sure, I wanted to see who was in the car with me, but I was an easily distracted kid, and a compassionate one at that. "Oh, I know." I leaned forward, stretching out my little arm and grabbing my baby bottle pop that my mom had gotten me at the last gas station. I unscrewed the top, then dipped it into the little cup, covering the hard candy part in powder. I remember thinking how much my little friend in the back was going to love this, 'cause baby bottle pops were my favorite candy. I then turned around, trying to reach my hand over the back of the seat so my friend could have some candy. But my arm wasn't long enough, and they didn't want me out of my seatbelt, so I wasn't sure at first how to get my candy to the back seat. I peered down and to the left. I was facing the middle seat in the middle row of the SUV, the spot we never used or sat on. It was then that I looked through the opening between the seats, and I found an eye looking back at me, never blinking. A dark black eye. I couldn't find pupils in those eyes. The skin around them was sunken in and extremely pale. Reminded me of my older brother when he stays inside all summer playing video games, but this was much worse. As I recall it now, so many years later, I swear I could see veins throbbing under the skin. After I was done observing my friend, who was apparently lying on the back floorboard, I began to stick my hand with the baby bottle pop in it, through the crack, towards my friend. The opening was big enough that I could still see what my friend was doing. He began to open what appeared to be his mouth. The way that mouth looked to me, it terrified me even then. Shoving all my innocence and trust and carefree attitude to the side, I was overwhelmed with horror in that moment, because I had never seen teeth so sharp or so numerous in a person's mouth. The teeth were yellowed and disgusting to look at, broad at the roots and thinned out at the top, looking more like fat daggers than anything else. I stopped reaching forward with my candy when I saw that, and at that age I didn't have the foresight to pull my hand back. I watched as this mouth approached my hand. My young mind was filled with thoughts about how much this was going to hurt. A kid should never be put in that situation. Suddenly, the door beside me opened. "What are you looking at, you goob?" My older brother climbed back into his seat on the opposite side of the middle row. My mom was entering the car too, beginning to sit down and buckle up in the front seat. In that instant, I had yanked my hand out from the crack, and all I could do was stare at my brother, shaking my head over and over. Okay. My brother smirked, obviously confused at my reaction. My head shot forward and I stared at the seat in front of me. My little heart was pounding. When I looked down at my feet, which were hanging several inches above the floor, I was a short kid after all, I saw that they were shaking. Remembering that you can climb under these seats to get to the back, I yanked my legs up onto the seat. "Honey, no feet in the seat, please." My mother reprimanded me, her eyes catching mine in the rearview mirror. I whimpered out, My legs hurt." As she pulled into reverse, she sighed, then relented. "All right, just take your shoes off at least, okay? I know you were splashing in the mud before we left, and I don't want the seats all dirty." I was so relieved. I quickly threw my shoes off. They fell to the floor below me. We took off back down the highway. My brother soon fell asleep, and my mom was solely focused on the road. I was insanely tired, but I didn't want to shut my eyes long. After all, my friend was still in the car. At one point I did glance towards the opening in the seats, but I did not see his face. Only when I felt breathing on my right elbow did I know where my friend was. He was crouched in the floor right behind me. I knew if I looked through the opening to my right, between the wall of the interior of the SUV and my seat, I would see his eyes and maybe even his mouth. So once again, I looked straight ahead, and I didn't turn for a while. For the next hour, I distracted myself from my new companion by wondering how I could get my mother's attention, to make her aware of this thing in the back seat, to make everything better without risking any of us getting hurt. But I was too panicked, too nervous, too little to think of anything at all. Suddenly, I saw movement below me. In the floor just in front of me, my shoes were moving. It took me a few seconds to see through the dark that there was a long and thin finger in each of my shoes, pulling them under the seat into the back seat behind me. I was trembling again. Once I could no longer see the shoes, I heard a sniffing sound, followed by a voice.
Child's flavor.
At first, I couldn't understand what he said, but then it came to me. Child's flavor. Suddenly, there was a sharp sting in my right arm. I yanked away and looked over, only to find a bony hand with long, pale, and sharp fingers had been poking into me. The last thing I heard him say was this.
Next stop.
That one was clearer. Next stop. My young self could no longer contain or cope with the amount of terror that I was feeling. I screamed so loud and so suddenly, my mom nearly wrecked. She slammed on the brakes, turning the steering wheel to the right, trying to maintain control of the now sliding vehicle. She managed to realign the car with the road, but not before the man in the truck behind us plowed into the back of the SUV because we had slowed down so suddenly and so quickly. When we came to a complete stop, my mom spun around in her seat to look at me. I was in tears and holding my arm still from the sharp finger. I could tell she was furious at first, but seeing me so scared and thinking I'd hurt my arm in the wreck, she donned an expression of concern. She threw off her seatbelt, opened the door, then ran over to my side. She opened my door and tried to ask me if I was okay and look me over, but all of that was interrupted when a sickeningly pale and thin figure crawled and threw itself from the back seat. My friend flew past us. It was out the door, past my mom, and scurrying away through the trees near the road in a matter of seconds. What the? My mother cursed in front of me. She held her hand to her heart, obviously as surprised as I was. The man who had hit our car from behind had already gotten out of his truck and was approaching my mom to see if we were okay. Luckily, he wasn't mad. He was close enough to see something fly out of the car. He ran up to my mom and asked if she needed help getting her dog back. I remember this part extremely clearly. She looked at the man and replied, "We don't have a dog." My mother truthfully admitted fault in the accident, explaining to the man that I had screamed in my seat, causing her to freak out. The man was understanding and patient. They traded information, reported it to a police officer, and before long we were on our way. We made it to our destination in Texas just fine, and the trip back was uneventful, thank God. Though my mother would ask me from time to time if I remembered what was in the back seat. And as a kid, I would just shrug. I would respond, "I don't know." Because I really didn't. I've talked about this with my mom now that I'm older. I've told her the whole truth, the whole thing, what I'm telling you now. But I'm not sure she believes me. She thinks I was just scared that a wild animal crawled into the car, that my memories are fuzzy and I'm trying to piece things together to make sense of how scared I was back then. And you know what? She's wrong. Though I wish she was right, I remember it all too clearly. Now I know when I'm a dad, I won't be leaving my kids alone in the car for even a second. At least until they can drive. Childhood Encounter from Anonymous. When I was a little girl, around 5 to 6 years of age, I lived with my mother in my great-grandfather's house. I can state with conviction that this house was indeed haunted, and I had numerous encounters with beings not of this world. Being as young as I was, I had no prior knowledge of ghosts, spirits, demons, and I was never exposed to films or tales of this nature. I could not imagine the terrifying events that regularly happened to me. One occurrence that still affects me even today is being awakened in the middle of the night by banging noises coming from my wardrobe in the corner of my bedroom. I remember feeling confused at the sounds, wondering if my cat was somehow locked inside there. As I lay in my bed, I heard the wardrobe door creak open, and I witnessed a short, dark humanoid figure slowly step out. This figure was horrific. It was about 2 feet tall. It had long, scraggly hair, long, spindly arms, and glowing red eyes. I was too scared to move, and I couldn't shout out for my mother either, as the only sound I could manage to make was a pathetic, whimpering whisper. This thing then appeared to stare at me, and I recall that its gaze filled me with a stone-cold dread. It proceeded to take an extraordinarily long step, and was now instantly looking over me, leaning lower and lower until I could feel its foul-smelling hot breath on my face. I was feeling total panic, and I remember wetting myself. I was so scared. This thing then wrapped its ice-cold, bony hand around my arm and began to pull me out of my bed. I resisted, trying to pull my arm back, but it had me in a tight grip, and I felt myself being dragged onto the floor. The thud of me landing on the floor must have awakened my mother, as I heard her walking towards my room. It was at this point that I finally found my voice, and I began to scream and yell for help. The instant she started to open my bedroom door, the hideous figure seemed to melt and slip under my bed. My mother was furious that I'd awakened her, and accused me of messing around. When she picked me up off the floor to return me to the bed, she discovered that I'd wet the bed, and she went ballistic, refusing to listen to me at all when, between sobs, I tried to tell her about the thing under my bed. I don't think I managed to fall back to sleep that night, and I just remember lying there, listening to the noise it made. In the morning, I had marks on my arm from where it grabbed me, and they looked as though they'd been burned into me by something hot. I had many more encounters with it over the next few years, but none as terrifying as that night. To this day, I still cannot sleep without a light being on. Jinn Encounter from Decca. I was born in Djibouti, a small country located in Northeast Africa. I was only 4 years old at the time. My mother took me to dinner at her friend's house. After dinner, my mother's friend had a daughter that was the same age as me. I forgot her name, but let's call her Zara. Zara and I were playing around the house, just doing what kids normally do, such as playing with toys or playing hide and seek. Zara wanted to go use the restroom. I went along with her. We get to the bathroom and we started to play with makeup. We were combing each other's hair when, out of the corner, I saw a small-looking man coming out from the toilet. I was confused. I just thought it was some sort of construction worker. But how did he even come out through the toilet? There's no way a grown human being could come out of a small toilet like that. I looked at the small man. From what I can remember, he reminded me of a little person, and his face looked really depressed. He didn't even look at me or acknowledge me, but I was looking at him so confused. My young mind was racing. I was also shocked about what I was seeing. The little man went back into the toilet and disappeared. I looked over at Zara, but Zara wasn't paying attention. I asked her, "Did you see that?" She responded, "Don't worry about that. It's a jinn. They can take the form of a small man." I didn't even know what to say at that point. So we get out of the bathroom and we go outside to play. When it was time to go home, I told my mom about the encounter. But my mom wasn't surprised. She told me that there was a jinn living in that bathroom, but it doesn't like to bother anyone. My mom told me that jinns are attracted to dirty bathrooms, which might explain why there was a jinn in there. Zara's house was an old house. Needless to say, I never went back to her house. I haven't seen Zara in 24 years. I live in the United States now. That was a memory of a jinn encounter that I would never forget. Was it a Wendigo? From G. Dark Knight. I was a 14-year-old guy from western North Carolina. This story takes place near Roan Mountain, Tennessee. It was December 2019 when I believe I saw a Wendigo watching me. It started late night a week before Christmas. I was sitting on my porch, waiting for my mom to come stargazing with me. It's something that my mother and I have always enjoyed doing together. She was in her bedroom at the moment, which was adjacent to the porch. I was sitting on the porch, waiting for her around 10 o'clock at night. I then heard some rustling by a large bush. Of course, I looked over there. I was met by two huge red eyes. They were about 4 feet off the ground. I stared at those eyes for what felt like an eternity. All of a sudden, those eyes began to rise. I knew then that it wasn't something small that I was looking at. It was something huge. It walked out of the bush, and it seemed to be 7 feet tall. I'm around 5'10", and I had to look up at this thing. We must have been no more than 25 feet apart. This creature had pale skin, large claws, matted black hair and patches, and it was staring at me still. A moment passed, and it began to let out a low growl. Then it took 3 steps towards me. I'm not sure if it was a he or a she, because I didn't see any parts, but it was built like a human man. I felt nothing but fear in that moment. For some unknown reason, it just turned away from me and walked in the opposite direction, as if nothing had happened. It was just going to leave, go back home, go to the store, something else mundane. That's how it acted. It walked behind my great-uncle's barn and disappeared. The following day, I went to where it was. I found footprints bigger than my hand, but they stopped at the barn. I still sit on that porch at night from time to time, but I haven't seen anything like it since. I'd always heard of the Wendigo coming from Cherokee descent, although I never thought I would see one for myself. If you're ever near Roan Mountain, Tennessee, be wary of what's in those woods, because you never know what you might see. Something on the Ceiling, from Yui Scribb. A few years ago, when I would have been somewhere between 17 and 19, I was staying at my partner's place on my night off. We often played video games and watched movies together till late at night, sometimes as late as 2 a.m., before we'd curl up and sleep next to each other in the bed. On this particular night, I woke up while it was still dark out, and I saw something on the ceiling. The room was so dark that it mostly looked like a patch of ceiling darker than the rest, except sort of like a lanky, crouched humanoid. My heart instantly began to hammer, as all I could do was lie there and stare at this dark shape directly above me. I couldn't move, I couldn't scream. It was like one of those nightmares where no matter how hard you try, nothing will come out of your mouth. I couldn't even alert my boyfriend, sleeping peacefully, unaware, beside me. I wanted to attempt to keep him safe at least, but I couldn't. I'm sure I even remember it beginning to reach down towards us. This is where it gets blurry, because at some point, I finally began to scream. My boyfriend was startled awake and tried to ask me what was wrong. He tried to hold me and shake my arm, but I couldn't stop screaming. I eventually even forgot why. He got up and turned on the light, and at some point I did stop. The dogs on the street were all barking, and I'm surprised the neighbors didn't call the cops. But for a while there, for at least the rest of the next day, I couldn't for the life of me figure out why I was so panicked in the first place. Once I had stopped, it was like I was in a confused daze. I'd even asked him why he looked so worried. I forgot I'd even been screaming for a good few seconds. But once I did remember it all, it became so vivid. Paranormal encounter or sleep paralysis, I don't know. All I do know is that I was seriously terrified, and I hope it never happens again. It Follows, from Suisi. I have several encounters, if you may, with this creature that has followed me for a while, if not my entire life. I'm a healthy 27-year-old from Tunis, North Africa, and this encounter happened about 2 years ago. On one occasion, I was walking alone late at night. It must have been 3 to 4 a.m. I enjoy late-night walks. I suddenly got the feeling that there was something in the empty street with me, something following me. But it was smart. It synchronized its steps with mine. I began getting this feeling of uneasiness crawling all over my body, so I sat on the sidewalk, pretending to be resting for a bit, while trying to catch a glimpse of whatever or whoever it was. To be honest with you now, I was scared to death. I saw this humanoid figure. It was about 1.8 meters tall, with a slender yet muscular body, for lack of better terms. It had these animalistic features like pointy ears, long fingers with what appeared to be sharp claws, and skin that looked to be a mixture between scales and fur. It was dark in color. I don't mean just standing in the dark. I mean it was so dark, as if it was absorbing all the light that was in the street. I won't lie, I began having that feeling of primal fear. Something in me knew that I was in danger. But I didn't run. Perhaps it was pride, but I don't run from anything. So I took off my headphones and I kept walking, as if I never saw it, though I could feel it getting closer to me, all the way until I made it to my house. I stood at the door and looked behind me. It was standing no more than 20 meters away behind me. It just stood there, and it waved at me. It's safe to say that I did not sleep well that night. Not out of fear alone of the encounter, but when I revisited my memories, I realized that this creature has followed me for a while now, but this was the first time I really noticed it. The Screams in the Forest of Western New York, from DJ Ruse. This happened about 2 weeks ago. I was at my family reunion in Western New York. For context, my family owns a huge plot of land, including a valley and a full hill. If you live in New York, you know how big the hills are. Well, on to the story. My aunt owns a fishing pond, and one of the days of our week-long family reunion, I decided to go fishing. Now, it takes time to walk the roads to the pond, as it's basically in the middle of nowhere. The trail down to the pond is narrow and surrounded by forest. The road by the trail is surrounded by a huge amount of pine trees. I walked down the trail with my fishing gear. Once I arrived, I began fishing. In about 20 minutes, I caught about 4 fish. Out of nowhere, there came a scream, almost like a fox scream, but more human than that. This scream was followed by a rustling in the bushes around the pond. Kind of curious and kind of creeped out, I figured it was time to head back. I began to reel in my line, catching one more fish, but then the screams get louder and louder, followed by more heavy rustling. I get my new catch off the hook as fast as possible. Then I start up the trail at a quick pace. At this point, I'm just creeped out. Then, as I'm walking up the hill, I hear a splash, and then something walking away. At this point, the screams had stopped. I was thinking, that's odd, and I began to jog. When I get to the road, I start to go down. It takes about 20 minutes to walk from the pond to the farm I was camping at. As I walk, I hear something snapping and stomping its way through the pine trees. I start to run and I don't look back at all. When I make it back, I asked my family what it could be, and they simply told me it was a fox. But I don't think it was that. I've listened to fox screams, and this was far too human-like. Not to mention, it was way too loud to be a fox. No one has been to the pond other than me that evening, and I don't know if I want to go back there at all. I'm worried about what I'll find if I do. Warning: the following story contains a depiction of half-eaten animals. Vomiter. From Anonymous. When I was a kid, I loved exploring the woods and picking mushrooms. My dad taught me which kinds were edible and which weren't, and my mom really knew how to cook them up if I got the right kinds. We lived in the Midwest, where autumns could get really cold, and midway into October, there would be an ocean of leaves in every direction. Autumn was my favorite season. To me, the temperature was perfect, and the scenery was at its most beautiful. So it's no wonder that I would explore the woods more often during the fall months. My mom and dad were fine with that, as long as I came home before sundown. This particular experience taught me why getting home before it's dark is always the best idea. Let's just say, if you stay after dark, you might see something you regret. This happened in 1983, so I would have been 10 years old. I went walking through the wooded trails a few hours before sundown. I soon found myself distracted. I was excited at the amount of mushrooms I was finding, and I really regretted not going home to get the basket I often used. Instead, I was sticking as many in my shirt as I possibly could. When I had as much as I could carry, I started to head back home, but it only took a few seconds for me to realize I'd gotten myself lost. I may have grown up around these woods, I may have been exploring them for years, but even experienced hikers can find themselves lost for good in the wilderness. The thought of that really scared me. It was something my dad had always reminded me of. You see, he took pride in how much I liked being outdoors. He did everything he could to teach me to be independent, yet safe out here. Even so, the worst had happened. I no longer recognized where I was, and I had no clue what direction the trail lay. I remember being told to not panic in this kind of situation, as you'll likely end up getting more lost than you originally were. So I stood there for a while, studying my surroundings, hoping that something would ring familiar in my head, then it would all come together at once. But that wasn't happening. I then racked my brain to remember what else my dad had taught me. "If you're lost, son," he had said, "stay put, and we'll come find you." That's right. I couldn't have been more than a mile in, I knew that. And I knew that if I tried to find my way back to the path in a panic, I could end up a number of miles away from my home. Finding a wide and ancient sassafras tree nearby, I sat with my back against it, scattering the mushrooms on the ground beside me neatly. I was confident that my dad would find me. They knew what trails I went on, and they would know to search near those trails. I wanted to call out, but my father had taught me to do that as a last resort. We had lost a lot of dogs around here to mountain lions and bears and even coyotes. And back in that region, during that time period, they were known to attack people too. "It's rare," my dad would say, "but they can tell how big you are from your voice more often than not, and a kid like you would be easy pickings." I shuddered at the thought. These days, survival skills might be something far different than what my dad taught me, but we were country folk, trying to do our best to live and let live. After about an hour of sitting there, it was completely dark, and I knew by then my parents were probably frustrated or already looking for me. After all, this would be the first time I ever stayed out too late, so I assumed their first thought would be that I got lost, not that I was being disobedient. I continued to stay put. I counted the mushrooms over and over again. Then I tried to count the stars through the bare canopy. And when that got boring, I began to just listen to the sounds around me. The wind blowing through trees, nighttime birds complaining about the cold, unseen nighttime critters crawling over the forest floor. And then there was the hacking sound, a sort of wheezing that echoed through the forest in the distance. That was a sound I was not familiar with, and it made me tremble the closer it got. It was getting closer every time I heard it, and the sound would come again every couple of minutes. I was sure it was a bear with allergies or something, and a bear would be bad news. And it was fall, so a bear would be gorging itself for hibernation the following couple of months. I was beginning to panic again. I tried to slowly rotate myself around the tree, keeping my body hidden on the opposite side of the tree to those noises. For about 10 to 15 minutes, I stopped hearing the noises, and I was beginning to calm down. Until... the sound was coming from right behind me, on the other side of the tree. I knew I would find that creature there. A big, nasty, slobbering, and hungry bear. I could see it in my head already. I'd never been more horrified in my life. One wrong move, one wrong sound, and it would all be over for me at just 10 years old. Then again, something about the sound was strange. I had heard and seen bears before, and they'd never made this sound. If it was feeling sick, I mean that sick if it was making those sounds, I felt curious about seeing it. I couldn't believe what was running through my mind. I actually wanted to peek around the tree and see what was wrong with this bear. And as if my body was on autopilot, I began to shift around and turn my head, being careful not to touch any leaves, though they were so incredibly abundant. It took ages just to make that small movement, but I finally made it. What I saw took my breath away. The creature on the other side of the tree was definitely no bear. It seemed more dog-like than anything else. Pointed ears that were laid back, as the creature itself seemed to be in a lot of discomfort. The creature had minimum fat and a lot of muscle, and a coat of fur that was medium in thickness. It really did look like a big wolf or dog. But the shape was disfigured in a way, because its shoulders were extremely broad, at least 3 to 4 times more wide than the waist. That part, at least to me, seemed to resemble a well-built man, with distant flat shoulder blades and a defined spinal column. The face itself, though, was very much like a wolf. Long snout, black wet nose, covered in fur, though the eyes were solid black. As for the entirety of it, it was covered in very dark fur. Whatever kind of wolf or dog this was, it would be perfectly hidden in the dark. Now that was a creepy thought. It wasn't a bear, and it wasn't exactly a canine. So what was it? Better yet, what was it doing? As I mentioned before, its ears were laying down flat. As I began to observe it, I saw that the creature's mouth was opened. It was making these wheezing sounds, as if it was ready to hack something up, and I nearly hurled myself when I saw something come out of its throat. I'm sorry if this next part is a little bit gross, but this is what I saw. A chunky wet mess of solids and liquids came out of its mouth and made a small, disgusting puddle on the forest floor. I could see half-eaten rabbits in there. And as I defied myself to look even closer, I swear to you, to this very day, there was a wristwatch in there. The face was square, the glass was cracked, and the leather straps were partially chewed. No, I'm not saying I think this animal ate someone. Probably got a hold of something in the dumpster. It was still freaky nonetheless. So this thing was sick. Probably because the thing ate that watch. Now, at that point, I didn't realize how far I'd been sticking my head out from around the tree. So when the creature's head turned right towards me, I nearly screamed right there. The last important detail I got of this animal was when it snarled. As I sat there, trembling at the sound and sight, I noticed its middlemost and frontmost teeth, the ones right between a dog's longest teeth. They weren't at all sharp. In fact, they were perfectly rectangular, another feature that perfectly resembled a man. Suddenly, the forest behind me came to life, as another large creature began to shuffle through the leaves quickly towards me. But I could not look away from this wolf-like thing until after it took off in the woods, disappearing quickly in the dark thanks to its dark coat. When I turned around to confront this new creature, I found my dad's face, worried and looking in the direction that monster had disappeared into. He saw that pile of bile as well. With a huff, he held my hand and led me back home without a word. I made it home okay, and later that night, after I was scolded for letting myself get lost in the woods, I asked my dad if he had seen that weird animal, and the only thing he would reply, even to this day, was, "Strange things out there. Best be careful next time." That makes me think he knows something that I don't. What was it that I saw? This creature with a wolf's head, human-like teeth in the front, and a broad, muscular back, 3 to 4 times as wide as any canine's. I don't think I'll ever know, but after all these decades, I'm still just as curious. Blue Ridge Dogman. From Anonymous. I've never told this story to anyone before. I don't want people to think that I'm crazy. I am a professional, and if anyone were to link this story to me, it would affect my practice. Despite that risk, I have to tell someone of this experience, even if it's only anonymously. It happened back when I was 10 years old in the summer of 1979. Looking back, I had an ideal childhood, which can be quite rare these days. I'm from the Triad area of North Carolina, in a location that was relatively rural at the time. I was pretty much a free-range kid. So long as I was home for supper, there weren't any problems. Much of my time was spent playing in the woods and creeks within a mile or so of home. Naturally, being a bit of a country boy, I was obsessed with hunting, fishing, guns, bows, and arrows, but especially deer hunting. I read hunting magazines voraciously, soaking up everything I could about the habits of white-tailed deer, from when and where they moved, and what they ate, depending on the time of year. Furthermore, I learned their seasonal diet, and how to read deer signs, from rubs, scrapes, spoor, and finding their trails. The experience I wish to relate here did not occur in North Carolina, but up in Virginia. It is a memory that haunts me yet, and is something I'll never be able to forget. As much as I enjoyed the woods and creeks of my home, my grandmother's place in the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia was special. That was wilderness compared to the woods of my home. Her land in Carroll County was on a ridge about 1.5 hours from home. It was just a 3-room cabin then, without year-round running water. When the weather was good enough for the unpaved mountain roads to be drivable, we were there most weekends. I would spend most of the day roaming all across the mountain from the top of the ridge to the river below. The nearest neighbor was about a mile away on a state-maintained gravel road, but even then, most of the homes in that area were vacation homes and were normally empty. It was a Saturday in June, and school was out for the summer. We'd go up Friday evening and come back Saturday night. My grandmother was very devout, and probably the sincerest Christian I've ever known. It was Saturday morning, and I had the entire day to explore the mountain. By this time, I had a fairly decent grasp of the habits of the local deer population. Deer are most active at dawn and dusk, and when under pressure, such as during a heavy hunting season, they will become mostly nocturnal, unless they're in rut. But this was June, and hunting season was months away, and rut was a couple months after that, so I made my plans to explore the creek by following it to the river. Then follow the river upstream to the big rock, then hike up the rather steep mountain back to the cabin, stopping for a rest at the shallow cave. Then I would make it back to the cabin about noon for something to eat. Then I'd have to help in my grandmother's garden for a few hours. As you can imagine, that was a busy morning and afternoon. But at 10 years old, there is endless energy, and I had decided to take my binoculars and watch a recently timbered patch of land from the top of the ridge once my chores were done. I set off with a promise to get back just before it got too dark. The only real agriculture in those mountains was raising beef cattle, hay, silage, and some cabbage. The apple orchards were mostly on the southern side of the Blue Ridge, near the tourist areas. Most of what the deer ate around my grandmother's cabin at that time of year would have been tree or perennial browse, and any annuals such as pulkweed and other green leafy plants. They would also obviously eat any berries that were starting to come out around that time. There were a few hours of daylight remaining when I took off up the road with my binoculars and canteen of spring water. The wind had been blowing favorably all day. For those who don't know, while you may fool a deer's eyes, you will not fool his nose. The wind decides pretty much everything when it comes to hunting deer. On this day, the wind was favorable. It was blowing at a crosswind to me when overlooking the cleared little valley. The cleared land went down to the creek and had been timbered the previous winter. It was lush and new growth for the deer to feast upon, but it was still low enough that any adult deer would be visible from my vantage point at the top of the ridge. The other side of the creek remained in timber and thick rhododendron thickets. I got settled in a good couple of hours before dusk. I wanted to be there in plenty of time for the woods to calm down from my walk to my spot, and long before the deer came out. I didn't want to spook any deer on the walk in. As I said, I got settled into my spot and made it as comfortable as I could, and I constructed a rough blind by placing some leafy branches into the ground to break up my outline. This took about 10 minutes. I stretched out and scanned the clear-cut area below me, double-checking the likely areas I expected the deer to come out of the woods into the clearing to browse. Then I just rested, enjoying the pleasant evening, watching birds and small animals. After about an hour and a half, the sun was starting to set, and I took one last drink of water until it got dark. Suddenly, there was a bit of movement down to my right. After scanning the area with the binoculars, I saw that it was a deer and a new fawn. The doe paused at the edge of the clearing to make sure it was safe, while occasionally checking her back trail. It then slowly moved out into the clearing, quickly followed by the fawn. Just one large doe and one fawn, which wasn't a surprise since older does tend to have one fawn, while younger ones more often have two fawns. But the two deer were not alone. Another deer followed them. The 3 deer slowly worked their way up the creek, eating browse as they did so. The doe would pause to allow her fawn to suckle. It was then that I noticed some movement on the opposing hillside. The rhododendron thicket would move. Something large was slowly working its way down the hillside. That rhododendron thicket was especially thick, and while I couldn't see what was moving through it, its movement caused the thicket itself to move. I assumed it was another deer. By this time, it was close to being dark. The 3 deer had taken about 30 minutes to work their way up the little creek from where they had exited the woods. The deer that I expected to come through the rhododendron thicket had never left the thicket to cross the creek, which led me to believe it was an old buck, since they're usually more cautious. By then, it was almost dark. Fortunately, though, my binoculars gathered much more light. The binoculars magnified and made everything brighter. If I were not using the binoculars, I would never have seen what happened next. Often since then, I wish that I did not have them that day, and that I had left earlier, but that wasn't to be. What I saw next has never left me since then. The 3 deer reached the spot close to the last spot that I had seen the movement through the rhododendron thicket. Just a moment after the deer once again checked their back trail, there was a sudden commotion from the rhododendron thicket. It was a large animal. It leapt out of the thicket, clearing the small creek. The doe was taken down in an instant. What appeared to be a large wolf had the doe's throat in its powerful jaws. Astounded, I watched what appeared to be a wolf kill its prey. Besides the fact that there haven't been any wolves in Virginia for about 150 years, I noticed that there was something else wrong. The wolf's proportions appeared all wrong. Its front legs were too long, its upper torso too broad to be that of a canine. But then it only became more strange. As the wolf's jaws crushed the windpipe of the doe, I noticed that its front paws were not paws at all. They appeared to be more like hands than paws. Paws which were then holding down the deer in its death rattle. As the wolf-like animal dropped the deer from its jaws, its prey fell to the ground. The creature raised from its crouching position and stood on its hind legs to a height of, I guess, about 7 feet. It looked around, including in my direction. It sniffed the air as it did so. Fortunately, the wind had held steady. I was not downwind from it. I froze in terror. It did not see me. As the light faded, I could tell that the beast was grayish in color. Its fur was thicker around its neck and down its back. Its muzzle was pronounced. Its hind legs were too short in comparison to its front limbs, and while it was muscular, it was not overly so. The beast began tearing into the dough with its teeth. It was then that I decided that a silent retreat was the most sensible thing. All I can say is, I was ever so glad that I had made a decent blind to conceal my retreat, so that I was able to retreat unseen and relatively quietly. It was also fortunate that the beast was distracted by its meal. I returned to my grandmother's cabin under the constant fear of brutal death. I'd never been happier to leave my grandmother's cabin when the time came. That was the last time I ever went there. My grandmother was not one to walk far from the cabin. I attempted to dissuade her from going there as much. Her health began failing her not long afterward, and her trips became less frequent as the years passed. We sold the land and cabin after my grandmother passed. It was only a few years ago that I learned what I witnessed that evening was a dogman. The beast had been active prior to dusk, and I don't believe that a person can turn into a beast. That is my story. I don't know if the dogman I saw, or one of its kind, still roam those hills, but if you're ever in Carroll County, Virginia, be careful. Bayou Wolf, from Cryptid Lover. I live with my brother while attending an 8-year community college. I walk home from college but get driven to college in the mornings because my brother works night shift at a vet clinic as a guard. It was December 12th of 2018. I was walking home from college around 7:40. It was finals week and the last day of the fall semester. It started snowing around 5 a.m., so by then the ground was covered in white snow. I took my usual route by the bayou and through the woods for half a mile to get home. The sun was starting to set while I was listening to music on my playlist. I began heading towards the woods. As I get about 1/8 of my way into the woods, I hear this low growling sound. We did have coyotes around these parts, so that's what I assumed it was. It begins to get closer, and I realize how much it sounds like a wolf. I stop and try to stand my ground, because running from a predator like that seemed like a really bad idea. Then I hear something behind me as well. I'm freaking out now. No way it could be wolves, I think to myself. But it sounds like a whole pack of them. Just my luck. Something emerges from the woods and lets out a deep, bone-chilling howl. But a wolf it was not. Whatever this was standing 7 to 8 feet tall and had dark black fur covering its body, and its eyes were an icy blue and looked more human. Even its arms and torso looked very human-like, but its legs and head were more like a wolf. My mind begins to race as to what this thing is and what it wants. It dropped on all fours and lunged out at me, or at least I thought it did. Instead, it lunges at the bushes. When I look over, there's another one, and both of these things are going at it, attacking each other. I was fascinated, but horrified. They were focused on each other, so I took the opportunity to attempt an escape. But my plan failed, and I'm still not sure what happened. Something just hit me, and I blacked out. What I remember next is a woman shouting at me, asking me if I'm okay. I was apparently covered in blood and dirt. My clothes were torn and my back was burning. The woman helped me up and helped me to her car. She drove me to the hospital. On the way there, I noticed my arm was throbbing. When we made it to the hospital, I was taken to a room. The apparent claw marks on my back were disinfected and stitched up, and an x-ray after that told me that my right arm was broken, so they put it in a cast. I was soon discharged, and my brother picked me up. All in all, for an animal attack, I'd say my injuries were pretty minor. This happened about a year and 5 months ago as of writing this. I'm okay now, and I don't walk that way after dark anymore. I've moved to the US this summer and resumed college. I still take walks at night, and I do definitely believe that something exists out there. Something that resembles the werewolves on TV. Luckily for me, I have never seen one since. Just stay safe and follow your gut. This is our life here. From Armored Pigeon. This is the first time I've told this story in a manner like this. Now, I'm not a native English speaker or writer. I live in Brazil, and my family do not have anything extraordinary about them. My dad's an engineer and my mother is a psychologist. I'm 30 now, but this story occurred when I was maybe 10 or 11. Sometime in that gap. It was the period of school break. Here it occurs in the middle of the year. So me, my cousin, who was a little older, maybe 13, and her brother, who was the same age, went to our grandparents' house. They lived in the countryside. They live in a state called Minas Gerais. We went to stay for about 7 days. The first 6 days were perfect. Not too cold, not too hot, the relaxing sound of animals, the fresh smell of coffee every day, that delicious farm food that my grandma did so well, a true paradise for a child. And then the night of the 6th day. I'll never forget that. The sounds, the sensations. For some reason, that day I was having trouble sleeping. My cousins were already fast asleep. I decided to walk to the kitchen to get a cup of water or something to drink. With luck, we would have some Coca-Cola in there. When I made it to the kitchen, I found my 2 uncles, who lived on the farm ground to help my grandparents with all the farm things and all that. They were talking about something. When they saw me, they smiled and continued their conversation. I don't remember what they were talking about, but it was lighthearted. Then one of them closed the door. I saw that there was an enormous quantity of locks on the door, including one that was a wooden bar that was placed horizontally over it. I didn't say anything, I just grabbed my water, then drank it before going back to our room. Later on in the night, I was awakened by the sounds of loud voices. I looked around a little lost, and I saw my cousin holding her sister in his arms. She was crying a lot and said, "You hear that, Matthias?" when she saw that I was awake. I then heard one of my uncles screaming,
"It's coming back!"
Soon after, I heard the first gunshot I'd ever heard in my life. I think it was a hunting rifle. I'm not a weapons guy, so I don't know the type. I nearly screamed. Then one of my uncles went into the room, a rifle in his hands. He saw us and seemed relieved. He smiled, but before he went back, he told us,
"Stay away from the windows."
And we did just that. For the next hour, I think, we 3 just got together and waited. I swear I remember the sound of something big circling around the property. It reminded me of when a dog walks, the sound of 4 legs hitting the ground. The sound of heavy breathing came really close to our window. Then there was a bang. My cousin screamed, and my uncle came into the room and led us to the kitchen. He never lost sight of that window, training the gun there. Then there was nothing. Just dead silence. We slept in the kitchen, and one of my uncles stayed awake all night with us. In the morning, all seemed like a bad dream. But then I went out because I loved the smell of grass in the morning, and I saw these huge claw marks on the outside of the door. They looked 6 centimeters wide, enormous, and these huge dog-like footprints were around the house too. I asked the uncle that took us out of our room, and he said to me, like it was normal,
"Well, this is our life here."
A Summer Nightmare from Walshy. I'm a 17-year-old guy, and my best friend Connor is about a year younger than me. He's got some woods behind his house that leads to a park with a path to his house. This all happened in the summer of 2019. Connor and I were just chilling in the woods with a small fire going in front of the log we were sitting on, while we were talking about our favorite childhood shows through our cigarettes. We heard some twigs snapping. Since it was dark out and there were both deer and raccoons in the area, we didn't pay much attention to this. A few minutes later, I get this feeling like I was being watched, so I mentioned it, only to get a "just ignore it" from Connor. So I took his advice and began talking about whatever was going on in the world at that point. At around 10 p.m., we heard a massive cracking sound, like a thick log being broken. I shined my phone's flashlight in the area the sound had come from, and I saw nothing. But I guess Connor saw something, because he took my phone and walked over there. A few steps in, he stopped, and without even looking at me, he whispered, "Run. Don't look. Just put out the fire and run." Naturally, this scared the heck out of me, so I did as he said, and we were both out of there and in the park within a few seconds. When we were walking back to his house from the park, I asked him what he saw. He said it was a tall, dog-like creature with dark brown fur. The following day, we went back to see what broke, and we found a tree about 5 inches in diameter had been snapped in half. From that point on, we've never stayed in those woods so long after dark. The Morning Hill from Whoosh. I'm in my mid-40s now, but way back when I was born and raised, I grew up on a country farm. My family and I lived in the South. I spent a lot of time with my parents. My mom stayed home, and my father only worked a couple of days of the week. When he wasn't working, my dad would spend a lot of time farming. He spent years trying to perfect his corn crop. As for me, when I wasn't at school or I wasn't hanging with friends or helping my dad, you could probably find me on top of the nearby hill. A hill I call the Morning Hill. You'll soon understand why. This big green hill overlooked the farm and the nearby rolling forests. During the spring and summer, the hill was soft and cushy, and on clear days it was especially warm, so it was the perfect napping spot. I was mostly an active kid, but I often did find myself in need of a nap, so you'd find me in the afternoon on that hill on many occasions. But this experience did not happen to me on the hill. One night, my family and I were in our rooms in the house. We were sleeping. It must have been well after midnight. I awoke first to the sound of my dad, who had entered my room and asked me why I was crying. I rubbed my eyes and yawned real big. I asked him what he meant, though he didn't need to answer. Firstly, the look on his face made me realize that he knew now that it wasn't me that was crying. And secondly, I soon heard the crying sound for myself. It was easy to hear from my room, as I like to keep the windows open. The typical sounds of the night often help me fall asleep. Even if the night is cold, I prefer the windows open. But this sound was not typical, nor was it comforting.
"Whoosh, go to our bedroom,"
my dad requested of me. Plenty creeped out already, I obeyed. I leapt out of bed and jogged to my mom and dad's room. My mom was awake in bed, just listening. I curled up next to her and waited. We watched as my dad came to the room, grabbing the old locked case from the closet where he kept his rifle. Now armed, he went outside after shushing us. We could hear him from that bedroom open and close the front door. Step after cautious and slow step, we heard him round the house until he was on the same side of the house where my favorite hill was. My mother slowly got up and tiptoed to the window. The blinds at her window were transparent, but not enough, so she began to open them and tie them up so that we could watch through the window. Pale moonlight cascaded through the glass and hit the wood floors, and I swear, when I looked up and saw the silhouette on the hill, I got goosebumps. There was a human shape, only a bit bigger than a child. The figure sat on top of my hill, sprawled out in an overdramatic way. Imagine the way an edgy or melodramatic teenager might throw themselves into their bed after a rough day. That's how they were lying there in the moonlight. From what I could see, their skin was extremely pale, mostly gray with perhaps a touch of blue to it. The parts of their arms that didn't blend in with the rest of the silhouette seemed really thin, immediately reminding me of the old magazines I saw depicting starving children in Africa. I could see a malnourished chest rising and falling as the thing wept.
Hey!
My dad had found the silhouette too. He stood at the bottom of the hill, gun pointing down, shouting a warning towards the figure.
Y'all need some?
My dad was a cautious yet confident man. He wouldn't point a gun at someone unless he knew they were trouble and they were threatening him. That's why he still had the gun pointing down to the ground. Immediately, the figure reacted to the sound of my dad's voice. It shot up into a crouching position, revealing its bald head and a much more angular skull shape. It may have been nearly the size of a child, but it was hardly shaped like a human, more like a sheet of skin draped over chiseled bone. I'd never seen anything like it before, and it made chills go up and down my spine. My mom, who was now back in bed and holding on to me, she began to grip me tighter and closer. I'd never seen her so scared, and for the first time in my life, I began to wonder if my dad was going to make it out of this. But I quickly reminded myself that my dad was much bigger than this thing, and he had a gun. A gun that my father was now aiming at the silhouette, meaning my dad was just as scared. I wondered then what he could see being so much closer to it than us. Then it all happened at once.
The hell?
The creature growled. My dad fired the gun. A puff of dirt shot into the air as my dad missed, and the creature shot off at remarkable speed into the opposite side of the hill. My dad hesitated a moment before running up the hill, peering down when he made it to the top. I watched him scratch his head. After a few seconds, he looked towards the window where he saw us watching, and he shook his head. Then he began to walk back inside. The door opened and closed once again. I heard him take the time to lock it. Then heavy, cautious footsteps came back to the master bedroom. My dad walked in with a sigh and began to lock the rifle back in its case. "Jeffrey, what on earth was that?" My mother demanded to know.
Dunno.
He replied. There was a lot of concern in his voice. My dad may not say much when he talks, but it's easy to see what emotion he has when he does. At least for us it was.
Best not be going out alone for a while.
My mother nodded. Then he looked at me dead in the eyes.
You hear me, boy?
I began to nod repeatedly as fast as I could. He sounded mad, but I could tell he was just worried. I remember that night being kind of cold, but my dad's face was drenched in sweat and pale. That alone scared the heck out of me as a kid. For the next few months, we did as my dad said. None of us would go out alone, not even my dad. as far as I knew anyway. And I began to be too afraid to go nap on that hill, even in the middle of the day. As the encounter became more and more distant and time went by, I decided to ask my dad what he saw that night. He was sitting in the kitchen, cleaning his rifle the night after a hunt. He cut his eyes at me, then smirked.
Gray little thing it was. Bit bigger than you, boy. Little blue veins throbbing through its skin. No fur, no hair all over it. Just as smooth as it could be if it weren't for the bones popping out. Looked fragile, it did. But it sure did have a mouth on it. Really didn't want that thing to bite me. Crawled away too fast to be real. But I saw it, and when I went up there, it was already gone, despite there being acres of clearing before the trees start. There weren't nothing left on that hill that night. But the next morning, just before y'all was awake, I went out alone, even though I told y'all not to. Well, went to the hill, and it seems that thing came back. Must have been a dozen dead squirrels up there. Couple of possums, too. Something had sat there and piled them up, started to gnaw at them, and when it was done, it crawled away, leaving all the remains. That was the most I've ever heard him talk in one sitting, and each bit of what he had to say about that night scared me all over again. Ever since then, I wondered what it could have been. We never did see it again, and I didn't hear Dad talk about it ever again either. So as far as I know, no more dead animals showed up on the property. So what it was, your guess is as good as mine. But what me and my mother saw, and what my dad encountered himself, I think we all knew that very night that it wasn't human. It ruined our lives. From Lady Storm 24. I grew up in the early 70s and my family was extremely poor. My parents' parents were poor and their parents were poor, and as far back as it went, my family has lived in poverty. Luckily for us, the home we lived in was passed down generation after generation. It wasn't much more than a cabin, but it was something to have shelter in, something to grow up in and around. Well, my mom and dad were the first of our family members to own something beyond just the house. As we were all tired of being poor, my father and mother invested in a chicken house. They didn't actually own the chickens they raised. Rather, they were provided chickens by a company, and when they were big enough, the chickens would be shipped back to the company, and my family would be paid based on the weight of the chickens and the number of the chickens. So it was extremely important that the chickens were healthy and well protected. We had a lot of coyotes around those parts, so whenever they got too brave, my dad would stay up in the night, shooting any coyotes he saw that got too close. Eventually, they'd be afraid for another few months or even a year or so. Back then, I went to school in the day and worked all afternoon once I got home. That was just how life was. Most of the time I would be helping my dad maintain the chicken house. We'd have to make sure the chickens weren't too warm, but were warm enough. If they overheated, they'd fall over dead. We had to make sure they had enough food, enough water, had to keep the water and grounds clean, all that. And every day my dad would walk through the entire length of the chicken house, which was pretty long, several hundred feet I think, and he would be keeping an eye out for dead chickens. Each one meant money out of his pocket, and decaying bodies of chickens could endanger the other chickens that were still alive. It was unsanitary after all. If I wasn't at school or working at the chicken house, I was helping my mom tend to the garden. We had a big garden that took up almost all the property we owned. We also had a milk cow, a couple of goats, and a different breed of chicken that we kept for personal use. Mostly for eggs and on occasion for chicken meat. We had about a dozen of those. Well, when I turned around 11 years old, something happened that year that changed our lives forever, for the worse. I think it was a Saturday, which meant waking up with Dad and helping him with the chicken house. I was a little late getting started. It's rough waking up at 6 a.m. as a kid. Most of the time, my mom or dad had to drag me out of bed. I was a few minutes behind him, so when I met him at the chicken house, he was just standing outside of it. He hadn't gone in yet. He had his arms on his hips and he looked exasperated. I heard him curse under his breath, and then I saw what he was looking at. A big old pile of dead, half-eaten chickens. It was the most dead chickens we had had all at once since starting the chicken farm. All in all, I think there were 14 dead chickens. My dad was red in the face, angry and confused. He walked around the building, looking for openings where a predator may have gotten in, and had his pick of the litter of a chicken buffet. Strangely enough, the chicken house was completely intact. There were no openings, no holes, nothing of the like. And my father knew he had closed the doors the previous night. But he had a hunch as to what happened. We didn't keep locks on the chicken house doors. We lived way out in the country, so locks weren't really necessary. My dad's guess was someone got into the chicken house, and when they left the door open, allowing coyotes to get in, dragging out chickens to eat. After all, a human wouldn't just bite into a chicken raw like that. Why the doors were now closed was probably due to the wind pushing them back shut sometime during the night or morning, which was a blessing, because the coyotes could have gotten even more chickens, or the chickens could have escaped. That made sense to me. Nights were beginning to get pretty cold, so if some homeless person saw a chicken house filled with big heaters that kept the chickens warm, he would walk right in if he could. Going with this assumption, my father later went to the hardware store to purchase some padlocks. After a long and stressful day, we made sure to lock up tight and to keep the key to the padlocks somewhere safe in our own home. The following Sunday morning, my dad was met with a sight that made him more and more indignant. I had never seen him so mad. The doors were shut and still locked, but there was a hole in the side of the wall of the chicken house, and next to the hole were another 8 chicken bodies, which were also half-eaten. I remember saying to my dad almost right away when I saw that,
"I didn't know coyotes could dig through a wall like that."
Without looking at me, shaking his head, my father replied, "I don't think they can, honey." So my dad didn't believe it was coyotes. I asked him,
"So, was it a person?"
"Darling, I don't know. Why don't you run back up to the house with your mom, okay? Take the morning off. Just, make sure you're ready for church later, okay?" With an excited "yes, sir," I ran right back up to the house, sleeping in until Mom made some eggs and squash. I didn't really think about it then, but I think my dad didn't want me around the chicken house at the time. I understand now that that was the beginning of my dad's suspicion and fear. My dad spent the remainder of the morning before church fixing the hole in the wall. I could tell when he came back up to the house to shower and get ready for church that he didn't really want to leave the house. But my mom made sure he came to church with us, if not to just relax for a while. If left to his own devices, my dad would stress himself sick, even on a good day. A couple of hours later, when we were coming back, the chicken house was in one piece and everything was fine, for now. That night, though, my dad decided to stay up and sit in a lawn chair by the chicken house. He took his shotgun with him, and he told me and my mom not to wait up. I remember right before I went to bed, I checked out the screen door and looked all the way down the road to where the chicken house was, and I saw my dad circling it. He was literally patrolling around the chicken house, back and forth in a long circle to cover the whole distance of the chicken house. That man was going to be tired in the morning, I thought. Makes me realize now just how much my dad went through to make sure we could live, that we could eat, that I could go to school and church. I really miss my dad, and I wish he was still around so I could tell him thank you. Anyway, back to the story. Somehow, during the night, even though my dad patrolled until sunup, something had gotten in with the chickens while he was on the opposite side of the building, meaning whatever it was able to pry open a square piece of sheet metal, one of many that made up the chicken house, and get inside. And this thing was smarter than I thought it was.
because instead of dragging chicken bodies out in the open to feast, it ran around as quickly as it could inside the chicken house, killing and devouring what it could in the short amount of time it took my dad to run inside after getting the locks open. Chickens are real loud when they're panicked, so my dad knew right away that something was wrong. But by the time he made it inside, he saw a flash of the creature and 5 dead chickens with big chunks taken out of them. A trail of blood and feathers led out of the structure, helping my dad ascertain which piece of the sheet metal had been pulled loose. Outside, the trail led into the nearby ditch, and it stopped in the woods. My dad swears he saw a light gray shape bounding through the undergrowth as he heard twigs snapping underneath as it ran. At the time, he didn't know what it was, but his running theory at that point was that it was a larger feral dog, something with jaws strong enough to pull back sheet metal and to tear up 5 chickens in that short of a time span. Maybe that's just what he told us. The way my dad behaved after that incident and the one before it made me think he was beginning to feel more and more scared for our safety. The days went on like this. We lost more and more chickens, no matter what my dad did. Barricading the chicken house, patrolling, planting traps. This animal was able to get in, was able to destroy and devour our livestock. And by the time the next pickup for the chickens came around, my family suffered a huge loss. The loan they had taken out for the chicken house structure could not be paid back for the next few months, and because that meant several missed payments, the collateral they used to get the loan originally was at risk. As things continued, we got to the point we were about to lose our home and land. One night, I woke up. I was so exhausted still. I didn't know what time it was or why I'd been awakened. I remember stretching and yawning real big and looking around the room. Everything was so dark. Shadows were being cast by the moon outside. My little art mannequin, which had been gifted to me by a cousin a few years back, cast the biggest shadow of all, as it was the closest thing to my window. The way the mannequin's oversized shadow hit the other corner of my room made it look like there was something moving around over there, something vaguely human in shape. As my eyes got less blurry and I became more aware from waking up, I noticed there was a chill in my room and a draft. My bedroom window was open. I stared at the corner of the room where the shadows danced. I grew wide-eyed when I saw eyes looking back at me. Those weren't dancing shadows. No. There was a humanoid figure kneeling in my room, and it was crawling around. Now it was watching me, and appeared to be crawling slowly towards me. I screamed then, so suddenly and violently, all that came from my mouth was a broken air. I was hyperventilating, and I tried again to scream. This time something came out, and in a matter of seconds, my dad and mom both burst into my room as a crawling pale gray figure scuttled over my dresser and out the window. Dad ran to get his shotgun. Mom shut and locked the window, staying with me in my room, trying to calm me down as I continued to hyperventilate. At one point, I blacked out. I can't remember if I actually fainted from breathing too hard or if I fell asleep. When I woke up, it was morning. My head was in my mother's lap. My dad sat in a rocking chair in my room. His face was beet red, and there appeared to be dried tears in his eyes. He was a man at the end of his rope. He was desperate and had no idea what else to do. That same day, he would later tell me that that thing appeared to be the same creature or animal that had been attacking and killing our chickens. Something he had come to realize, killed to eat, then continued to kill for the fun of it. Why it had chosen our little homestead, he didn't know. But to him, it was a curse. A random, terrible curse on our family. I wish I could say there was a happy ending.
I wish I could say we never saw it again, but these encounters and chicken slaughters continued to happen for the next year until my family's home was taken away. We moved in with some relatives out of state. We built our lives back up. We continued to go to church. We put as much money into savings as possible, and by the time I was 19, my family was able to own a home again. I worked for the next 6 years living with my parents, partly building a savings for myself and partly giving them what I could to make sure they'd be all right. A few years after that, my dad passed away due to heart failure. I did what I could to supplement her income so we could afford that mortgage, but we lost that home as well. My mother and I moved to the city and lived in a small apartment for a long time. We did end up living in a house again. This one would be permanent for her. Nowadays, I manage a small town convenience store. And Mom's doing okay. I try to keep her company when I can on the weekends. Not too long ago, when I visited her, we talked about Dad. She told me about how he was before he died. Said he had constant nightmares in his final days. He became more and more wary of unlocked doors and windows. He started talking to Mom about how he felt like a failure to his family, occasionally trying to describe what he remembered of that animal that had ruined our lives. That was all very hard for me to hear. Losing a loved one is bad enough, but hearing that their final moments were stressed, it doesn't put your heart at ease. Something in the Mist, from Darkness Dweller. I come from the north of Italy, and let me tell you, it can be quite foggy here, especially in the Po Valley, which is where I live. A few days ago, I went out for a walk in the morning. On that particular day, the mist was really thick, to the point where I couldn't see more than 10 meters in front of me. I decided not to listen to any music, both because I wanted to enjoy that characteristic atmosphere created by the fog, and because, honestly, I wanted to be as aware of my surroundings as possible. Not that there are any particularly dangerous animals here, but you never know. More or less 1 hour into the walk, which consisted of a series of pathways and trails through the fields, I saw something darting in front of me on all fours. It was too distant for me to actually make out something more than a rough shape. At first, I thought it could be a fox. If I was really unlucky, it might even be a hog. But it didn't seem to notice me, so I wasn't too worried. About 10 minutes later, I saw it again, and again, and again. Every 10 to 15 minutes, I would see it crossing the road in front of me, barely making any noise. On one hand, I thought, I knew I wanted to turn and go back. On the other hand, if I did that, my back would be facing that thing. It would be behind me then, and I didn't like that idea. So I decided to keep moving forward. I was already creeped out, and I preferred to be able to see it, rather than having no idea where it was. After a while, I stepped onto a stretch of road that was paved and passed near some houses, which made me feel a bit safer. Past that, I headed to another trail with a line of trees on either side. The fog there seemed to be even thicker. It was at that point, halfway through the path, that I began to hear a crunching noise somewhere in the distance. I'm not sure if you've ever heard a dog or a cat eating a bird, but it seemed pretty much like that. Stepping onto the grass near the trees, I took a few steps in until I was able to make out a shape crouched in the middle of the trail. It was naked, eating what seemed to be a small rabbit. By then, one would have wisely chose to run the way they came and never look back, which I would have gladly done if I didn't have asthma. Heck, whatever that thing was, it would have surely caught up with me in the span of 200 meters or less. So I decided to do the next best thing. As silently as I could, I hid behind a bunch of trees and bushes, waiting and hoping that that thing wouldn't notice me. After about 10 minutes of listening to that tedious munching, the creature stood up, and for a moment I genuinely thought it was a human. The body structure was the same. It even had hair on its head, but it was way taller than I imagined, and slender to the point where I could make out the shape of every single muscle on its body. What really made me understand that I was not looking at a human being, though, were the hands. Each one of its fingers were elongated and ended in sharp claws. Once I looked up, I noticed that its teeth too were all but human in form. They were as pointy and sharp as those you would see on vampires and TV shows. Something like Supernatural comes to mind. The fact that the creature was dripping in blood now did nothing but make it way more terrifying than it already was. What I consider the weirdest thing about the whole experience, though, is that I'm pretty sure I heard it crying. Not a howling, ear-piercing cry, but instead something that, to my extreme surprise, resembled a human cry. It was so strange and out of place that for a moment I forgot the utter horror of the situation. Luckily, after a few minutes, it took off in the fields to its left. Then I was able, not without scratches, to sneak out of my hiding spot and call someone to come pick me up, because there was no way I'd be able to walk the rest of the way after seeing that. I'm not sure what I saw, and sure as heck I'm not going out walking again if the fog is so dense. I have to admit though, whenever I think about the whole thing, I can't help but wonder why it was crying. Was it some strange way of luring its next prey? Or was it somehow a sense of remorse for what it had done? The Keeper of the Forest Track, from Finn's Son. This story was told to me by my dad a few summers ago, when I asked if he knew anyone who had experienced anything supernatural. I'm writing this from memory, so some details might be missing, as I didn't experience any of this myself. As a kid, my dad used to live on a farm, which was located pretty close to my current home. Leading to the house, there was about a kilometer-long track that went through the forest. One autumn day, when my dad was around 6 to 7 years old, he was wandering along the track away from the house, when, in the midway, a pitch-black creature appeared, approximately 100 meters before him. The being was the same size as an adult, completely black, and its body resembled that of the Grok from the Finnish stories called the Moomins. The legs, nose, and mouth were not visible, but it did have black and round, empty eye sockets, with a grayish color surrounding them. The creature didn't make any sound, it just stared, and it only moved if you looked away or moved yourself. It would stop immediately if you looked straight at it. Horrified, my dad stared at it for a while, before sprinting back home. According to him, the creature followed at jogging speed, with these weird bouncing hops. But before reaching the house, the thing would disappear. Dad never told anyone, because he felt like no one would believe him. This incident wasn't the last one, as the creature would frequently appear as my dad walked along that path. As soon as there was only about 10 meters in between him and the creature, Dad would make his escape, and as always, the creature would be gone just before he made it home. Soon after all this had started, he wouldn't go near that trail, unless it was absolutely necessary, and fortunately, the school was the opposite direction. One day his father asked him to chop some firewood near the track. Dad told me how scared he was the whole time and how he kept glancing around as he was hacking at the logs. Just for a few seconds, he lowered his gaze, and as he looked back up, the very same pitch-black creature was right in front of him, staring straight at my dad. He dropped the axe and ran as fast as he could, without daring to look back. Just as my dad was starting to doubt himself, he overheard the boy from the nearby farm telling people at school about how he was one day throwing some rocks against a barn's wall, when from around the corner, a black creature appeared. The boy was startled, and by instinct he threw a rock at it, which caused it to disappear. Dad never told this boy about his experiences, and to this day, that boy doesn't know that my dad had seen the same creature. Even though the being didn't make an appearance that fall and winter, and actually ever since, he told me he was terrified of encountering it again on the path for many years to come. He was left with some trauma. He told me how some holes in a carriage reminded him of the creature's eyes, and that made him scared in that very moment. On another occasion, a picture in a newspaper of a sniper made him anxious because the rifleman loosely resembled the black being on the road. When my dad first saw the picture of the Groke, he said Tove Jansson, the creator of the Moomins, sure as heck knew what a boogeyman looks like. For years, I wondered what he meant by that, but now I know.